Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
151, Chapter 151. That's not it. I'm not angry that Shinichi-san broke his Nichiren blade during battle. While it's truly regrettable, given it was a fight against an upper rank, such an outcome is understandable. But what makes me furious is that after returning to the core, the first thing Shinichi-san did wasn't to forge himself a new Nichiren blade. That is absolutely unacceptable. The small room was filled with the roaring voice of Tetsushin-ren, while Shinichi and Yuichiro quietly huddled in a corner, passively enduring the blacksmith wrath. What is a Nichiren blade? It is nothing less than a demon slayer's second life. Every member of the demon slayer corps should wield a Nichiren blade that perfectly suits them. Our ultimate goal is to forge the finest blades with our greatest craftsmanship, so that our slayers can fight demons with them. Tetsushin-ren ranted, waving his arms animatedly. Indeed, Shinichi had long heard that every master blacksmith in the swordsmith village was a true blade fanatic, pouring their heart and soul into each Nichiren blade. Someone like Master Tetsushin-ren was already considered one of the more mild-tempered smiths in the village. Had it been a more hot-headed master, upon hearing that you broke the blade they forged, they might very well chase you down with a kitchen knife. After obediently enduring Tetsushin-ren's tirade for half an hour, Shinichi finally spoke up once the blacksmith's fury had subsided slightly. Well, Tetsushin-san, I sincerely apologize for not immediately seeking to reforge my Nichiren blade. That was my oversight. However, I heard you've already forged a new one for me. May I see it? Whoosh. The moment Shinichi mentioned his new creation, Tetsushin-ren instantly perked up, practically leaping to his feet from the tatami and eagerly unwrapping the wooden box he had brought with him. As he opened it, Tetsushin-ren spoke excitedly, of course. Though Shinichi-san was rather negligent, as soon as I received the news, I immediately set to work forging a new Nichiren blade for him. This time, I made special adjustments to the selection of scarlet ore and the ratio of scarlet iron sand. This new Nichiren blade has reached an entirely new level in both hardness and sharpness. Truly, this is my most satisfying masterpiece to date. Magnificent. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Quick, Shinichi-san. Try it out at once. Now, Tetsushin-ren showed no trace of his earlier anger, his tone brimmed only with pride and anticipation for his new creation. The speed of his mood shift left Shinichi and Yuichiro utterly dumbfounded. Swiftly unwrapping the package, he opened the wooden case and carefully retrieved a Nichiren blade wrapped in silk, then solemnly handed it to Shinichi. Shinichi accepted the blade with both hands, immediately noticing its weight. It was much heavier than his previous Nichiren blade. Under Tetsushin-ren's expectant gaze and Yuichiro's curious one, Shinichi pulled away the silk, revealing a long, elegant Nichiren blade before them all. A pure white scabbard made of iron birch wood, adorned with delicate willow leaf patterns in green. Upon closer inspection, the cross-shaped tsuba at the blade's mouth revealed numerous fine engravings, while the hilt was meticulously wrapped with a red and green patterned hilt cord. An exceptionally beautiful Nichiren blade. A flash of awe crossed Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes, while Yuichiro's eyes widened in amazement. Master's sword was truly magnificent. As for Tetsushin-ren, beneath his mask, his gaze was entirely fixed on the Nichiren blade in Shinichi's hands. Quickly, Shinichi-san. Draw it. I can't wait to see those beautiful patterns again. Tetsushin-ren exclaimed excitedly. All right. Shinichi nodded and firmly gripped the hilt. With a swift motion, shing, a razor-sharp Nichiren blade was effortlessly unsheathed. The moment the blade was drawn, red and green hues immediately began spreading across its surface, completely coloring the sword within moments. Yet Shinichi, along with Yuichiro and Tetsushin-ren, stood frozen in shock, especially Tetsushin-ren, who stared dumbfounded at the blade in Shinichi's hand. This coloration, why was it so bizarre? Shinichi was even more bewildered. His Nichiren blade was perfectly divided down the middle, one half emerald green along the flat, the other half crimson along the edge, the two colors starkly distinct without blending, splitting the sword into equal halves. Yuichiro broke the silence. "Master, why does your Nichiren blade look so much like a watermelon?" Shinichi. Tetsushin-ren. Not long after, Tetsushin-ren departed the butterfly mansion carrying an empty wooden crate, muttering to himself all the while. How could this happen? Such colors, so unprofessional. A watermelon? Damn it. Was it because I ate watermelon that day? Or does Shinichi-san like watermelons? Meanwhile, Shinichi stood at the mansion's entrance watching the swordsmith leave, then glanced down at the Nichiren blade at his waist. Watermelon it is, then. It'll be cutting through demons' necks regardless, no difference there. Beside him, Yuichiro now also wore a Nichiren blade at his waist, another of Tetsushin-ren's creations, though forged during the smith's younger years. Upon hearing Shinichi had taken a disciple who hadn't undergone final selection, Tetsushin-ren had gifted it to Yuichiro. As Shinichi murmured to himself, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. "Shinichi-kun." Looking up, he met Shinobu's shimmering violet eyes. "It really is you. When did you return to headquarters?" Shinobu said, her figure flashing as she instantly appeared beside him, curiously examining the new Nichiren blade at his waist. "Oh, is this your new Nichiren blade, Shinichi-kun? It looks quite lovely." Seeing traces of her former playful self in Shinobu's demeanor, Shinichi smiled and partially drew the blade. "Take a look. Yuichiro says it resembles a watermelon. I think so too. Maybe I should just name it Watermelon." This drew a delighted laugh from Shinobu, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. Before Shinichi and Shinobu could catch up further, a sudden exclamation interrupted them. "Michiro!" Both Shinichi and Shinobu turned their heads simultaneously to see nearly identical twin brothers standing face to face, their expressions overflowing with the joy of reunion. Yuichiro gazed at his younger brother Michiro's face and an indescribable surge of emotions exploded within him: excitement, joy, guilt, self-blame, and relief. These overwhelmingly complex feelings left Yuichiro rooted to the spot, speechless. Michiro, equally teary-eyed, was the first to speak softly. "Brother." Yuichiro immediately broke down in tears, rushing forward to embrace his brother while sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. Michiro, it was all my fault. I'm sorry. The mu in Michiro stands for infinity. I've always known that. The scene of the brothers' reunion at the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion drew the attention of many Demon Slayer Corps members, all deeply moved by the touching moment. Shinobu, being particularly sentimental as Michiro's mentor, was overjoyed to witness this. In her emotional state, she instinctively grabbed Shinichi's arm. Having been on the verge of tears herself but without a handkerchief, the mischievous Shinobu shamelessly used Shinichi's sleeve to wipe her eyes. Noticing that Shinichi didn't protest, a glimmer flashed through her violet eyes before she clung tightly to his arm without letting go. Unaware of her intentions, Shinichi simply smiled fondly at his disciple before absent-mindedly ruffling Shinobu's hair, an automatic response since she had just tugged at his sleeve. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 152 Chapter 152. As dusk fell, the lingering glow of the sunset bathed the earth in golden red hues. Even the endless sea of wisteria flowers at the foot of Fujikazen Mountain was cloaked in this radiant light. Beneath the torii gate resembling a shrine, dozens of swordsmen in varied attire but all carrying long swords at their waists had gathered on the relatively spacious ground. Each face bore varying degrees of tension, many appearing quite young and inexperienced. They were all here to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection. Some of these swordsmen had lost loved ones to demons, while others came from demon-slaying families. Regardless of their backgrounds, they shared one purpose today: to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Among the crowd, the most striking were undoubtedly the quiet twin brothers sitting apart. Nearly identical in appearance, both had long black hair with blue tips and strikingly vivid mist-blue eyes. Yet their attire couldn't have been more different. One wore streamlined black clothing with cloth bindings around his wrists and calves, sturdy-looking deerskin boots, and his long hair tied back simply, his entire demeanor exuding sharp intensity. His brother presented a complete contrast, flowing black hair neatly cascading down, wide robes concealing his limbs, his presence carrying a misty vagueness. Yet his gaze remained gentle. Needless to say, these were none other than the Tokaido brothers attending the final selection. Having trained under different mentors and mastered different breathing styles, coupled with their inherent personality differences, they developed strikingly distinct auras. What truly set them apart from the other nervous, restless candidates was their composed tranquility, a stark contrast that drew all eyes. This wasn't surprising. Both Yuichiro and Michiro had already accompanied Shinichi and Shinobu on demon hunting missions, even facing extremely powerful demons firsthand. As for the demons on Fujikazan Mountain, the brothers could only scoff. As the candidates anxiously awaited the selection's start, Shinichi, the forest Hashira and overseer of this event, leaned against the torii pillar, observing the participants. Shinichi's gaze shifted from a nervous young swordswoman with twin braids to several candidates wearing fox-faced warding masks. Undoubtedly, these were disciples of the former water Hashira, Urokadaki Seikanji. Since two of his students had attained Hashira status, the veteran had entered an intense teaching phase, taking on numerous pupils. Thus, Urokadaki's students became fixtures at every final selection. These water-breathing practitioners were exceptional, most idolizing their two Hashira seniors. Both the current water Hashira Tomioka Jiyu and the wave Hashira Sabito took active roles in mentoring these junior disciples. Water-breathing users make up almost two-thirds of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's such an inclusive breathing style, isn't it? Come to think of it, maybe I should consult with Tomioka or Sabito about it. Shinichi stroked his chin, lost in thought. In fact, Shinichi had recently realized that his strength seemed to have hit a plateau. Whether it was forest breathing or his demon-enhanced abilities, he couldn't seem to break through to the next level. There was always this feeling of being constrained. Especially with forest breathing. Whenever Shinichi gathered vast amounts of life energy, that tantalizing new sensation would always dissipate the moment he executed his sword techniques. The limits of forest breathing definitely went beyond this. Shinichi was certain. The records left by the ancestors of the Moriki clan were sparse. Did the 10th form even exist? Having made up his mind somewhat, Shinichi decided to consult with other Hashira when the opportunity arose, hoping to gain insights from other breathing styles. Just as Shinichi was watching the young swordsman in the training ground and pondering these thoughts, someone suddenly clapped him hard on the shoulder. Enjoying the view? Huh. Shinichi turned around in surprise to see Shinobu wearing a resentful expression. Though her lips were still curved in a smile, her slightly narrowed eyes, faintly furrowed brows and the barely visible vein on her forehead didn't exactly radiate friendliness. What view? What's with that look, Shinobu? It's kind of creepy, Shinichi said, baffled. But Shinobu merely turned her head away with an almost imperceptible huff. From her perspective just moments ago, Shinichi had been staring blankly at the young female swordsman, which had displeased her greatly. The master's mood quickly affected the disciple. Soon, Shinobu called over Yuichiro and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Michiro-kun, you said you'd listen to your master's words, didn't you? Shinobu said gently, her violet eyes fixed on Yuichiro's face. For some reason, Michiro found this version of his master slightly terrifying. Her tone was gentle, her face smiling, yet there was something undeniably intimidating about her. Why yes, master. What is it? I want you to far surpass your brother Yuichiro during the final selection. Can you do that? But master, why? The last word died in Michiro's throat under Shinobu's calm gaze. Understood, master. I'll do my absolute best. Not far away, Yuichiro and Shinichi simultaneously sensed a faint trace of malice. Master and disciple both glanced around warily. Master, why do I feel like someone's targeting me? Probably just your imagination. Also, Yuichiro, let me remind you, you and Michiro are on a different level compared to the other swordsmen. Once you enter Fujikazan Mountain, take it easy. Don't get too carried away. In other words, your main objective this time isn't to slay demons and pass the selection, but to avoid fighting as much as possible while protecting any comrades who find themselves in danger. Hearing this, Yuichiro looked puzzled. But isn't the requirement to pass the final selection to slay demons? Shinichi sighed and said gloomily, but your strength is disproportionate to the demons on the mountain. Previously, there was an unnamed Hashira-level swordsman who killed so many demons that not only did it lead to a shortage of demons on Fujikazen Mountain, but it also allowed many unqualified swordsmen to pass the selection. This caused a lot of trouble for the other Hashira. So, Yuichiro, do you want to become someone like that? Seeing the gloomy look in his master Shinichi's eyes, Yuichiro was certain that his master must have been one of the Hashira troubled by this. I understand. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 153, Chapter 153. The final selection had begun. Dozens of swordsmen entered the night-shrouded Fujikazen Mountain one after another. Shinichi and Shinobu stood at the entrance, watching as the last swordsman disappeared from their sight. The future of the Demon Slayer Corps. But if possible, I truly hope Fujikazen Mountain will just become a scenic spot in the future, Shinichi remarked with emotion as he gazed at the countless blooming wisteria flowers. That day will surely come, Shinobu said softly yet firmly beside him. Mist breathing, first form, low clouds, distant haze. A flash of blue light was all it took. A demon with an elongated tongue froze in place before its grotesque head tumbled from its neck with a sickening squelch. Foul blood sprayed as its body gradually turned to ashes. Muchiro's eyes remained calm as he sheathed his Nichiren blade. Had one not witnessed it themselves, who would believe such a breathtaking slash had come from this young boy? Even his older brother, Yuichiro, who standing beside him, was astonished by his sibling's skill. Such swift swordsmanship, Yuichiro couldn't confidently claim he could surpass Muchiro. The demons here are all so weak, Muchiro said honestly to his brother. Yuichiro gripped his Nichiren blade, frowning as he surveyed their surroundings. You're right. Just as our masters said, our strength is disproportionate to these demons. In that case, Muchiro, come with me. We have something else to do. Muchiro tilted his head, puzzled. Something else? Oh. His face suddenly lit up with realization. Shinobu had tasked him with surpassing Yuichiro during the final selection. How could he surpass his brother in the final selection? Muchiro pondered. Would slaying more demons than him count as surpassing him? Though reluctant to compete with his brother, he couldn't let down Shinobu, who had been so kind to him. I'm sorry, brother, but I must surpass you. That demon just now was the first. Muchiro whispered apologetically to Yuichiro's retreating back. Unaware of his brother's words, Yuichiro tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade and prepared to venture deeper into Fujikazen Mountain. If the weak demons at the outskirts weren't worth their time, perhaps they could find some hidden, stronger ones. Their master had mentioned that some cunning demons lurked in the mountain, secretly growing stronger. Though a Hashira periodically entered Fujikazen Mountain to purge them, some might slip through the cracks, precisely the prey Yuichiro had in mind. Meanwhile, in another part of the mountain, a young female swordsman crouched nervously in the dark underbrush, gripping her Nichiren blade. Her hair was tied into two cute pigtails. It's okay. It's okay. You can do this, Aoi. Don't let your family down. Aoi Kanzaki. The girl, Aoi Kanzaki, kept encouraging herself, but the eerie, oppressive surroundings sent chills down her spine. Unnoticed by her, a writhing shadow stirred in the darkness. My name is Hand Demon, the most patient and also the strongest demon on all of Fujikazen Mountain. If I hadn't nearly died several times, I might have actually believed that. In the dark corner, a pair of murky yellow eyes peered at everything around. The faint scent of humans clearly drifted into Hand Demon's nostrils, making it drool with hunger. At the same time, Hand Demon truly wanted to cry. How many years had it been? How many years? Like a cockroach, Hand Demon stubbornly clung to life. The bitterness of this process could fill another tragic novel. Of course, what Hand Demon hated most was that damned Urokodake Seikanji. All this misery stemmed from that bastard Urokodake, who had captured it and brought it to this accursed Fujikazen Mountain. Decades. An entire decades. The second most hated was that two-colored-eyed bastard Shinichi Moriki. If Urokodake Seikanji was the source of its suffering, then Shinichi was the executioner who subjected Hand Demon to endless hellish torment. That bastard nearly killed it during his first final selection. If not for its tenacious vitality and hatred for Urokodake Seikanji, Hand Demon would have long kicked the bucket. When Hand Demon finally recovered a sliver of strength, it got its wish and encountered two of Urokodake's disciples. Heaven had mercy, Hand Demon could finally vent its pent-up rage. Everything had gone smoothly at first. Those brats' Nicaran blades had broken and it seemed it could crush their fox-masked heads any moment. But right at that moment, that pink-haired brat suddenly erupted with a familiar aura, one the hand demon would recognize even in ashes. It was that bastard Shinichi's aura. The suddenly enraged fox brat fought like he was on drugs, wildly attacking with his broken Nicaran blade, nearly mincing hand demon into paste. At that moment, hand demon truly despaired. All its arms were chopped to pieces, leaving it completely defenseless. Just as it seemed destined for hell, fate apparently decreed hand demon wasn't meant to die there. The fox brat eventually exhausted himself, and with its last breath, hand demon mustered every ounce of strength to flee desperately, barely escaping with its life. This time, its injuries were even more severe. Several times, it nearly collapsed and descended to hell. But the thought of its unfinished vengeance, of that damned Urokadake Seikanji and Shinichi Moriki, miraculously kept it clinging to life. It hid in the shadows, slowly recovering. Urokadake. Moriki, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. Sooner or later. Having narrowly escaped death multiple times, Hand Demon was convinced its fate wasn't over yet. It would have its revenge. Just as Hand Demon was grinding its teeth plotting vengeance, a young figure stumbled into its line of sight. It was the nervous, twin-tailed girl, Kenzaki Aoi. A human girl? Slurped, the murky yellow eyes in the darkness fixed greedily on Kenzaki Aoi. To hide and recover, Hand Demon hadn't fed in a very, very long time. Now, the sickly green arms on its body were as frail as a malnourished child's. I can't take it anymore, I must eat this human girl. The intense hunger drove the Hand Demon to reach out its claw towards Kenzaki Aoi. It refused to believe that bastard Shinichi could interfere with its attack this time. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 154, Chapter 154. Mist breathing, fourth form, shifting flow / SSSSHHH. Thud. A flash of the blade, and yet another demon collapsed to the ground. Along with the demon's fall, Yuichiro's expression darkened. Michiro. Stop this. You've already slain too many demons. There's no need, these weaklings aren't even worth our effort. Michiro tilted his head slightly, giving his brother a puzzled yet oddly innocent look. But, brother, isn't slaying demons the duty of a demon slayer corps member? If we encounter a demon, we should eliminate it. Yuichiro hesitated. But he fell silent, unable to refute his younger brother. After all, even though their master had warned them before departure, who could resist the urge to strike down a demon when it stood right before them? Just then, a lurking demon behind Yuichiro could no longer restrain itself. Driven mad by hunger, it let out a roar and lunged at him. Brother! Michiro cried out. Yet Yuichiro remained unfazed. In an instant, his hand gripped the hilt of his Nicaran blade, his eyes flashing with a verdant glow. Forest breathing, fifth form, soaring bamboo slash. Crack. A brilliant emerald light erupted as a sweeping slash, like towering bamboo shooting from the earth, and tore the demon apart in an instant. Watching the demon's dissolving remains, Yuichiro's expression grew complicated. Michiro, however, simply grinned. See, brother, you're hunting demons too. So it's settled, let's have a competition. Whoever slays more demons wins. Eek. A girl's scream shattered the forest silence, startling birds from their perches high in the trees. No, no, stay back, stay away. Water breathing, water breathing. The young girl, eyes tightly shut, wildly swung her Nicaran blade. The faint blue glow coating the blade only further enraged the approaching Hand Demon. Hand Demon despised two things above all else, water breathing and forest breathing. The mere presence of either technique instantly clouded its mind with hatred. More water breathing. I'll devour every last one of you water breathing swordsmen. Just die already, brat. The grotesque Hand Demon slithered closer to Kenzaki Aoi, who brandished her blade. Though its once powerful arms had weakened, after prolonged hiding and recovery, it had regained a fraction of its strength. Enough, at least, to deal with this human girl. And indeed, when faced with a towering, putrid green monstrosity, devoid of human form, writhing with countless grotesque limbs, Aoi nearly fainted from terror. How could a demon be this hideous? But no matter what, the Hand Demon's strength was undeniable. Despite Aoi's desperate attacks, her slashes did nothing to halt its advance. Swoosh. Suddenly, One of Han Demon's arms stealthily snaked around from behind Kanzaki Aoi, seizing the moment when she was frantically fending off the other attacking limbs. It wrapped around her ankles and yanked hard. Ah! Kanzaki Aoi let out a startled cry before she could even comprehend what was happening. In an instant, she found herself dangling upside down, her Nichiren blade unfortunately flung away, her mind completely dazed. In the blink of an eye, Kanzaki Aoi locked eyes with a pair of sinister, yellowish orbs. She could clearly see the cross-shaped pupils within those sickly yellow eyes and distinctly smell the overwhelming stench of the demon. Han Demon gazed at the girl it had captured, unable to restrain its greed as it opened its massive maw. It couldn't wait any longer, it had to devour this little brat now to avoid complications later. Whoosh! Han Demon's grotesque body suddenly split open, revealing a gaping mouth dripping with viscous saliva and lined with terrifying mandibles. Finally, Kanzaki Aoi realized she had been captured by a demon. No, I don't want to be eaten. I haven't even joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet, haven't avenged my family, I don't want to be eaten. Kanzaki Aoi struggled desperately, but Han Demon paid no heed and immediately prepared to shove her into its gaping maw. Yet, just at this critical moment, an abrupt change occurred. Han Demon suddenly halted its movements, its gaze fixed in a particular direction. From the dark forest, something seemed to be emerging. The surroundings fell eerily silent except for Kanzaki Aoi's cries. Han Demon stood as if frozen, motionless like it had been struck by a paralysis spell. Suddenly, several dark figures burst out of the bushes, entering Han Demon's line of sight. Under the moonlight, Han Demon could clearly see that these figures were none other than several other demons. Here to steal my prey, was Han Demon's first thought. But the expressions on these demons' faces were far from those of food thieves. Instead, each one wore looks of sheer terror, as if they were fleeing in panic from something horrifying. The moment these demons appeared, they sprinted madly towards Han Demon's direction, which naturally led Han Demon to assume they were after its meal. However, when the Han Demon readied itself for a fight, the demons rushed past it without even a glance, not daring to pause for even a second, as if stopping would cost them their lives. The Han Demon was utterly baffled. Unable to contain its confusion, it reached out and grabbed the slowest demon, snarling, "What the hell are you running from?" The captured demon struggled even more violently than Kanzaki Aoi had, its face twisted in fear as it shrieked, "Let me go, you bastard! Release me! I need to get out of here, those two monsters are right behind us. Run! The Demon Slayer Corps' purge is coming." Han Demon was stunned. What the hell was this? While Han Demon was still processing this, the demon it had captured gritted its teeth and in desperation, slashed off its own arm where Han Demon had gripped it, then continued its frantic escape. Han Demon stared at the severed limb, pondering its fellow demon's repeated words. The Demon Slayer Corps' purge. Before it could finish the thought, an all too familiar, deeply loathed presence erupted from the forest, one that could give it nightmares for weeks just at the memory. Yes, this feeling. It couldn't be mistaken. This was the very presence it would never forget, even if it turned to ashes. Forest breathing. Squelch. A Nichiren blade radiating a green glow cleanly sliced through the neck of a demon whose face was filled with terror, sending its grotesque head flying into the air. Standing beside Yuichiro, Michiro smiled as he swiftly swung his blade, taking down another demon with equal efficiency. "Brother, you're being sneaky. Didn't you say at first that you wouldn't slay demons? Yet now you're about to surpass me in kills. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 155, Chapter 155. At the foot of Fujikazen Mountain entrance, Shinichi stood beneath countless wisteria flowers, with the Kasugai crow Izo perched on his shoulder, recounting the events unfolding on the mountain. As Izo spoke, Shinichi's expression grew increasingly grim, his face gradually turning ashen. Shinobu happened to pass by Shinichi and overheard him muttering through gritted teeth, "Yuichiro. That damn brat, did he completely forget my warnings?" Seeing Shinichi's furious expression, Shinobu couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light chuckle. However, despite her amusement, there was still business to attend to. "Shinichi-kun? Shinichi-kun?" Shinichi, who had been lost in thoughts about how to discipline his disciple, was startled by Shinobu's sudden call and reflexively asked, "What is it, Shinobu?" "It's nothing major," Shinobu explained with a smile. It's just that you'll have to oversee the final selection alone from now on. I just received word from the Butterfly Mansion, our medicinal supplies are running low. Since my sister is on a mission, I'll need to go gather more herbs. Shinichi nodded, indicating that it wasn't an issue. After all, it was just the final selection. He replied straightforwardly, "No problem, Shinobu. You can go with peace of mind. I can handle things here." However, shortly after Shinobu turned to leave, a tremor ran through Shinichi's heart. He glanced back at Shinobu's retreating figure and frowned slightly, while murmuring, "Why do I feel something strange?" At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, within the master's residence, Kaguya Yubayashiki smiled as he watched a young Demon Slayer girl with cherry red and green streaked hair shyly cover her face and leave. "She's such a lovely child. I believe she'll get along well with Kyojuro," Kaguya remarked warmly. Hearing this, Amine Yubayashiki, who had been quietly standing by his side, suddenly seemed troubled. "Oyakata-sama, the flame Hashira, Rengoku-sama, has been in a very poor state lately. He hasn't left the Rengoku estate for a very long time. With the biannual Hashira meeting approaching, I fear." Kaguya turned his gaze in a certain direction, towards the Rengoku estate. His vision could no longer discern scenery clearly, only faint light and shadows. This was only possible due to Shinichi occasionally using his life force energy to suppress the deterioration. Without Shinichi, Kaguya's senses might have long since plunged into endless darkness. The Rengoku family has contributed immensely to the Demon Slayer Corps, sacrificing countless members over centuries. We shouldn't demand that every Rengoku child must give their life to slay demons. However, I believe the legacy of the flame Hashira will never fade. That blazing, surging flame of Rengoku will never be extinguished. Kaguya's voice was soft, yet carried unwavering conviction. In Tokyo, Asakusa, within a secluded villa invisible to ordinary eyes, the elegant female demon Tamayo stood in a white lab coat, carefully observing something under a rudimentary microscope. Beside her hands lay numerous bottles and jars, along with many notebooks filled with densely packed records. Of course, the varying handwriting in the notebooks indicated they were not all written by the same person. Behind Tamayo, Yushiro was on his knees, clutching a rag as he swiftly scrubbed the already spotless floor until it gleamed. Just then, Tamayo suddenly let out a startled gasp, immediately drawing Yushiro's attention. He tossed the rag aside and practically flew to her side, anxiously gripping her arm as he bombarded her with questions. "What's wrong, Lady Tamayo? Are you all right? Did something happen? Have we been discovered? Are you feeling unwell? Did the experiment fail?" The rapid-fire questions left Tamayo momentarily dazed, and it took her a moment to collect herself before she quickly reassured him that she was fine. Once Yushiro had calmed down, Tamayo turned her gaze to the microscope. Beside it lay a small vial of dark red blood, taken from a lower moon demon. After a moment of contemplation, Tamayo softly called out for Chachimaru. Soon, an adorable calico cat wearing a small leather backpack appeared before her. "Chachimaru, I'll need to trouble you again. Could you deliver an invitation for me?" Tamayo said gently, affectionately rubbing the little cat's head. Yushiro watched enviously. He longed to be treated with such tenderness by Lady Tamayo. "Mato, are you heading out?" Hearing Shaoqi's voice behind him, the martial demon bared his fangs impatiently. "Staying cooped up here all day is making my bones rust." "Is that so? Then why not take Ayam out for a stroll as well?" At this, Mato immediately frowned and retorted irritably. "Take that idiot woman out. I'd have to be insane to do that. Let her squat in her own pit and play by herself." With that, he leaped away without a backward glance, vanishing from Shaoqi's sight in mere moments. Shaoqi sighed and turned helplessly to the small figure beside him. "Ayam, I'm sorry. Mato just has a sharp tongue." However, there was no response. The small figure beside him remained as still as a puppet. Twang! A crisp strum of a biwa echoed through the luxurious villa. A pair of crimson eyes abruptly snapped open in the darkness. Thud! The corpse of a woman was carelessly tossed to the floor, her face frozen in terror. A bright lamp suddenly flickered to life, illuminating the figure seated on a wooden chair. His pristine white suit was now splattered with blood, his black hair slightly curled. Those crimson eyes and cold features exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance with just a single glance. The progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, glared displeasedly at the woman who had appeared in the room. She cradled a biwa, dressed in elaborate attire, her thick black hair obscuring half her face. Extending his tongue to lick the warm blood from his black claws, Muzan spoke, his tone laced with unmistakable displeasure. "Nakame, I told you not to disturb me while I'm feeding. You'd better have important news, or else." "Muzan-sama, the earrings you once mentioned, I've found traces of that family," Nakame said softly. Muzan froze for an instant. "What did you say? What earrings?" "The earrings adorned with the sun wheel." Whoosh! Muzan suddenly stood up, an overwhelmingly terrifying and violent aura erupting around him in an instant. Boom! A flash of cold light appeared out of thin air in the luxurious room, and the next second, the entire space was reduced to dust. Nakame immediately prostrated herself, submitting beneath the progenitor of demons. Meanwhile, Muzan's expression twisted violently, his fangs bared unconsciously, his face contorted into an exceptionally grotesque visage, as if lost in some memory. After a long while, Nakame finally heard Muzan speak again. "Which upper rank is closest to that location?" "It's Akaza-sama." "Akaza? Heh, he might not be willing to act. As for Kokushibo, never mind. I'll go myself." Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 156, Chapter 156. At noon, in a sunlit clearing, several Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had gathered. From left to right stood the Stone Hashira, Gyomei Haimjima, the Sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui, the Forest Hashira, Shinichi Moriki, the Flower Hashira, Kani Koko, the Wave Hashira, Sabito, and the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. 6 Hashira in total. The Insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, and the Water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka, were away on missions, while the Flame Hashira, Shinjiro Rengoku, had not been seen for a long time. Even so, it was rare for the Demon Slayer Corps to have all 9 Hashira assembled in over a century. However, among the 6 Hashira in the clearing, one figure stood out particularly, a young man with vibrant golden hair tipped in crimson, wide orange eyes burning with determination, and bold eyebrows that gave him a strikingly righteous appearance, almost identical to his father, Shinjiro. Indeed, seated there, clad in his father's flame-patterned haori, was Kyojuro Rengoku, a Kino-rank slayers of the Demon Slayer Corps. For the other Hashira, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face at a Hashira meeting, an event meant exclusively for Hashira, was perplexing. Sanemi Shinazugawa, for instance, glared at Kyojuro with clear displeasure. Of course, his irritation wasn't directed at Kyojuro himself but rather at his father, Shinjiro. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps was aware of the Flame Hashira's current state, a demon slayer of his rank, yet shockingly apathetic, having neglected his duties for 2 whole months. It was disgraceful. Still, though annoyed, Sanemi restrained himself, especially with Connie nearby. He had no desire to frighten the kind-hearted woman with his usual roughness. Shinichi studied Kyojuro thoughtfully. He was well acquainted with the Rengoku family's troubles, so much so that he had even visited Shinjiro recently, only to be turned away at the door. As for Kyojuro, Shinichi had only learned from Obanai that during a mission, Kyojuro had pierced his own eardrums to slay a demon. Such unwavering resolve had deeply moved even Shinichi. The other Hashira's reactions to Kyojuro varied. Connie and Sabito sympathized with Kyojuro's plight, while Tengen, much like Sanemi, regarded him with disapproval, though his disdain too, was reserved for Kyojuro's father. As for Gyomei, well, the towering man's expression remained as sorrowfully serene as ever, impossible to read. "Oyakata-sama has arrived." Just then, 2 little girls escorted the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Kaguya, before the assembled Hashira. "Oyakata-sama." The Hashira, including Kyojuro, bowed in unison. "Good afternoon, everyone," Kaguya greeted warmly. "I am delighted to see you all gathered here today." Though Shinobu and Jiyu could not attend this Hashira meeting, witnessing the Demon Slayer Corps' 9 Hashira reunited after a century is truly exhilarating. At this point, Sanemi, who had been listening nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Being hot-tempered by nature, he abruptly stood up and pointed at Kyojuro and said, "Oyakata-sama, what's the deal with this guy? And what exactly is Shinjiro doing? Does he even deserve to be called the Flame Hashira anymore?" Sanemi's words instantly drew everyone's attention to Kyojuro, including Kaguya himself. However, despite being scrutinized by the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kyojuro's expression remained unchanged and the determination in his eyes never wavered. When the Hashira meeting concluded, Kani Koko quickly pulled the fuming Sanemi away. She felt that if she didn't intervene, the impulsive Sanemi might really end up fighting Kyojuro. After all, Sanemi was deeply dissatisfied that Oyakata-sama had casually assigned a mission potentially involving the 12 Kazuki to Kyojuro. Fortunately, thanks to Connie's intervention, Sanemi didn't escalate the conflict with Kyojuro further. Before leaving, Sabito enthusiastically patted Kyojuro on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Do your best. We look forward to the return of the new flame Hashira." Tengen Uzui, on the other hand, gave Kyojuro a sidelong glance. Although he didn't have high expectations for Kyojuro, he had to admit that he admired how Kyojuro had stood his ground against Sanemi earlier. No matter the outcome, give it your all and put on your most dazzling performance. Tengen also patted Kyojuro on the shoulder. However, from Kyojuro's perspective, with his eardrums ruptured, he couldn't make out what Sabito and Tengen were saying, he only saw their lips moving. But Sabito's warm smile and Tengen's sparkling appearance left a deep impression on Kyojuro. Of course, Shinichi's encouragement meant a lot to him as well. Shinichi gave Kyojuro a small notebook containing his insights combining forest breathing and flame breathing. He sincerely hoped it would be of help to Kyojuro. Watching the departing figures of the Hashira, Kyojuro recalled the trusting gaze of Oyakata-sama, the admiring eyes of his younger brother Senjuro, the downfall of his father and his mother's final words before her passing. "I will become the flame Hashira. I will use all my strength to help others and burn brightly to illuminate everything." After all the Hashira had left the master's residence, only Shinichi remained behind. Forest breathing, 9th form, eternal cycle. A surge of immense vitality flowed into Kaguya's body, slightly alleviating the pain caused by the curse. This was one of the few things Shinichi could do for Kaguya. During this process, Kaguya earnestly asked Shinichi for his opinion on Kyojuro. "Shinichi, do you think Kyojuro can live up to the title of Flame Hashira?" Shinichi's left eye shimmered with a brilliant light, but he answered Kaguya's question with unwavering confidence. "Kyojuro absolutely can. The fire burning in his heart is bright enough to illuminate everyone. I believe you think so too, Oyakata-sama." Kaguya Yubayashiki smiled and then asked another question. "Shinichi, do you know why the Demon Slayer Corps has always had 9 Hashira since ancient times?" This question took Shinichi by surprise. Why 9? Come to think of it, when Shinichi first joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he had heard many members discuss this very question and had listened to numerous speculations. Is it because there were 9 Hashira when the Demon Slayer Corps was founded? Or because the character 4, Hashira, has 9 strokes? Shinichi listed several guesses, but each was gently dismissed by Kaguya with a smile. Truthfully, there's no convoluted reason behind it. The Demon Slayer Corps has only 9 Hashira for a very simple reason. Since its founding, there have never been more than 9 Hashira-level swordsmen serving at any given time. Becoming a Hashira doesn't just signify immense strength and honor, it also means taking on far more dangerous and terrifying missions. In fact, the mortality rate among Hashira is much higher than that of other members. Claiming that the Demon Slayer Corps has only 9 Hashira is, in a way, our way of encouraging everyone. But Shinichi, do you know something? Never before have I felt such hope for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps as I do now. Not just because the 9 Hashira are gathered, but because, in the near future, more children will rise to become Hashira. Tokaido, Rengoku, Iguro. The 9 Hashira are not the limit of the Demon Slayer Corps. Our future is boundless. Shinichi lifted his head and looked into Kaguya's eyes, which had nearly lost their focus. Though they appeared clouded, the light within them filled Shinichi with an unprecedented sense of inspiration and encouragement. Yes, our future is boundless. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 157, Chapter 157. Tanjiro, are you going to sell charcoal again? Yes Mom, it's very cold now, so charcoal sells well. And we made so much yesterday. Since it's still early, I have time to make another trip. Hearing her son's sensible reply, Kamado-ki couldn't help but stroke Tanjiro's hair, speaking with both pride and concern. You're working so hard, Tanjiro. Remember to come back early, I'll make you mushroom miso soup. Okay. Tanjiro replied energetically. However, as Tanjiro hoisted the bamboo basket full of charcoal onto his back, his younger siblings gathered around. Hanako and Shigeru were easy to handle and Tanjiro quickly coaxed them into playing elsewhere. But Kamado Takeo, standing to the side, looked at his brother with disappointment. "Brother, didn't you already sell charcoal today? Why are you going again?" Tanjiro gently squeezed his younger brother's shoulder. "Be good, Takeo. There's still time, so I'm making another trip. Help Mom and Nezuko take care of the little ones, okay? I'll bring back some delicious dango when I return." Takeo blushed slightly and squirmed away from the pat. I get it. But, brother, didn't that big brother leave us a lot of money? Why do you and Mom still work so hard?" At this, Tanjiro's expression turned serious. He crouched down to meet Takeo's eyes. "Takeo, we can't just accept others' kindness without thought. We can support ourselves with our own hands. Even though Shinichi-senpai left us money, we shouldn't take it for granted. If I ever see him again, I'll return it and thank him properly." "Is that how it is?" "I understand, brother." Takeo nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's sister, Kamado Nezuko, approached carrying their youngest brother, Rokita, on her back and a bundle of dry grass in her arms. Seeing Tanjiro with his basket, she asked worriedly, "Brother, are you going down the mountain again? Maybe you should rest. The weather doesn't look good today." "It's fine, I'll be careful. Nezuko, please watch over the little ones. I'll go now so I can come back sooner." Tanjiro smiled and waved at his siblings before turning to head down the mountain. Behind him, their voices carried faintly wishes for him to be careful and return early, warming Tanjiro's heart. As expected, charcoal was in high demand during the cold winter and Tanjiro was glad many customers trusted him. But just as Nezuko had feared, heavy snow suddenly began to fall, blanketing the ground in white within moments. Tanjiro glanced at the thin layer of charcoal left in his basket, then at the worsening storm. Deciding it was best to head home before the snow grew heavier, he turned back. However, it seemed that the heavens were truly unkind. The originally mild snowstorm suddenly intensified as if someone had pressed a fast-forward button, turning into a blizzard of thick snowflakes in the blink of an eye. The biting cold wind made it almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. Nightfall came quickly, but Tanjiro was still on his way home. Yabai, why did the snowstorm suddenly get worse? At this rate, I won't make it home in time, Tanjiro thought with growing concern. Just then, Tanjiro's nose twitched as he caught a familiar scent. Speaking of Tanjiro's sense of smell, it could be considered legendary. Not only was it sensitive enough to distinguish hundreds of different scents, but he could even detect a person's emotions just by their smell. But that aside, a faint light suddenly appeared in the darkness as a figure holding a lantern approached Tanjiro. "Tanjiro? Is that you, Tanjiro? It's so late, why aren't you home yet?" "Ah, it's Grandpa Saburo." Tanjiro immediately recognized the old man. Saburo lived halfway up the mountain and made wooden umbrellas for a living. Having lost all his family, he lived alone on the mountainside. Saburo walked up to Tanjiro with his lantern, frowning as he looked at the boy and the bamboo basket on his back. "You're too hard-working, kid. With this heavy snowstorm, it won't be safe for you to go home tonight. Stay at my place." "Ah, but Grandpa, Before Tanjiro could refuse, Saburo grabbed his arm and pulled him toward his wooden house without another word. "Huh, why do I smell a stranger?" Outside the house, Tanjiro detected an unfamiliar scent. Setting down his bamboo basket, Tanjiro followed Saburo inside. It wasn't the first time Tanjiro had stayed over at Saburo's place, so he didn't feel particularly awkward. But today was different, there was indeed the scent of a stranger in Saburo's house. When Tanjiro entered, he saw a figure sitting quietly inside. The man had dark, shoulder-length hair and handsome face. His calm blue eyes settled on Tanjiro the moment he stepped inside. But what caught Tanjiro's attention most was the young man's attire, a deep red haori, beneath which was a very familiar black uniform and the hilt of a long sword peeking out from his waist. This outfit unconsciously reminded Tanjiro of Shinichi. "This young man is also staying the night," Saburo explained, noticing Tanjiro's gaze. At that moment, the composed young man stood up and spoke in a calm tone. "Hello, I'm Jiyu Tomioka. Nice to meet you. Sorry for the intrusion." Indeed, the one who had appeared here was none other than the water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka, who had taken shelter at Saburo's house due to the snowstorm while on a mission. "Ah, hello, I'm Tanjiro, I live up the mountain." Hearing Jiyu's greeting, Tanjiro quickly introduced himself. Grandpa Saburo looked at the two young men, especially taking in Tomioka Jiyu's attire, his eyes flashing with a hint of nostalgia and sorrow. Then he turned around and went to prepare dinner for them. The scene shifts back to the Kamado household. Kamado Takeo pressed his face against the window, watching the snowstorm outside with worry. With such heavy snow, will Big Brother be able to make it home tonight? He asked anxiously. Nezuko gently tapped her younger brother's head and comforted him. Don't worry. Big Brother is smart. If the snowstorm gets too bad, he won't foolishly push through. Maybe he's staying at Grandpa Saburo's house right now. Oh. Takeo responded listlessly. Just then, their mother Kamado called them for dinner from behind. Takeo took one last look out the window before heading to eat, when suddenly he spotted a faint figure emerging through the snowstorm. Is that Big Brother coming back? Takeo instantly perked up, staring excitedly at the approaching figure. Amid the swirling snow, a pair of crimson eyes abruptly appeared, locking onto the wooden house where the rumored sunwheel earrings had reportedly surfaced. Muzan Kibutsuji walked steadily through the blizzard, the cold wind billowing his white suit, yet nothing could halt his advance. His gaze fixed on the light coming from the house as he murmured softly, "Why won't you just disappear? Yoriaki Tsujikuni, you're already dead forever." Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 158, Chapter 158. I'm full. Thank you, Grandpa Saburo. Tanjiro put down his large bowl with a satisfied expression, politely thanking the old man. On the other side, Tomioka Jiyu watched Tanjiro with slight astonishment. It was his first time seeing a teenager with such an appetite. Unlike Tanjiro's cheerful demeanor, Jiyu was rather shy. Silently, he pulled some coins from his pocket and tried to hand them to Saburo. However, the old man shook his head and refused outright. It's just a few bowls of rice, nothing worth mentioning. This isn't a restaurant, child. No need to be so formal. Ah, thank you. Jiyu seemed somewhat at a loss but eventually withdrew the coins, offering a simple word of gratitude. After Saburo cleared the dishes, Tanjiro couldn't stop staring at Jiyu's Demon Slayer Corps uniform and the Nichiren blade at his waist. Jiyu quickly noticed Tanjiro's eager gaze. Remembering how he usually spoke with Sabito, he tried his best to ask in a calm and gentle tone, "Why are you staring at me?" Ah. Tanjiro was startled by the sudden question and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Your name is Jiyu Tomioka, right? May I call you Jiyu-san?" Jiyu naturally didn't mind and nodded. Tanjiro, delighted by the permission, quickly scooted closer to him. "Jiyu-san, I've actually wanted to ask for a while. Your clothes and the sword sheath at your waist look just like someone I know." Tanjiro recalled Shinichi's attire. This surprised Jiyu, who glanced down at his own uniform. "The same as mine." Tanjiro's eyes sparkled as he nodded excitedly. "Yes, exactly like yours. The senpai's name is Shinichi Moriki. Do you know him, Jiyu-san?" Whoosh! Jiyu's eyes widened instantly. The forest Hashira? This boy actually knew Shinichi. Seeing Jiyu's reaction, Tanjiro guessed he must also know Shinichi, which made him very happy. He and his mother had been troubled over what to do with the large sum of money Shinichi had left behind. Now, since Jiyu knew Shinichi, they could ask him to help return the money and properly express their gratitude for Shinichi's kindness. And so, the conversation turned to Shinichi's identity. Though Jiyu and Shinichi had initially clashed over Sabito, even remaining at odds for some time after Jiyu joined the Demon Slayer Corps, Jiyu's perception of Shinichi had completely changed after clearing up his misunderstanding. He now trusted and even admired the forest Hashira, feeling a tinge of shame for his past behavior. Though he had apologized to Shinichi with Sabito's urging, the sensitive Jiyu still felt a bit ashamed whenever they met. "By the way, Jiyu-san, both you and Shinichi-senpai carry swords. Does that mean you're both hunters?" Tanjiro asked curiously, eyeing the Nichiren blade at Tomioka Jiyu's waist. "Well." Jiyu hesitated, unsure how to explain their true identities and mission to this innocent, kind-hearted boy. Just then, Saburo's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Legend says that when the sun sets, demons emerge. With their sharp fangs and claws, they fear sunlight and only move at night. They feed on humans, cruel, savage beings who have slaughtered countless people over centuries. But where there's darkness, there's light. Where demons appear, righteous demon slayers emerge. Clad in black uniforms with long swords at their waists, they blend into the night while using their blades to cut down the demons that plague humanity. Though unrecognized by the government for centuries, they've silently protected mankind all this time." Saburo spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Jiyu. Jiyu frowned at the old man and was puzzled. How could this seemingly ordinary old man know so much about the Demon Slayer Corps? Unless. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's mouth hung open as if listening to a fairy tale. Saburo sat down beside Jiyu and Tanjiro. Young man, if I'm not mistaken, you're a Demon Slayer, aren't you? Jiyu's expression turned serious. Old man, you know about the Demon Slayer Corps. Were you, once a member? Saburo smiled and shook his head. No, I'm just an old man with some skills. Tanjiro stared at Jiyu in shock. Jiyu-san, you're really one of those legendary demon slayers? Those stories about demons, are they true? Memories of demon tales resurfaced in Tanjiro's mind, his grandmother telling similar stories when he was very young, about demons emerging when night fell. Could those stories be real? For an ordinary charcoal-selling boy like Tanjiro, this was beyond imagination. In an inn room, a pair of mismatched eyes, peach red and emerald, snapped open. Shinichi walked to the window, listening to the howling wind outside before throwing it open to see the swirling snowstorm. Quite a heavy snowfall. Come to think of it, this town isn't far from Tanjiro's home. I wonder how that cheerful boy and his family are doing. Shinichi recalled the red-haired boy with the scarred forehead. I'll visit the Kamadu family tomorrow. It won't take much time anyway. Watching the blizzard outside, Shinichi made his decision. Yet no one could have imagined that after this snowy night, the warm and harmonious Kamadu family would vanish completely. Clang! Not even the roaring blizzard could drown out that crisp pluck of a biwa string. Akeza-sama, have you understood Muzan-sama orders? I understand. You may leave now. No sooner had the words been spoken than the biwa-playing demon Nikame vanished into the mountain forest. Left behind was another figure, its features obscured as the moonlight was swallowed by layers of dark clouds. Only fleeting glimpses of pinkish light could be caught in the darkness. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 159, Chapter 159. Thick clouds obscured the sunlight, casting a hazy veil over everything around. Two figures trudged along a path completely blanketed in snow. The one leading the way, Tanjiro, chatted cheerfully with Jiyu behind him. Though not particularly talkative, Jiyu occasionally responded with brief remarks, making their interaction quite harmonious. Not long before, at Tanjiro's request, Jiyu had agreed to visit his home. Tanjiro had mentioned something very important concerning Shinichi, so after daybreak, the two bid farewell to Saburo halfway up the mountain and set off together towards the Kamadu household. Crunch, crunch. The soft snow made pleasant friction sounds underfoot, until suddenly, the noise ceased. Both Tanjiro and Jiyu halted in their tracks. The bright smile on Tanjiro's face froze instantly. Blood. Why do I smell fresh blood? That direction, it's my home. Tanjiro's pupils constricted sharply as his smile vanished completely. Thud. The bamboo basket on his back was flung onto the snow. Like a madman, Tanjiro sprinted towards his house, leaving Jiyu momentarily stunned by the abrupt change. But stunned or not, Jiyu had clearly seen the panic on Tanjiro's face. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he gripped his Nichiren blade and swiftly caught up. The reckless, all-out sprint in the freezing cold quickly drained Tanjiro's strength. His lungs burned as if sliced by knives, his legs grew numb and his breathing became erratic as he gasped violently. Yet he refused to stop. The closer he got to home, the thicker the stench of blood in the air became. Tanjiro dared not, and could not bear, to imagine its source. But his exhausted body slowed him down. No, can't stop. I have to get home, can't stop. He gritted through clenched teeth. Then suddenly, his feet left the ground as his balance vanished and the scenery around him blurred into rapid retreat. Jiyu-san! Tanjiro exclaimed, realizing he'd been scooped up mid-run by the waist. Carrying Tanjiro effortlessly with one arm, Jiyu moved at incredible speed without so much as a flushed cheek. His expression remained calm as he stared ahead. Point me towards your home. I'll take you there. Jiyu-san. Carrying gifts specially purchased at the market, Shinichi walked along the familiar path, wondering what to say when he saw the Kamadu family. Maybe I should have brought Yuichiro along. But that brat's been training hard with Michiro lately, Shinichi muttered to himself as he hurried onward. With the snowfall ceased, the road bustled with travelers, many harried-looking peddlers pulling carts and wagons of all kinds. Shinichi, lost in thought, suddenly collided with a figure coming his way without realizing it. Thud. Ah, Sorry, my bad. I wasn't paying attention, Shinichi instinctively apologized, momentarily stunned. However, the person he bumped into gave no response, merely pausing briefly before turning away and walking off without a word. The figure wore a black top hat and was clad in a pristine white suit that stood out elegantly against the snowy surroundings. Zap! An almost imperceptible arc of electricity seemed to flicker in the air. Shinichi, who had turned his head, suddenly froze as if struck by a paralysis spell. Thud! The gifts he had prepared for the Kamadou family slipped from his hands, scattering sweets and smoked meats across the ground. His heterochromatic eyes widened abruptly, their round pupils instantly narrowing into slits. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of life force erupted violently from every pore of Shinichi's body. That crimson gaze, that familiar cold aura, and the face Shinichi would never forget in his lifetime. Muzan! Shinichi's sudden roar of fury on the street stunned the passers-by, who gaped at him in shock. What followed was perhaps the most astonishing sight they would ever witness. A Nichiren blade, gleaming red and green, was unsheathed in an instant. The surging blue-green light coalesced into the form of a colossal dragon, its raging momentum whipping up swirling snowflakes from the roadside. For a fleeting moment, the sky seemed to unleash another heavy snowfall. Before the stunned eyes of over a dozen ordinary onlookers, the phantom-like blue-green dragon appeared to let out a deafening roar as it charged towards the figure in the white suit with earth-shattering force. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of Muzan's lips beneath the black top hat. His cold face showed not a trace of panic, even as the devastating attack bore down on him from behind. Disgusting insects. Muzan's blood-red eyes flashed with intense, savage killing intent. He had noticed Shinichi on the street earlier and recognized the Demon Slayer Corps uniform beneath his battle robe. However, having just discarded a blood-stained suit, Muzan couldn't be bothered to change again. Nor did he care to engage with a random demon slayer he encountered. Dealing with such pests was supposed to be the job of the 12 Kazuki, otherwise, what use were those worthless subordinates if he had to handle everything himself? What Muzan hadn't expected was that this insignificant insect he'd ignored had not only detected him but also recognized his identity. Note: Muzan does not recognize Shinichi at this time. The events of years past have long faded from his memory. He doesn't bother remembering every insignificant insects. Though Upper Moon 2, Doma, had once fought Shinichi, the upper ranks hadn't gathered in over a century, leaving no opportunity for Doma to report to Muzan. Moreover, Muzan neither cared to nor enjoyed summoning Doma. Previous battle intel had only been briefly relayed by Nikame, hence Muzan's current reaction. Nezuko. Splash. Tanjiro struggled free from Jiyu's grasp and stumbled towards the figure lying in a pool of blood. No. What happened? Tanjiro's face twisted in unprecedented horror, his eyes even splitting at the corners from sheer shock. But the moment he lifted his blood-soaked sister into his arms and turned around, he was met with a scene straight from hell. The once warm and peaceful wooden house had now become a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere, crimson blood staining every inch of the house. But what shattered Tanjiro completely were the figures sprawled lifelessly in the gore. Takeo. Hanako. Shigeru. Rokita. Mom. No, N-O, N-O-O-O, A-H-H-H-H-H-H. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 160, Chapter 160. What on earth happened? Was it a bear? A bear that didn't hibernate? No, that can't be. There's no scent of wild animals. Wait, no. There's someone else, the smell of a stranger. Tanjiro's heart screamed in agony. Everything had been fine just yesterday. How could things have changed so drastically overnight? Desperately, Tanjiro checked on each of his family members, but no matter how much he called out to them, he couldn't wake those who had fallen into eternal slumber. He would never taste his mother's cooking again, never see Takeo's always tsunder a little face, never have Hanako pestering him for stories, and never witness Rokita growing up. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Tanjiro's eyes. Meanwhile, Tomioka Jiyu frowned with sorrow at the horrific scene before him. But suddenly, he noticed the figure lying in a pool of blood outside the cabin twitch slightly. In an instant, Jiyu was at Nezuko's side, pressing his fingers to her neck to check her pulse. Tanjiro, she's alive. Whoosh. At those words, Tanjiro practically scrambled out of the cabin on all fours, tumbling to the ground beside Nezuko. Ignoring his own disheveled state, he immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. Sure enough, Nezuko's body was still warm and faint breaths escaped her nose. For a brief moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in Tanjiro's heart. Nezuko. Thank goodness. She's still warm. A doctor, we need to take her to a doctor right away. Tanjiro moved to lift Nezuko onto his back. Jiyu, meanwhile, retrieved an emergency medical kit from his body. Let's treat her first. And he glanced around. This tragedy likely wasn't the work of a wild animal. If the culprit wasn't a beast, then the most probable suspect was a demon. Thank you, Jiyu-san. Tanjiro hastily took the medical kit and laid Nezuko down. But before he could examine her injuries, Jiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Watch out. With a sharp kick, Jiyu sent Tanjiro flying before he could react. The sheer force of the blow struck Tanjiro's back, the pain searing deep into his organs. Thud. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Before Tanjiro could even ask what had happened, a deafening explosion rang in his ears. Boom. Snow erupted like a sudden explosion, scattering in all directions. The ground beneath the snow was blasted into a massive crater. What was that? Tanjiro staggered to his feet, eyes wide. Whoosh! A brilliant blue Nichiren blade flashed as it left its sheath. Jiyu's expression grew graver than ever, his steady gaze fixed intently on a point in the distance. Something's there. Tanjiro followed Jiyu's line of sight and soon spotted it. Amidst the pristine white snowscape, an out-of-place color abruptly appeared, though, more accurately, it was a figure. The soft snow crunched under bare feet as the figure slowly approached. A frigid wind, whether by coincidence or not, suddenly swept towards Jiyu and Tanjiro, carrying the figure with it. Gradually, Jiyu and Tanjiro discerned the appearance of the figure emerging before them. Pale gray skin covered a powerfully built upper body adorned with refined muscles. A small pink haori was casually draped over the shoulders, while simple white shorts reaching just above the knees covered the lower body. The figure stood barefoot in the snow, with 2 strings of prayer beads wrapped around the ankles. What shocked Tanjiro most were the intricate tattoo patterns covering the exposed skin. However, what astonished Jiyu even more wasn't the stranger's appearance, but the distinct characters visible within the golden pupils beneath that pink hair. Upper rank in the right eye and 3 in the left. Upper rank 3. Jiyu murmured softly, his grip tightening around the Nichiren blade. He hadn't expected to encounter an upper-rank demon in such random place. Indeed, standing before Jiyu and Tanjiro was one of the 12 Kazuki, Muzan's most formidable subordinate, upper-rank 3, Akaza. The suddenly appearing Akaza halted his steps about 20 or 30 meters away from the two, his golden eyes locking onto them. The human wearing the sun-will earrings. So you're the boy Muzan-sama mentioned. Akaza spoke first, his magnetic yet powerful voice directed at Tanjiro as he pointed at the earrings dangling from the boy's ears. Tanjiro froze. My earrings. Whoosh. The golden pupils shifted again, this time focusing on Jiyu more precisely, on the Nichiren blade in his hand. A Nichiren blade. Demon Slayer core. With this level of strength, you must be a Hashira. How unexpected to cross paths with a Hashira again after over a decade. And your fighting spirit seems even stronger than those before you. A smile crept onto Akaza's face, revealing his sharp fangs. Clearly, Akaza was thrilled to encounter a Hashira. What he'd assumed would be a simple task of eliminating a few pests for Muzan had turned into an unexpected delight. Upon seeing Jiyu, Akaza immediately abandoned his primary mission from Muzan, to kill the human wearing the sun-will earrings, and focused entirely on the Hashira before him. Boom! An invisible surge of energy erupted from Jiyu as he spoke without turning his head. Tanjiro, take your sister and run. Get as far away as possible, this place is about to become extremely dangerous. Ha ha ha, no need to run boy. Stay and witness an exhilarating battle. After I finish this Hashira, I'll make your end quick. Akaza grinned widely, clearly exhilarated by the overwhelming fighting spirit radiating from Jiyu. Jiyu-san, your sword. Is that thing a demon? Tanjiro's sharp mind quickly connected the dots between Akaza's monstrous appearance and the stories old man Saburo had told the previous night. Suddenly, as if struck by realization, Tanjiro shouted at Akaza in agitation. Was it you? No, was it the demons who killed my family? At this moment, Akaza, fully prepared for battle, had eyes only for the equally poised Jiyu, while Tanjiro was completely ignored by him. Young Hashira, tell me your name. With such fighting spirit, you'd rank among the top 3 of the Hashira I've killed. Akaza spread his arms and shouted excitedly. Jia's gaze remained steady as he gathered strength in his Nichiren blade. In an instant, he took the initiative, his agile figure darting towards Akaza like a sharp arrow. Water Hashira, Tomioka Jiu. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 161, Chapter 161. On the snow-covered road. Forest breathing, 7th form, wooden dragon soaring slash. Roar. The ferocious slash resembled a true colossal dragon, unleashing an earth-shaking roar as it cleaved mercilessly towards Muzan Kibatsuji. Yet Muzan, with his back to this overwhelming strike, merely curled his lips into a smirk. His crimson eyes flashed as he raised an arm and abruptly turned, his vertical pupils locking onto Shinichi's figure. Blood demon art, black blood brambles. SSSSHHH. Blood arrows pierced through Muzan's suit, elongating and solidifying in an instant into countless gleaming, razor-sharp thorns. A storm of blood-forged iron brambles lashed out wildly, clashing against the emerald dragon. Boom! The moment the thorns made contact, they coiled tightly around the dragon, relentlessly driving inward, toward Shinichi, who still gripped his blade at the dragon's core. The terrifying battle that had erupted on the road, along with the sight of Muzan's bloodthorns bursting from his arm, sent shockwaves through the nearby pedestrians. Blade flashes flickered incessantly, while the black bloodthorns writhed like venomous serpents. The clang of steel against steel filled the air as Shinichi twisted and dodged, his slashes and the whip-like strikes of the thorns gouging deep trenches through the thick snow and into the earth below. The ordinary passers-by had never witnessed such a cataclysmic scene before. Screams erupted as people scrambled to flee in every direction. Run! There's a monster! Oh God! I need to get home. This is horrifying. Ah, my goods! Don't trample my goods! Wah! Mom! Where are you? Shrieks, the sounds of fleeing, and the wails of children filled the air. Filthy humans! Muzan, who was controlling the bloodthorns with one hand while battling Shinichi, naturally noticed the chaos among the crowd. Contempt and disgust surged within him. Humans, in his eyes, were nothing more than lowly creatures fit only to be prey. His momentary distraction gave Shinichi an opening. With a furious roar, Shinichi roared, Muzan. Forest breathing, 6th form, resilient grass, hurricane strike. Emerald blade light erupted in a whirlwind of slashes, radiating outward from Shinichi. In seconds, the countless bloodthorns surrounding him were shredded apart. Swish! With one final slash, the last of the thorns before him fell, clearing a path straight to Muzan. Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes were bloodshot, his heart consumed by seething hatred. Memories flashed through his mind, familiar faces, the Yubayashiki family, the old man, Kaneo, Shinobu, the other Hashira, the Demon Slayer Corps members, the countless victims of demons he had encountered on missions, the families torn apart by loss, and finally, that little boy who always wore a bright smile, Toshihiro. Each image fueled the fire within him. Crack! His grip on the sword tightened until his bones creaked. Boom! His foot slammed into the ground, scattering snow and fracturing the earth beneath. Like a bullet fired from a gun, Shinichi shot towards Muzan in a lightning-fast charge. Boring Demon Slayer Corps members, futile attacks. When will you annoying pests disappear completely? A vein bulged on Muzan's forehead, his crimson eyes brimming with violent killing intent. His fangs gleamed with a cold, pale light and the black claws on his fingertips unconsciously extended. However, Muzan had no intention of continuing to fight Shinichi. After all, apart from Yoriaki Tsujikuni, Muzan had never regarded anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps as worthy of his attention. In his eyes, whether they were Hashira or lower-ranked swordsmen, they were nothing but insects. Insects should be dealt with by those meant to handle insects. If he had to do everything himself, what was the point of the 12 Kazuki? Squelch! A sudden mutation occurred, Muzan's other arm abruptly swelled, a mass of flesh growing unnaturally. Twisted muscles, mouths, eyes, and claws covered the grotesque mass. The rampant flesh quickly expanded over 10 meters long, resembling a monstrous arm, and with lightning speed, it snatched several pedestrians who hadn't managed to flee in time. Amidst their terrified, despairing screams, Muzan's giant arm hurled the helpless victims directly at Shinichi, who was charging toward him. Help! Monster! No! I don't want to die! The airborne pedestrians shrieked, and Shinichi, his right eye already blood-red, was forced to halt his advance. Damn Muzan. Using innocent bystanders as shields. Shinichi gritted his teeth, but unlike Muzan, he wasn't a demon devoid of human emotion. As the forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, he couldn't stand by and watch civilians die before him. Whoosh! Shinichi's body transformed into a streak of emerald light, catching the helpless victims midair. But in doing so, he lost his best chance to strike Muzan. By the time Shinichi tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade, it was already too late. Clang! A haunting melody of a biwa echoed in his ears. Muzan smirked, and in the next moment, a wooden door materialized beneath his feet. Stop! Don't you dare run! Shinichi instinctively sensed danger and swiftly drew the short Nichiren blade at his waist. Forest breathing, 13th form, Naiden Ichiryu Hawk Strike. The whistling blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing screech like a hunting hawk as it shot toward Muzan. But it was still too late. Boom! The blade pierced through Muzan's afterimage, slamming into the ground with enough force to send snow flying. The blade buried itself deep, its hilt trembling violently from the sheer power behind the strike. Muzan, however, was already gone. Shinichi could only watch helplessly as his enemy vanished before his eyes. With a furious roar, Shinichi's overwhelming life force erupted uncontrollably. His right eye turned fully crimson, fangs lengthened and black claws sprouted. His suddenly monstrous visage sent the rescued pedestrians fleeing in terror. In his unbalanced state, Shinichi's demonic power ran wild. The searing heat radiating from him melted the surrounding snow, exposing the dark earth beneath. A moment later, Shinichi found himself alone amidst the pockmarked earth, surrounded by the chaotic debris left behind by fleeing pedestrians. Muzan! Bam! Though it was merely a fist of flesh, the collision between Akaza's punch and Jiyu's Nichiren blade produced a metallic screech as if steel had clashed. Akaza's golden pupils clearly reflected Jiyu's grave expression and he broke into an exhilarated grin. Splendid! Jiyu Tomioka! You're truly remarkable. Your strength is astonishing. I no longer wish to kill you. Become a demon, Jiyu. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 162 Chapter 162. Water Breathing, First Form, Water Surface / The deep blue Nichiren blade, wrapped in a shimmering azure glow, swiftly delivered a horizontal / aim straight at Akaza's neck. Yet, faced with Jiyu's fierce attack, Akaza merely grinned with excitement, neither dodging nor evading. Instead, he raised his fist to meet the Nichiren blade head-on. Thud! A dull impact echoed as Akaza's fist struck the side of the Nichiren blade at an impossible angle, instantly deflecting the slash. But Jiyu wouldn't give up just because one strike missed. The moment his blade was parried, his grip shifted seamlessly. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Splash! Layers of watery light enveloped the Nichiren blade once more, its flashing arcs resembling surging waves as they assaulted Akaza from every direction. Ha ha ha! Jiyu, you're an exceptional water Hashira. Far stronger than any I've killed before. None of them had your speed or power, Subarashi, Hantoni Subarashi. I'm growing more and more fond of you, Tomioka Jiyu. Become a demon. Akaza roared manically, his fists clashing wildly against the countless slashes unleashed by the Hashira. Shut up. Can't you just keep your filthy mouth closed? Veins bulged on Jiyu's forehead. He was never one for idle chatter, but this upper-rank demon's incessant rambling was beyond irritating. Finally, seizing the perfect moment, Jiyu leaped high into the air, evading Akaza's punch while raising his Nichiren blade overhead. Water breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. Swish! A powerful blue slash descended like a crashing waterfall, its azure radiance concentrated into a devastating force. Haha! Akaza laughed excitedly, raising his arm to meet the strike. But this time, the sheer force behind the Nichiren blade caught him off guard. Squelch! Blood sprayed as the razor-sharp blade cleaved through Akaza's fist, slicing off half his forearm. A flicker of surprise flashed in Akaza's eyes, but his reflexes were unmatched. The instant he faltered, his bare foot stomped the ground, propelling him backward to create distance. Crack! Almost as soon as Akaza regained his footing, his severed arm regenerated completely. Is this the regenerative power of an upper rank? Jiyu's slash had missed, carving a deep trench into the snow-covered ground. Now, he witnessed firsthand the terrifying recovery ability of his foe. Akaza examined his restored arm, his lips curling into another grin as his golden eyes locked onto Jiyu. The last water Hashira I encountered was over 50 years ago. Though he wielded the same breathing style, he never managed to wound me. Still, that one was a stubborn bastard. No, wait, every Hashira I've killed was stubborn. Not a single one agreed to become a demon, even in death. Jiyu Tomioka, tell me, are all you Hashira fools? The human body has its limits. Even if you hone your swordsmanship to perfection, what then? How long can you maintain your peak condition? But becoming a demon is different. Demons have no limits. You can spend hundreds, even thousands of years refining your skills. Grow stronger without bounds. Engage in countless battles with me, evolving endlessly in combat. Isn't that a far better outcome? So, Jiyu Tomioka, become a demon. Watching the deranged Akaza, Jiyu could no longer hold back. Gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, he uncharacteristically roared. Shut up. I am the Water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. The only fate awaiting me is death in battle against demons. Expect me to become one? In your dreams. I will never, ever, ever become a disgusting monster like you. Akaza's expression darkened, a dense aura of killing intent seeping out from his body. Is that so? Then die, Jiyu Tomioka. Boom. Akaza suddenly stomped the ground, sending snow flying in all directions as the earth split apart. The cracks radiating from him formed an intricate snowflake pattern. Akaza clenched one fist at his waist while extending his other palm before him. Technique deployment, destructive death, compass needle. Jiyu charged at Akaza, Nichiren blade in hand. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Swirling blue blade light gradually coalesced around him, forming a water dragon. As Jiyu and Akaza clashed, Tanjiro, who was holding his sister Nezuko, stood frozen in shock at the battle unfolding before him. Demons, they truly exist. And Jiyu-san, he's really a swordsman who slays demons. Though hard to believe, the scene before him struck Tanjiro deeply, violently reshaping his worldview. Most importantly, what did this demon's appearance signify? Tanjiro instantly recalled the unfamiliar presence he had sensed earlier in the cabin, that chilling aura. It must have been another demon. In other words, the murderer who slaughtered his family was a demon. At this realization, a flicker of rage ignited in Tanjiro's eyes as he glared at Akaza. But glancing around, he saw no weapons except a wood-cutting axe. With just an axe and his own strength as an ordinary charcoal seller, could he possibly aid Jiyu-san in this desperate fight? And Nezuko in his arms still had faint breaths. Tanjiro, what should I do? Destructive death, air type. Akaza shrieked, throwing a barrage of fierce punches into empty air. Yet, horrifyingly, despite striking nothing, Jiyu's expression twisted in alarm. Relying on sharp instincts, Jiyu swiftly raised his Nichiren blade. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy impacts rang against the blade. At the same time, Jiyu's body stiffened abruptly as excruciating pain tore through his abdomen. Blood spilled uncontrollably from his lips. He hadn't blocked all the attacks. You left an opening. Akaza grinned, his speed unrelenting as he closed the distance in an instant. Destructive death, disorder. A storm of fists rained down upon Jiyu. There's no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Jiyu actually closed his eyes, but he wasn't waiting for death. Drip. In an instant, Jiyu's mind became completely empty, entering a strange state. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze all at once, like a raging sea suddenly turning into a calm, rippleless surface. Water breathing, 11th form, dead calm. Swish. Like a gentle breeze, Akaza's countless attacks instantly melted away like spring snow, completely failing to reach Jiyu. Though his attacks missed, Akaza showed no disappointment. Instead, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. A new form? Previous Water Hashira never used this technique before. Jiyu Tomioka, you truly are full of surprises. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece, Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 163, Chapter 163. Boom. Fist and Nichiren blade collided once more, the tremendous impact sending Jiyu flying backward. Cough. Blood spilled from Jiyu's mouth as his internal organs suffered severe damage from the prolonged high-intensity battle. His left hand gripped the Nichiren blade, while his right arm hung limp at his side, broken by Akaza's devastating punch earlier. Struggling to his feet despite his body reaching its limit, Jiyu's resolute gaze towards Akaza never wavered. Crack! Akaza clenched his fists, the sound of grinding bones echoing sharply. Why? Why must you be so stubborn? Do you truly care nothing for your own lives? Akaza's voice was cold, all traces of earlier excitement replaced by frigid killing intent. Drawing a deep breath, Jiyu raised his intact left arm, pointing his blade at Akaza. We of the Demon Slayer Corps are eternal, until the day every last demon perishes. Fine. Then I'll personally end your life. What a waste, you could have grown so much stronger. Akaza's regretful words were accompanied by an eruption of terrifying battle aura. Boom! A shockwave of force surged skyward, whipping up swirling snow. Crack crack crack. The ground beneath Akaza fractured like spiderwebs under the overwhelming pressure. The killing intent thickened into palpable weight. Akaza was serious now. Jiyu could feel it, upper rank 3 strength was terrifying. So, this is where my journey ends. Sabito. I'm sorry. It seems I won't be walking beside you any longer. Our master's hopes will rest on your shoulders now. The Corps, and Makomo. I leave them in your care. Facing his impending demise, Jiyu felt only calm. His sole regret was being unable to bid farewell to his dearest friend and master. But to fall in battle against demons, this was a fitting end for the water Hashira. No disgrace to his teacher's name. Then, he's gonna unleash one final strike with everything he left. Let this Upper Moon 3 witness the Demon Slayer Corps' resolve. Whoosh! Dark energy seeped from Jiyu's lips as his whitened knuckles gripped the blade, channeling every ounce of remaining strength into his left arm. The Water Hashira and Upper Moon 3, Akaza, both warriors gathered their ultimate attacks. One sought to deliver a killing blow, the other, to unleash the Corps' indomitable will one last time. The chance of slaying Akaza, nearly non-existent. Destructive death, annihilation. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. The phantom of a war demon clashed against a roaring dragon of flowing water. The cacophony of fists meeting steel was relentless. Jiyu's final roar intertwined with Akaza's shriek. Crack, boom, rip. The ground beneath the man and demon shattered continuously under the terrifying aftershocks of their battle. Wherever their figures passed, towering trees and solid boulders alike were instantly reduced to dust. Thud. The overwhelmed Jiyu fell to one knee, his broken Nichiren blade barely propping up his battered body. His pale blue eyes were stained with blood, his red Haori torn in half, revealing the equally tattered black Demon Slayer Corps uniform beneath and his scar-riddled torso. Less than 10 meters ahead, Akaza examined his shattered fist as flesh rapidly regenerated, restoring it to its original state in moments. His golden eyes refocused on Jiyu, truly a warrior he admired, yet such a pity. As he'd said earlier, Jiyu could have been so much stronger. But while Akaza respected strength, he was no fool. As Muzen's most trusted subordinate, he'd never act against his master's wishes. What a waste, Jiyu Tomioka, Akaza murmured, raising his fist to crush the defenseless slayer's skull. Just as Akaza struck, a razor-sharp gleam shot towards his head. Swish! Thunk! His right hand intercepted the projectile while his left lightning-fast seized the would-be ambusher. An axe. And, a human brat. Akaza stared incredulously at the captured boy, recognizing the blade as nothing more than a common woodcutting tool. Tanjiro's throat constricted under Akaza's grip, his face turned purple from suffocation. Yet even then, the cleaver in his hand remained steady as he swung. Don't hurt, Jiyu-san. Watching the boy struggle to speak, Akaza laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. What right does weak trash like you have to speak? How dare a vermin like you open your mouth? If Akaza revered strength, his contempt for weakness was equally absolute. In his eyes, the weak deserved neither voice nor presence before their betters. Tanjiro's defiance struck him as both pathetic and revolting. What could this pitiful human possibly hope to achieve? Those earrings. So you're the one Muzen-sama wants dead. Since you delivered yourself, I'll gladly oblige. Noticing the sun-patterned earrings, Akaza's grip tightened. Crushing this boy's neck would be easier than shattering a tofu. Tanjiro. Jiyu watched helplessly, his exhausted body refusing to move. Die, weakling. As Akaza's fingers began to close, a blood-red streak tore through the air with a shrill whistle, striking Akaza before even his reflexes could react. Splat. A flash of light and shadow and a severed arm instantly fell to the ground. Tanjiro's neck finally loosened and he gasped for breath, his face gradually returning to normal. Boom! The earth was blasted into a massive crater. Upon closer look, a blood-red longsword was deeply embedded in the ground. Akaza frowned as he stared at the blood-red sword, his severed left arm regenerating in the blink of an eye. This presence, a demon? But it feels completely unfamiliar. Boom! A figure descended from midair with a thunderous impact, landing steadily in front of Akaza. A black martial artist's coat, a cold and stern face, short jet-black hair, a headband bearing the character Martial on his forehead, gleaming black claws and sharp fangs, his golden eyes locked onto Akaza. Upper Moon 3. You seem much better than that gay-looking Upper Moon 2. What's the point of bullying a human kid? How about a match with me instead? Mato, martial demon, bared his razor-sharp fangs in a grin. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece, Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 164, Chapter 164. Shinichi walked with a grim expression, watching helplessly as Muzan disappeared right before his eyes while he could do nothing. This failure cast a dark shadow over his heart. Damn it. Suddenly, Shinichi, who had been lost in regret, stopped in his tracks and looked up in confusion towards the snow-covered mountain forest. What's that? A Kashigai crow? Are there other Demon Slayer Corps members here? Wait, this crow looks familiar. Hearing the sound, Shinichi spotted a Kashigai crow flapping its wings unsteadily. Caw! The forest Hashira. The aged voice of the crow caught Shinichi's attention. The old and disoriented Kashigai crow, Kanzabero, who had been circling aimlessly for a while, immediately seemed to see a savior and flew straight towards Shinichi, shouting loudly as it approached. Jiyu Tomioka is facing Upper Moon 3 on the mountain. The forest Hashira must hurry to assist him. It was Jiyu Tomioka's Kashigai crow, Kanzabero. This old crow held great respect among its kind, but due to its advanced age, Kanzabero sometimes mixed up orders or briefly lost its way, which occasionally caused minor troubles for Jiyu. Kanzabero's words made Shinichi's expression change drastically. Upper Moon 3? Why would Upper Moon 3 appear in such a desolate mountain wilderness? Wait. And Muzan too, both appearing here at the same time couldn't be a coincidence. Kanzabero. Take me there, quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinichi prepared for battle. The strength of an Upper Moon was not to be underestimated in the slightest. Jiyu Tomioka alone would stand little chance against Upper Moon 3. Led by Kanzabero, Shinichi rushed toward Jiyu's location at full speed. However, as he drew closer, Shinichi grew increasingly bewildered. The direction and path felt familiar. This way, leads to Tanjiro's house. How? A sense of foreboding flashed through Shinichi's mind. Crash. Breaking through a dense stretch of forest, Shinichi's vision suddenly opened up to reveal the familiar wooden house of the Kamadu family. At the same time, an intensely shocking scene immediately came into view. Outside the Kamadu family's home, the ground was littered with the scars of battle, pits and craters everywhere, shattered trees and rocks scattered about. The thick scent of blood lingered heavily in the air. Clearly, an extremely brutal fight had taken place here not long ago. Beside the house, Jiyu Tomioka, his body battered and bruised, his right arm hanging limply, clenched half of a broken Nichiren blade between his teeth while his left hand pinned down a figure. Behind Jiyu stood another figure Shinichi recognized instantly, Tanjiro. Strangely, Tanjiro seemed to be gripping Jiyu's left arm tightly, as if desperately trying to stop him from doing something to the figure pinned beneath him. As for that pinned figure, Shinichi sensed it immediately. It was a demon. But what shocked Shinichi even more was that, despite the demon's twisted and ferocious appearance, he recognized her at once. It was Tanjiro's younger sister, the kind and gentle Nezuko Kamadu. What the hell had happened here? 10 minutes earlier. Blood art, blade style, soul blade. Destruction, death, disorder. Boom. Crack. The battle between the two demons grew even more earth-shattering, their frenzied attacks becoming increasingly wild. Both were demons, both were martial arts fanatics possessing extraordinarily powerful techniques. The clash between Akaza and Mato was like fire meeting gunpowder. Whether it was Akaza or Mato, their entire focus was consumed by their opponent. Within their golden pupils, only the other's figure remained reflected, along with their pursuit of martial perfection and pure revelry in combat. Who are you really? A demon of your strength, how have I never encountered you before? Haha, Perfect. You're far more worthy of being an upper rank than that scum Doma. Akaza shouted with manic excitement, simultaneously shattering Mato's blood blade with a single punch. His devastating fist caved in Mato's chest. Mato retaliated in kind, piercing Akaza's chest with a razor-sharp crimson sword and following through with a horizontal slash. You're not bad either. Your martial path is pure. I admire that. Boom, boom, boom. The two demons praised each other even as their strikes grew increasingly vicious, fists and blades aimed to kill. Yet, whether intentionally or not, Mato gradually drew their battle away from the severely injured Jiyu and Tanjiro. Tanjiro watched as the two monsters fought farther into the distance. Neither he nor Jiyu could comprehend why another demon had suddenly appeared, one who had indirectly saved them. Jiyu-san. Jiyu-san, are you alright? Your arm, your body. Seizing the moment, Tanjiro rushed to Jiyu's side, his eyes filled with worry as he assessed the injuries. Jiyu weakly shook his head. I'm fine. Go, check on your sister. This was true. Though critically wounded, Nezuko, being human, needed Tanjiro's help far more urgently. But, go. Don't you care about your own sister? Leave me be. Jiyu suddenly roared, his eyes inexplicably reddening as if haunted by some terrible memory. Stunned by the outburst, Tanjiro hesitated but ultimately sprinted towards Nezuko. It's okay, Nezuko. Big brother will take you and Jiyu-san to a doctor. You'll both be fine, trust me. Tanjiro lifted Nezuko onto his back, then fashioned a makeshift stretcher from a straw mat he found in the house, tying it with rope to drag behind him. He planned to have Jiyu sit on the mat so he could pull him down the mountain. But just as Tanjiro, carrying Nezuko and dragging the stretcher, returned to Jiyu, something unexpected happened. Jiyu-san, please get on the stretcher. I'll pull you down. Tanjiro hurriedly laid the mat beside Jiyu. At that very moment, he felt Nezuko stir on his back. Nezuko. Overjoyed, Tanjiro thought his sister had regained consciousness. But before he could turn to look, an immense force slammed into him from behind, knocking him to the ground. G-U-H-A-R-G. A hoarse roar, a face covered in bulging veins, sharp fangs and claws, Nezuko broke free from Tanjiro's back, standing there looking both familiar and strange. Tanjiro sat on the ground, staring blankly at his sister before him. Gur. Gur-ah. Suddenly, Nezuko, her eyes crimson, bared her fangs and let out a furious howl before charging straight at Tanjiro. Nezuko. Thud. At that moment, the severely injured Jiyu suddenly sprang into action. He gripped his Nichiren blade between his teeth and dashed in front of Tanjiro, subduing the demonized Nezuko just as she was about to reach him. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece, Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 165, Chapter 165. Wait, Jiyu-san, what are you doing? Please let go of Nezuko. Let her go. Tanjiro anxiously grabbed Jiyu's arm, trying to stop his movements. But with the Nichiren blade clenched between his teeth, Jiyu couldn't respond to him. Nezuko had already turned into a demon, a man-eating demon. For demons, the best outcome was to be reduced to ashes under a Nichiren blade. Otherwise, once their true nature emerged and they began slaughtering humans, it would be too late. Jiyu's blue eyes were clear and resolute. His left hand firmly pressed down on the snarling Nezuko, unmoved by Tanjiro's pleas. The Nichiren blade in his mouth was poised to strike at Nezuko's neck. Tanjiro watched in desperation. He too had noticed his sister's abnormality, the ferocious expression, bulging veins, sharp fangs, and claws. It was clear she had likely become one of those creatures. Yet even so, Tanjiro couldn't bear to watch Jiyu kill Nezuko. He'd already lost the rest of his family. He couldn't lose her too. Wait, Jiyu-san. No, please stop. There must still be hope for Nezuko. Please spare her, I beg you. Tanjiro pulled desperately at Jiyu's arm, but despite his severe injuries, the man's arm was like unyielding steel. Even with all his strength, Tanjiro couldn't stop him. Stop. Stop it. Tanjiro's eyes strained so hard that blood seeped from their corners. As the Nichiren blade touched Nezuko's neck, Tanjiro roared. No. Thud. An unusually crisp sound. Jiyu's vision suddenly blurred. The world spun, stars flashing before his eyes. A sharp pain exploded in his forehead, throwing him off balance. Before he could recover, he was tackled to the ground, the Nichiren blade falling from his mouth. When Jiyu struggled to his feet, he saw Tanjiro, forehead red and swollen, standing before him with arms outstretched like a protective mother hen, panting heavily. Gritting through the pain in his head, chest heaving, Tanjiro had just delivered a powerful headbutt. One strike had caught Jiyu completely off guard, stunning him momentarily. As Jiyu regained his senses, Tanjiro cried out urgently, "Jiyu-san, please wait." "Nezuko, Tanjiro." Tomioka's sudden shout cut him off. Despite his own severe injuries, he explained with equal intensity. "Your sister has become a demon. She's lost all human consciousness. A demon's instinct to devour humans will soon consume her completely. If you don't kill her now, she'll slaughter countless others in the future." Tanjiro's face instantly turned deathly pale, yet he still refused to step aside from Jiyu's path. "No, Jiyu-san, it can't be. If humans can turn into demons, then there must be a way for demons to become human again. Please, give Nezuko a chance. I swear on my life that Nezuko won't harm anyone. Please." As he spoke, Tanjiro repeatedly bowed and pleaded with Jiyu. Though deeply moved by such profound sibling devotion, Jiyu knew the idea of a demon reverting to human form was nothing but nonsense. "Tanjiro, look out." Jiyu tried to explain, but suddenly he shouted a warning. From behind Tanjiro came a hoarse growl. "Gur! Ah! Nezuko!" The moment Tanjiro turned around, the demonized Nezuko pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. He barely managed to block her claws, straining with all his might to keep her fangs from sinking into his flesh. "Gur! Ah! Nezuko! It's me. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I failed to protect you all. Please, snap out of it, Nezuko. Don't let the demon's instincts take over." Tanjiro's face turned bluish-purple from exertion. But no matter what he said, the transformed Nezuko showed no recognition, only snarling as she tried to bite him. "Nezuko!" Witnessing this, Jiyu made his decision. Gritting through the pain, he picked up his broken Nichiren blade from the ground and hurled it with all his strength at Nezuko's neck. Tanjiro immediately saw the glint of steel hurtling toward his sister's throat. "Yamura! Stop!" Whoosh! A figure clad in green suddenly dashed forward. A verdant slash flashed through the air, clang, precisely intercepting Jiyu's broken blade. Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock. The next moment, he felt the weight lift off him as a powerful arm yanked the demonized Nezuko away. Crack! With one hand firmly gripping Nezuko's wrists, Shinichi held his green and red Nichiren longsword in the other. Recognizing Shinichi as the unexpected savior, the severely wounded Jiyu nearby exhaled in relief. But the moment his focus wavered, excruciating pain flooded his body like a tidal wave. The Kashigai Crow Kanjuro landed on Jiyu's shoulder, asking worriedly, "Jiyu, are you alright? Can you hold on Ka?" Tanjiro also clearly saw the newcomer's face. When he realized it was Shinichi, his heart swelled with hope. Shinichi knew Nezuko too. Surely he would give her a chance. "Shinichi-senpai." As Tanjiro called out, Shinichi sprang into action. Plunging his Nichiren sword into the earth with one hand, an overwhelming surge of life force erupted from his body, channeling through the blade into the ground. His left eye blazed with brilliant emerald light. Forest breathing, ninth form, eternal cycle. Rustle. Despite the snow-covered winter landscape, tender green sprouts miraculously broke through the frozen earth, their curling tendrils brushing against both Jiyu and Tanjiro. Tanjiro immediately felt a warm sensation flowing into his body through the tender sprouts touching his skin. His previously exhausted body and painful wounds began to show signs of improvement right away. On the other side, Jiyu, who had been extremely pale, also showed signs of recovery, with color returning to his face. After completing this task, Shinichi finally turned his gaze towards Nezuko, who was struggling incessantly against his restraints. "Nezuko, turned into a demon? The Kamadu family. Muzan, what exactly are you after?" Shinichi pondered internally. Though he felt some reluctance seeing Nezuko in her demonized state, he still raised his Nichiren blade. Seeing Shinichi slowly raise his Nichiren blade, the excitement on Tanjiro's face vanished instantly. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and under Shinichi's watchful eyes, tightly embraced the demonized Nezuko. "No, please, I beg you, don't take my family away from me again. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 166, Chapter 166. Tanjiro, you. Shinichi's raised Nichiren blade couldn't bring itself to fall as Tanjiro's sobs reached his ears. He understood the boy's heart, no one had suffered more than Tanjiro this night. Yet no matter what, Nezuko had become a demon. That fact couldn't be changed. If he wasn't mistaken, the mastermind behind this was that bastard Muzan. TCH. Shinichi sighed, sheathing his Nichiren blade once more. He didn't know how to handle Nezuko's situation, but a certain figure had already surfaced in his mind. Shokyu. As a demon as old as Muzan himself, and with years of research under his belt, he'd reportedly achieved promising results recently. Perhaps Nezuko could receive some help from him. Just as Shinichi was considering this, Tanjiro, who was holding Nezuko, suddenly cried out in joy. Nezuko! The struggling Nezuko, whose arm Shinichi had been gripping, abruptly stilled. Shinichi froze momentarily before hearing faint, suppressed sobs. Looking over, Shinichi witnessed an unbelievable scene. Nezuko, whose eyes had been blood-red and devoid of reason, now had them brimming with tears. Large teardrops rolled down her cheeks one after another. Nezuko was crying. Her crimson eyes quickly softened into a gentle pink. Her cries grew louder, filled with unmistakable anguish. Then, to the amazement of both Shinichi and Jiyu watching from nearby, Nezuko suddenly broke free from Shinichi's grasp and threw herself into Tanjiro's arms, wailing uncontrollably. There was no bloodshed, just the heartrending sight of a younger sister clinging to her brother. As Tanjiro held his sister, he felt warmth he hadn't known in so long, along with indescribable joy. Had Nezuko regained her emotions? He was certain of it. Not only had he recognized familiar emotions in her eyes moments ago, but he could also smell her familiar scent again, nothing like the cold, bloody stench from before. You're back. Nezuko, you're back. Tanjiro's vision blurred with fresh tears. Jiyu, having regained some strength, limped over to the siblings. What is this? Utterly bewildered yet profoundly moved, he turned to Shinichi. Could a demon truly regain its humanity? But Shinichi was equally shocked. Studying Nezuko, Shinichi confirmed her scent, she was still a demon. Yet there wasn't a trace of the savage aura typical of demons, all of her killing intent had vanished. This state reminded him of someone. His hand moved towards his own pink right eye but stopped midair. Yes, Nezuko's current condition unconsciously made Shinichi recall himself, that night when he'd become a demon yet regained his sanity. How similar their experiences were. Crack. A sudden, sharp pain shot through Shinichi's temple as half-familiar images flashed through his mind, drawing a quiet grunt from him. What's wrong? Jiyu noticed Shinichi's odd behavior, but Shinichi shook his head. It's nothing, Tomioka. As you can see, this is Nezuko's condition now. Jiyu cast an extremely complicated glance at Nezuko nestled in Tanjiro's arms. For some reason, Nezuko had fallen asleep in Tanjiro's embrace and her body was visibly shrinking at a rapid pace, soon becoming the size of a 5-year-old child. I've never seen anything like this before. I think this should be reported to Oyakata-sama. But I truly never imagined that someone who has turned into a demon could regain their sanity one day, Jiyu said calmly. Hearing this, Shinichi's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. A demon regaining sanity, wasn't that exactly what he was? Many times, while carrying out missions, leading Demon Slayer Corps members to slay demon after demon, and using breathing techniques repeatedly, Shinichi fulfilled his duties as the forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps exceptionally well. But as time passed, Shinichi would sometimes forget that his true identity was, after all, he was not just a human. Just as Jiyu had said, he was a demon who had regained his sanity. Could someone like him really continue to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps without issue? If one day his identity were exposed in front of everyone, how would they view him? The issue of his identity was something Shinichi had deliberately avoided thinking about. Within the entire Demon Slayer Corps, aside from Oyakata-sama and Shinobu, no one else knew his true nature. And nearly every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, every Hashira, bore deep-seated hatred towards demons. Could they truly accept a demon as a comrade or even a fellow warrior? Just as his thoughts began to spiral, Jiyu's voice abruptly interrupted Shinichi's musings. If you want to protect your sister, you must first attain the strength necessary to do so. Go to Mount Sajiri. Seek out an old man named Urokadake Seikanji. There, you can learn much and gain the power to protect your sister. Supporting his injured arm with one hand, Jiyu spoke these words calmly to Tanjiro, and his advice also cleared Shinichi's thoughts. Sure enough, Upon hearing Jiyu's words, Tanjiro, who was holding the sleeping Nezuko, immediately turned his gaze towards Shinichi. Was this about having Tanjiro join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi pondered. But for Tanjiro, who had lost almost his entire family and whose sister had turned into a demon, this seemed like the only viable choice left. So Shinichi nodded in response to Tanjiro's questioning look. However, Tanjiro's next question left both Jiyu and Shinichi at a loss for words. Jiyu-san, Shinichi-senpai, if humans can turn into demons, then there must be a way for demons to become human again, right? Jiyu, that. Shinichi looked at the hope shining in Tanjiro's eyes, hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. There must be. But such a method, perhaps only those demons themselves know. So, Tanjiro, you must become strong enough to have any hope of turning Nezuko back into a human. I understand. I will definitely turn Nezuko back into a human. The boy who had endured a night of cruel despair now burned with renewed hope. Demons cannot be exposed to sunlight. With Shinichi's help, Tanjiro sorrowfully buried his family's remains and gently placed his sister Nezuko into a bamboo basket padded with cotton. After bidding a solemn farewell to Jiyu and Shinichi, Tanjiro officially set off on the road to Mount Sajiri. Shinichi and Jiyu remained on the mountain, awaiting reinforcements from the Demon Slayer Corps. Hurry, hurry. Get the water Hashira back immediately. Without hesitation, the Kakushi Corps members bundled the severely injured Jiyu Tomioka like a rice dumpling and hastily loaded him onto a stretcher, rushing to return to headquarters. Meanwhile, the wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi and the wave Hashira Sabato stood beside Shinichi, watching. Sanemi, scowling, grumbled in frustration, "Upper Moon demons, why do I never run into them? I'd love to see just how strong these so-called Upper Moons really are." Sabato cautioned, "Sanemi, don't underestimate the Upper Moon. I know Jiyu's strength well. If an Upper Moon could injure him this badly, their power is nothing to scoff at." Sanemi said nothing, merely snorting before turning his gaze to Shinichi's back. Just how strong is Muzan, then? He pondered silently. Within the entire Demon Slayer Corps, Shinichi was the only one who had truly faced Muzan. Heterochromatic eyes fixed on the distance, Shinichi tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 167, Chapter 167. Shinichi, clad in his Haori, descended the mountain alone and wandered aimlessly through the small town at its base. Have you heard? The man-eating bear in the mountains has been more active lately. Several hunters have been devoured since 7 days ago. Indeed. Who would have thought there'd still be bears roaming about in this bitter winter? I heard the charcoal-selling family up the mountain fell victim too. What? The Kamadu family? What a shame, they were such kind people. Well, I hope the authorities do something about it. Do something? Those cowards at the police station won't dare enter the mountains even with their rifles. They're making excuses about waiting until spring. Humph. What a bunch of cowards. The conversation between two townsfolk caught Shinichi's attention, and its content made him halt in his tracks. A man-eating bear? The Kamadu family. Shinichi frowned slightly. The Kamadu family hadn't fallen victim to any bear, they'd been attacked by Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons. But that had happened 2 days ago. From the townsfolk's words, the man-eating bear incidents had started 7 days prior. So, Shinichi turned his gaze toward the snow-covered mountain. There might still be demons in those mountains. Who could it be? Upper Moon 3? From Jiyu, Shinichi had learned some information about Upper Moon 3, Akaza. However, upon hearing that Akaza had clashed with another demon, Shinichi was momentarily stunned. From the description, Shinichi quickly recalled Mato. Why would he appear here? Hey, kid, what are you sneaking around for? I've been watching you. A townsman's harsh voice snapped Shinichi back to reality. Before he could respond, the man's shouting drew a crowd of onlookers. Many pointed at Shinichi's attire, particularly the black uniform beneath his Haori and the Nichiren blade at his waist. Are you from the police station? They asked. The commotion attracted attention from all around. Inside a small tea house by the road, a petite figure also noticed the ruckus. Dressed in a butterfly-patterned Haori over an elegant thick kimono, her smooth black hair was tied up with a large butterfly hairpin. Blinking her violet eyes, Shinobu, who had been sipping tea, suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. My, Shinichi-kun. Meanwhile, the clamor of the crowd had begun to irritate Shinichi. With a cold expression, he snorted, "Move aside," and strode forward, forcefully pushing through the crowds. Just as he emerged, Shinichi found himself face to face with a graceful figure standing before him. Shinobu, clad in her kimono, smiled playfully at him. "What a coincidence, Shinichi-kun. Shinobu, what are you doing here?" Her sudden appearance surprised him, and his gaze lingered on her kimono. It suited her quite well. "Did you forget, Shinichi-kun? The butterfly mansion is running low on medicinal supplies. I came out to restock, and master also suggested I take a little vacation." Shinobu replied in a light, teasing tone. "On vacation? Then why come here?" Shinichi was surprised, but perhaps it was just a coincidence. Before the two could say anything more, a noisy crowd surged behind Shinichi, led by several hunters carrying old-fashioned rifles. The hunters had heard from the townsfolk about suspicious individuals and decided to postpone their bear hunt in the mountains to first investigate these strangers. "Hey, it's you two, right? You don't look familiar. Where are you from? Don't you know there's a man-eating bear on the snowy mountain? It's dangerous to wander around," one of the hunters shouted as he approached Shinichi and Shinobu. Shinichi and Shinobu exchanged glances. As Hashira, they immediately suspected the so-called man-eating bear might actually be a demon at work. Shinobu smiled at the hunter and said, "Oh, a man-eating bear, you say? Perfect timing. I'm here specifically to gather medicinal ingredients. If there really is such a bear, its gallbladder must be quite valuable." Her words left the burly hunter dumbfounded. Was this little girl serious? She actually had the nerve to covet the gallbladder of a man-eating bear? "Just who are you two? The man-eating bear is no joke. And you, young man, why are you carrying a sword? As far as I know, ordinary citizens aren't allowed to carry blades. Plus, people have been saying you've been wandering around our town. For safety's sake, you'd better come with us to the police station," another seasoned hunter said slowly, eyeing the Nichiren blade at Shinichi's waist. "Oh my, that won't do," Shinobu said, glancing at Shinichi before tugging lightly at his sleeve. "Going to the police station would be a waste of time. Moreover, the Demon Slayer Corps was an unofficial organization unrecognized by the government. Such a visit would only invite unnecessary trouble." But to her surprise, Shinichi gently shook off her hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd and Shinobu, he pulled out an identification badge from his uniform pocket. "I'm Shinichi Moriki, a police inspector from Tokyo. I'm here on official business, but this man-eating bear case has caught my attention. Hasn't the local police station dealt with it yet?" Shinichi asked coolly as the hunters gaped at him. The hunters were stunned. An actual police officer? And from Tokyo, no less, a big city far more impressive than their rural backwater village. Shinobu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her lips parting slightly as she stared at Shinichi's police badge and sword permit, as mentioned earlier in Chapter 102. Noticing her surprised expression, Shinichi couldn't help but smirk. Seeing her keen interest in his documents, he handed them to her so she could examine them properly. With his police identity revealed, many potential complications were avoided. The hunters cooperated fully, answering all his questions. Just then, another commotion broke out in the distance. "Let me go." A girl clad in thick fur clothing with a rifle slung across her back struggled fiercely between two hunters who were restraining her. The two hunters holding her back wore expressions of reluctance and pity. One of them spoke to the girl, "Yay. You're still just a child, and you want to go into the mountains alone. It's too dangerous. Go home, we'll avenge Yuzo for you." But the girl paid no heed to the hunter's words, continuing to struggle with all her might. "Let me go. Who said I'm alone? I still have Taro." Woof woof. A small golden Shiba Inu barked at the hunters from beneath the girl's feet. Shinichi, witnessing the scene. "Shinobu, what a spirited girl. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 168 Chapter 168. Deep within the snow-covered mountain forest. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as Mato expressionlessly snapped off his own shattered right arm. His golden pupils showed no fluctuation. After tearing off the broken limb, the flesh at the severed end began to squirm and regenerate, new muscle and bone rapidly growing back. However, compared to his usual recovery speed, the regeneration of the severed arm was now much slower. Normally, Mato could fully restore a broken limb in just a few seconds, but the bloody battle against Akeza had drained far too much of his stamina. At this thought, a flicker of both admiration and wariness flashed through Mato's eyes. What he admired was Akeza's exceptionally refined martial arts. Among all the opponents Mato had faced over centuries, Akeza's skills ranked within the top 3. As for the wariness, he was directed towards the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji. So far, Mato had clashed with both Upper Moon 2, Doma and Upper Moon 3, Akeza, neither of whom could be underestimated. Crucially, both demons had already endured fierce battles before facing Mato. Of course, Doma's condition at the time had been far worse. Yet even so, their strength had left a deep impression on him. Because of this, Mato cast aside the centuries of contempt he had held towards Muzan and his subordinates. Just as Mato was lost in reflection, an unfamiliar presence suddenly emerged behind him, a scent both bloody and sinister. "Who's there?" Boom! Despite his depleted stamina, the explosive aura radiating from Mato violently shook the surrounding forest. Countless heaps of snow were dislodged from the trees, cascading down like another heavy snowfall. His golden pupils swiftly locked onto a direction. From the shadows of the nearby woods, a writhing black figure was slowly approaching. Whoosh! Mato's brow furrowed. As the shadow drew nearer, his flaring aura gradually subsided. Clearly, he recognized the newcomer. "Lee, why are you here?" Reflected in those golden eyes was a petite figure. Jet black hair covered half his face, while the exposed portion was deathly pale. His mouth was wrapped in layers of bandages and a single gray eye drooped lazily, devoid of vitality. An oversized robe hung loosely on his body, giving him an air of lethargy. Hearing Mato's question, the figure named Lee let out a wide yawn, revealing sharp fangs, proof that he, too, was a demon. Shokyu was worried you'd get into trouble out here, so he sent me to find you." "Ugh, so sleepy," Lee mumbled listlessly, his frail body swaying unsteadily as if on the verge of collapsing into slumber. Watching Lee's demeanor, Mato's frown deepened. He had always been at odds with this lazy demon, dug out from a graveyard by Shokyu 2 centuries ago. Especially since, over these past 200 years, the creature had spent at least 190 of them asleep inside a coffin. Mato never had a good expression for lazy fellows. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away. The sleepy demon swayed in place for a moment, barely lifting his drooping eyelids before belatedly following in Mato's footsteps. Meanwhile, in the nearby mountain forest, 4 figures were searching along the path: Shinichi, Shinobu, a girl named Yae and an adorable little Shiba Inu named Taro. Perhaps because of Maru and I, Shinichi got along exceptionally well with Taro, who kept circling him enthusiastically, wagging his tail. The cute pup also made Shinichi miss Maru and I back at headquarters. If only Maru and I could be as slim as Taro. As they searched for the killer bear, Yae seemed visibly troubled. After Shinichi revealed his identity as a police officer, everything went smoothly. At the police station, a flash of his badge had the local officers scrambling to assist, providing whatever information he needed. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Shinichi used his authority to order the mountain sealed off for 2 days while he handled the killer bear incident. The officers readily complied, even offering help, though Shinichi, seeing how they all hunched their shoulders in fear, politely declined with a smile. However, an unexpected twist occurred along the way. At Shinobu's request, the girl named Yae joined their hunt for the killer bear. Shinichi glanced at Yae a few times but didn't object. And so, the trio, plus 1 dog, ventured into the snowy mountains. "Yae-san, your fever hasn't gone down yet. Make sure to keep yourself warm," Shinobu said softly, smiling as she moved closer to Yae. But Yae only gave her an uneasy look before muttering, "I'm fine." Her demeanor clearly suggested otherwise. She was preoccupied, something both Shinichi and Shinobu noticed. Sure enough, after a while, Yae hesitantly asked Shinobu, "Is there really no way for a demon to become human again?" Shinichi subtly glanced back at Yae. On the way here, Shinobu had honestly explained the Demon Slayer core and the nature of demons. After hearing this, Yae had fallen silent for a long time, her eyes clouded with unmistakable worry. At Yae's question, Shinobu couldn't help but look at Shinichi. Yet, her violet eyes remained pure. "Well, so far, no demon has ever turned back into a human. But nothing is absolute. Even among demons, there might be some with kind hearts." Hearing this, Shinichi felt warmth in his chest. But the moment his gaze met Shinobu's, a strange sensation surged within him, forcing him to quickly turn away as if nothing had happened. A demon, with a kind heart. Ye's eyes darkened further. She lowered her head in silence and, unseen by Shinichi and Shinobu, ran her fingers over the rifle that once belonged to her father. She had made a decision. Soon after, Ye excused herself, claiming she wasn't feeling well, successfully delaying Shinichi and Shinobu. Then, alone with Taro and carrying the rifle, she dashed off in a certain direction, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Shinichi and Shinobu remained where they were, exchanging a glance that revealed a trace of emotion in each other's eyes. Shinobu, it seems Ye-san is a very upright person. Shinichi nodded, his heterochromatic eyes also gazing into the distance. Indeed. But, Shinobu, thank you for what you said earlier. Shinobu knew what Shinichi meant. She stepped closer to him and gently took his hand. This time, Shinichi slowly responded, clasping her hand in return. So, Shinichi-kun, you must, absolutely must, remember this. You are Shinichi Moriki, the forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Always and forever. Never leave us, never leave me. The final word remained unspoken, but Shinichi's grip on Shinobu's hand tightened even more. I release a new Whitebeard Scientist FIC One Piece Scientist of Whitebeard Pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 169, Chapter 169. Woof woof. The sound of the little Shiba Inu, Taro, made the tense Ye relax slightly. She stretched out her frostbitten hand and gently ruffled Taro's head. Father, I will let you rest in peace. Ye's eyes were filled with a dim, sorrowful expression. Yes, she had deceived everyone. She had indeed seen the man-eating bear, but the creature devouring humans wasn't a bear, it was her father, the hunter Matazo. From the information she had learned from Shinobu-san and Shinichi-san, her father had turned into a demon, a legendary monster. Ye gripped the rifle that once belonged to her father, her breathing slightly heavy. Her face still bore an unnatural flush from the fever that hadn't fully subsided. However, this did nothing to shake her resolve. She absolutely could not allow her father to continue harming humans. Using the hunting skills her father had taught her, Ye quickly traced the path from her memory to the mountain forest where her father had once roamed. To lure out her father, Ye drew a small knife from her waist and without hesitation, sliced open her palm. Warm blood immediately began to drip down. The crimson blood fell onto the pure white snow, blooming like eerie red plum blossoms. The scent of blood spread far and wide. To a demon, it was as conspicuous as a lighthouse on the sea, especially to one in a state of extreme hunger. A pair of blood-red eyes soon opened in the shadows of the mountain forest. A low growl caused the snow on the surrounding bushes to tremble. At the same time, two figures quietly observed Ye's actions from a tree not far behind her. Seeing Ye cut her own palm, Shinobu leaned slightly towards Shinichi's ear and whispered, "Just as I thought. Ye-san has a secret." The warm breath brushed against Shinichi's ear and cheek, sending an inexplicable tingling sensation through him. Suppressing the strange feeling, Shinichi coughed twice and said seriously, "Exactly. I believe the so-called man-eating bear has an unusual connection to Ye-san. It's very likely her family member, or more precisely, her father." At the word father, a shadow briefly passed over Shinobu's eyes. Clearly, she was reminded of her own parents. But before her mood could darken further, Shinichi's hand gently rested on her shoulder. A faint emerald glow shimmered and a comforting warmth spread through her. "Shinichi-kun." Noticing Shinobu's melancholy, Shinichi instinctively comforted her, channeling strands of life energy into her body. Shinichi hoped this would ease her sadness a little. "It's all right, Shinobu. We'll always be by your side." Shinichi meant that he, Connie and everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps would walk alongside her. However, in Shinobu's eyes at that moment, she automatically overlooked the word we. A hint of shyness immediately filled her heart. "Shinichi-kun, really, why say something like that here of all places?" The atmosphere here was growing ambiguous, but down below, Ye could distinctly sense a terrifying, dense killing intent. This feeling was all too familiar. Once, when her father had taken her hunting, they had encountered a starving gray wolf. The sensation of being watched by that wolf was exactly the same as now. Ye took a deep breath and prepared her rifle at the fastest speed possible, loading gunpowder and bullets before raising the weapon and carefully scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, the little Shiba Inu, Taro, began barking wildly in one direction. Ye swiftly turned towards it and sure enough, rustling sounds emerged from the depths of the dark bushes. Grr! A low growl clearly reached Ye's ears. Swish! A black shadow burst out of the bushes, charging towards Ye at high speed while letting out a horrifying roar. When Ye saw that familiar figure, the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Father! Tattered fur clothing, disheveled black hair, a ghastly pale face, blood-red eyes, clearly visible fangs in his gaping maw and sharp black claws at his fingertips, everything indicated that Ye's father had truly become a demon. Bang! Despite her reluctance, Ye pulled the trigger. A crisp, deafening gunshot rang out, crack. The demon's head shattered instantly and with a thud, his body staggered and collapsed heavily not far from Ye. After doing this, Ye seemed to lose all strength, swaying before dropping to her knees. Large teardrops spilled uncontrollably from her eyes. At the demon's neck, his mangled flesh slowly writhed as new bone and muscle regenerated. The previously motionless body began to stir once more. Before long, the demon stood up again, his newly grown head slightly misshapen and roared at Ye once more. Though his eyes hadn't fully recovered, driven by his sensitivity to the scent of blood, the demon charged at Ye again. Father! Ye's eyes widened as she watched. Even after a headshot, he didn't die. Was this a demon power? Woof woof. The loyal little Shiba Inu, Taro, rushed in front of his owner to block the demon, but how could a small dog stop such a terrifying creature? At this critical moment, a gentle whisper reached Ye's ears. Insect breathing, butterfly dance, caprice. Whoosh! A beautiful figure, like a dancing butterfly, flashed past Ye and darted towards the demon at incredible speed. Purple blade light flickered several times in an instant, far too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Only when the wide butterfly-patterned Haori gently touched the ground did the demon's body, frozen in place, suddenly spurt jets of blood and let out a pained howl. Thud! The demon, poisoned by wisteria, writhed on the ground, but his crimson eyes remained locked onto Ye, his sharp claws still pointing at her. Rah! Shinobu gripped her nimble Nichiren blade, her lovely eyes fixed on the demon. This demon must be Ye's father. If that was the case, her potent poison might make his death too gruesome, possibly leaving Ye with painful memories. Shinobu then called out softly towards the sky. Shinichi-kun. Swish! As if by telepathy, a verdant blade light suddenly descended from above. Forest breathing, first form, iron birch slash. Crack! Without the slightest resistance, the sharp Nichiren blade effortlessly severed the demon's head, sending it soaring into the air before it landed precisely in front of Ye. Thud! As the demon's body collapsed, Shinichi slowly sheathed his Nichiren blade, his heterochromatic eyes turning towards Ye. Perhaps due to a final surge of clarity before death, the demon's head that had landed before Ye suddenly regained a fleeting moment of lucidity in his crimson eyes. A profoundly complex emotion surged in his gaze as he looked at Ye. Joy, regret, relief, acceptance. His lips trembled soundlessly a few times before the demon's head closed his eyes and turned to ashes. Ye stared blankly at it all. That final look in the demon's eyes was exactly the same as the one her father had in life. Her father was truly gone. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 170, Chapter 170. Ye-san has really been through a lot. On the snow-covered path, Shinichi and Shinobu walked side by side. Not long ago, they had slain the killer bear in the snowy mountains, Ye's father who had turned into a demon. After that, the heartbroken Ye had nearly taken her own life with a gun. Fortunately, Shinichi reacted quickly enough to knock the firearm from her hand with his sword before she could pull the trigger. But even if Shinichi hadn't intervened, Ye wouldn't have been able to fire the gun, as the trigger had been frozen solid by frozen blood. Her father's blood. It seemed like a final, unseen protection from her father. In the end, with Shinobu's comforting words, Ye broke down into sobs but found the will to live again, for herself and for her father. With the killer bear incident resolved, Shinichi prepared to leave the snowy mountains and return to headquarters. Shinobu chose to accompany him, as she had nearly finished gathering the medicinal herbs she needed. Along the way, Shinobu chatted animatedly about her various experiences. However, compared to her enthusiasm, Shinichi seemed much more subdued, only occasionally grunting in response. Talking to someone so indifferent was truly exhausting. But Shinobu was no ordinary person. Even with Shinichi's dismissive attitude, she could still carry on happily. Perhaps, for Shinobu, simply having someone to confide in was a wonderful thing. A cold sensation touched Shinichi's forehead. He looked up to see snowflakes beginning to fall again. This endless, gloomy snowstorm had persisted for a long time. Soon, both Shinichi and Shinobu's hair was dusted with white snow. Though the biting wind was harsh, to the two Hashira, such cold was nothing. Shinichi stopped and glanced back at Shinobu, who looked at him curiously. "What is it, Shinichi-kun?" After a brief silence, Shinichi took off his blue-green battle robe and draped it over Shinobu's head, using it as a makeshift umbrella. Shinichi-kun." Shinobu was momentarily flustered by his sudden act of kindness, but Shinichi had already turned away. "Let's go. There's still a long way ahead. Let's see if there's an inn or something up ahead." Watching Shinichi's retreating figure, Shinobu reached out with her pale hand and gently tightened the robe around her. A faint smile graced her beautiful face before she hurried to catch up with him. However, sometimes even a peaceful journey was too much to ask for. Shinichi stopped again, but this time, his expression was grave. His black Demon Slayer Corps uniform flapped violently in the wind as he suddenly raised a hand to stop Shinobu. Shinobu noticed something too. Her large violet eyes followed Shinichi's gaze. Amid the howling snowstorm, two indistinct figures slowly approached, carrying with them an overwhelming demonic presence. "This aura, is it Mato?" Shinichi frowned, sensing the familiar energy. But as soon as he recognized its owner, his tense expression softened. Sure enough, as the two figures emerged through the snowstorm, Shinichi and Shinobu could clearly make out their appearances. The martial demon stood with arms crossed, the forehead band bearing the character martial slightly tattered, and his martial attire looking somewhat disheveled. Yet, his cold, stern expression remained unchanged. However, compared to the familiar Mato, the figure standing beside him was entirely unfamiliar to Shinichi. He didn't recognize the demon, only finding this disheveled, bandaged figure in ill-fitting clothes rather peculiar. While Shinichi knew the Mato, Shinobu beside him did not. The moment she saw the two demons, her body tensed up immediately, clearly preparing for battle. The pressure emanating from these two demons was immense, comparable to the 12 Kazuki. "Mato, what are you doing here? Wait, you're the one who helped Jiyu break free, aren't you?" Shinichi spoke while pulling Shinobu behind him protectively. Though Mato was different from Muzan and his ilk, Shinichi still didn't want Shinobu to interact with them too much, just to be safe. "The demon who helped Tomioka-san, is this one?" Hearing Shinichi's words, Shinobu's eyes widened in surprise. Though shielded by Shinichi, she still peeked out from behind him to get a better look at Mato's face. At Shinichi's words, Mato chuckled, seemingly indifferent. "Just a casual act. I also wanted to see how strong Muzan's underlings really are. Not bad, upper 3 is far stronger than that gay-looking upper 2. And that human boy from your Demon Slayer Corps isn't bad either. His breathing style is quite impressive." Shinichi knew Mato was referring to Tomioka Jiyu. He wondered if Jiyu would be pleased to have two powerful demons acknowledge his breathing style. Shaking his head to dismiss the odd thought, Shinichi turned back to Mato. "So, why have you sought us out now? Was your fight with upper 3 not satisfying enough?" Hearing this, Mato grinned, revealing sharp fangs, his golden pupils blazing with intense fighting spirit. Boom! The sheer force of his unleashed aura sent snowflakes swirling violently, showering the sleepy demon beside him. The sleepy demon showed no reaction, silently using his wide sleeves to wipe the snow off his face. "As expected, Shinichi, you understand me best. Perfect timing, it's been so long since we last met. Let me see how much you've improved," Mato said with a slightly ferocious grin. Shinichi sighed helplessly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his heterochromatic eyes. "I knew it. Shinobu, stay here. I'll be back soon." Turning to comfort Shinobu softly, Shinichi then drew the green and red Nichiren blade from his waist. A surge of vibrant life force erupted instantly, clashing head-on with Mato's overwhelming battle aura. "Shinichi, since when did your tastes become so unique? Have you fallen in love with watermelons? That blade's color is certainly unique," Mato mocked, eyeing Shinichi's Nichiren blade. Shinichi's gaze turned cold. "Enough talk. If you want a fight, come at me. Even a watermelon knife can beat the shit out of you." Ha ha ha, then bring it on. Boom. Swish. In an instant, the green and red figures collided like lightning. Shinichi-kun. Shinobu instinctively reached out towards Shinichi's retreating figure with a startled cry, her hand simultaneously gripping the hilt of her Nichiren blade. But a shadowy figure blocked her line of sight. When she looked up, she met the lifeless gaze of dull gray eyes. Yawn, sorry. But Mato said I can't let a little girl like you interfere. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 171, Chapter 171. Forest Breathing, Third Form. Blood Demon Art, Blade Style. Boom, crash, crack, swish. The relentless clashing of metal, two figures flickering in constant motion, colliding, chasing, the ground beneath them and the accumulated snow fracturing and scattering from the shockwaves of their battle. Shinobu's anxious gaze never left the emerald-green figure, her distress growing with each passing moment. The hand gripping the hilt of her Nichiren blade tensed until veins bulged from her hand. Swish. The gray, lifeless eyes suddenly snapped open. The sleepy demon seemed to read Shinobu's thoughts as its weak voice reminded her. Little girl, don't move. Boom. A violent explosion rang out as one of the two figures locked in midair combat plummeted, crashing into the ground and carving out a massive crater. A slightly disheveled Shinichi wiped the blood from his lips. His once peach-pink right eye had now turned crimson, his fangs slightly elongated as he roared. Again. The emerald figure shot back into the sky. Shinichi-kun. Shinobu could hold back no longer. She didn't know who these two demons were, nor did she care if they knew Shinichi or had once saved Jiyu. All she saw now was Shinichi getting hurt. Swish. Her slender Nichiren blade flashed from its sheath, her body transforming into a streak of purple light under her extreme speed. But just as Shinobu charged into the battlefield between Shinichi and Mato, a gray figure instantly blocked her path. I told you, little girl, don't interfere. Boom. A sharp kick lashed out from beneath the wide robes, forcing Shinobu to change direction and lose momentum as she landed lightly. Swish. Her slender Nichiren blade now barred the way, Shinobu's beautiful face etched with cold fury. The sleepy demon's gray figure leisurely descended before her. I don't care who you are, move. Shinobu's voice was colder than any who knew her had ever heard. The sleepy demon lifted his eyelids, glancing at the still clashing Shinichi and Mato before sighing. What a nuisance. Blame Shokyu for disturbing my sleep. But since I'm awake now, I can't just stand by. Sorry, little girl, but I won't budge. Before the words even faded, a sharp glint of steel shot towards his face. SSSKRT. The slender Nichiren blade pierced through gray robes, but the sleepy demon had already sidestepped Shinobu's lightning strike. Yet the cold-faced Shinobu wasn't done. If this ugly demon wouldn't yield, then the enraged girl would hold nothing back. Insect breathing, dance of the dragonfly, compound eye hexagon. SSSKRT, SSSKRT, SSSKRT. A relentless storm of piercing strikes screamed towards the sleepy demon, the gleaming tip of her blade now coated with lethal wisteria poison. Yet astonishingly, despite his troublesome wide robes, the sleepy demon moved with impossible speed, evading Shinobu's continuous assault with eerie ease. Crack. Boom. Finally seizing a fleeting opportunity, Shinobu thrust her blade forward. The sleepy demon barely dodged, yet the sharp Nichiren blade struck his arm with a crisp metallic clang, as it failing to pierce through his skin. Realizing he couldn't evade the attack, the sleepy demon decisively flung open his oversized gray robe, revealing a surprising figure beneath, though wrapped entirely in ashen-white bandages. In an instant, the billowing robe transformed into a cape, fluttering wildly in the icy wind behind the demon. His long, ink-black hair was swept aside, exposing half of a pale face and gray eyes, now devoid of their usual lethargy, instead gleaming with unmistakable admiration as he gazed at Shinobu. Raising his arm, the demon revealed a pair of pale, bone-like gauntlets encasing his limbs, the very reason Shinobu's strike had been deflected. Little girl, your speed is impressive, and your movements are nimble. Poisoned your blade too, didn't you? How interesting, let big sister teach you how to really use toxins. Strangely, the demon's once sluggish, aged voice now dripped with a sultry, magnetic allure. Shinobu's eyes widened in surprise. It turns out the sleepy demon was a she, but in the next moment, the sleepy demon vanished without a trace. Blood concealment art, withered blood needle see. The seductive whisper echoed behind her. A surge of danger prickled Shinobu's instincts and she instantly pivoted, narrowly dodging as thwick thwick thwick. Countless razor-sharp needles embedded themselves into the ground where she'd stood moments before. Upon impact, snow and soil alike dissolved into noxious black ooze, proof of the lethal poison coating each projectile. What is this? Shinobu barely registered the scene before the demon's voice purred again. No daydreaming, little one. Insect breathing, dance of the bee sting, true flash. Oho, coming at me. Blood concealment art, withered blood slaughter. Two rust-colored daggers materialized in the demon's grasp, clashing violently with Shinobu's Nichiren blade in a shower of sparks. Bang! Mato staggered back, clutching his chest where a distinct boot print now marred his clothing. Damn, Shinichi. You've grown frighteningly fast. Grinning, he tightened his grip on the bloodied longsword, only to freeze mid-motion as an eerily familiar presence washed over him. Golden eyes widened in shock as the demon turned towards the source, his smirk vanishing. Since when did that idiot get so serious? Mato was stunned. In all the years since they'd met, he had never seen Lee, the sleepy demon, exert her full strength. Even her origins were shrouded in mystery, rumored to have been dug out of the earth by Shokyu long ago. As a demon, her memories were fragmented. Only vague fragments of memories remained, a sense of being foreign to this land, and even her language had been painstakingly relearned over time. As for her identity, the sleepy demon could only vaguely recall that she seemed to have once held a profession, one called an assassin. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 172, Chapter 172. So fast. There's no opening to counterattack. Shinobu's figure raced after the fleeing demon, yet her speed left her far behind. Even as she struggled to keep up, she couldn't stop, because the moment she did, she'd face attacks from the demon from all directions. And the sleepy demon, whether intentionally or not, kept toying with her. As long as Shinobu pursued her, she refused to strike. But the instant Shinobu stopping, she would launch her assault. Bang! The red-green Nichiren blade clashed violently with the blood-red longsword, producing a grating screech that set teeth on edge. In the golden pupils of Mato, deep regret flickered. It seemed this battle wouldn't be as satisfying as he had hoped. When he saw the blazing fury in Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes, he couldn't help but curse the foolishness of Lee. Why did she have to provoke Shinichi's little girlfriend for no reason? If the sleepy demon could speak right now, even the laziest version of herself would have spat in Mato's face. Who provoked who? Take a look at who struck first. Where's the justice in this? Still, Mato stepped in front of Shinichi. The boy was clearly consumed by rage, and if he didn't intervene, who knew what might happen next? Mato, move aside. Shinichi's fangs lengthened as he roared furiously at Mato. If anger could manifest as flames, the sleepy demon would have already been incinerated by the inferno in his eyes. Shinichi, calm down. That idiot Lee may be stupid, but trust me, she won't go too far. Just relax. It was rare for Mato to plead so earnestly to someone. But Shinichi wasn't listening. All he saw was some bastard daring to bully Shinobu right in front of him. No matter who it was, he would never allow that. I said, move. Shinichi suppressed his rage, growling the words one last time. Mato tightened his grip on his sword, sighing. I can't do that. If you kill that fool in your state, I'll have no way to explain it to Shokyu. Shinichi took a deep breath. Fine. In one swift motion, he kicked hard against Mato's arm, using the recoil to break free from their stalemate. His deer-hide boots carved two long trails through the snow as he skidded to a halt. Once steady, he gripped the hilt of his Nichiren blade with both hands and an overwhelming surge of life force began gathering around him. The energy grew so dense it started seeping from Shinichi's pores and his left eye blazed with an unprecedented emerald green radiance. Mato stared in astonishment. This familiar sensation. That technique? Damn, kid. Shinichi Moriki spent over a decade mastering this move, and you've grasped it so quickly? Impressive. Boom. The pent-up life force finally found its release, bursting forth like floodwaters through a shattered dam. The sheer density of energy illuminated Shinichi's Nichiren blade in a visible glow. As Shinichi slowly raised the sword past his shoulder, Mato glimpsed the shadow of his old comrade, Shinichi Moriki, in his stance. A long-dormant excitement ignited in his heart. Crack. The crimson longsword in his hand shattered into pieces. Mato bared his fangs in a grin, then stomped his feet firmly onto the ground, settling into a horse stance. He excitedly shouted at Shinichi, "Come on, Shinichi. Let me see how much power your all-encompassing forest truly holds." Blood martial arts armor form blood plate. Squelch, squelch. The veins across Mato's body suddenly burst open. As scarlet blood gushed forth, an endless stream of crimson began coalescing over his form. A vividly crafted, intricately patterned blood-red armor, radiating a murderous aura that pierced the skies, materialized upon the demon's body. Meanwhile, Shinichi was entirely enveloped by the emerald-green glow emanating from his Nichiren blade, his facial features obscured by the radiance. Forest-breathing 10th form all-encompassing forest. Swish. Shinichi moved. In an instant, he closed the distance to Mato, but that was far from all. The demon's vision blurred. Though only one figure had charged, within a split second, his entire field of view became inundated with countless emerald-green afterimages. 1, 2, 3, hundreds, thousands, a dense, overwhelming swarm of green silhouettes instantly surrounded him on all sides. Despite his preparations, when faced with such an assault, Mato couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Damn it. Shinichi Moriki's techniques are as annoying as ever. The all-encompassing forest truly made enemies feel suffocated, as if trapped within an endless primordial woodland. The overwhelming vitality contained within was enough to drown anyone in its illusory depths. What followed was Shinichi's relentless assault. In a way, to his foes, these strikes were nothing less than nature's wrath made manifest. Crack. Ack. The purple-clad figure suddenly shuddered, then lost her balance, tumbling awkwardly to the ground. Her white butterfly-patterned haori was immediately soiled with snow and dirt. Shinobu Koko's pale face winced as she instinctively glanced at her ankle. Sure enough, it had twisted slightly out of shape. Her gaze shifted to a dark, jagged rock protruding from the snow nearby. Indeed, due to the intense pressure from the sleepy demon's speed and her own heightened tension, Shinobu had failed to notice the hidden stone, tripping and spraining her ankle. Swish. Suddenly, the sleepy demon appeared beside her. Her gray eyes studied her injured ankle and the bandage-wrapped head shook slightly. Careless, little girl. A faint blush colored Shinobu's pallid cheeks, but for the sake of her pride, she stubbornly turned her face away, refusing to look at the demon. The sleepy demon paid no mind to her reaction. Truthfully, she had never intended to truly harm her from the start. Her sudden seriousness stemmed solely from glimpsing familiar traces in Shinobu, echoes of her own blurred memories. Readjusting her robes to conceal her form once more and letting her dark hair fall over half her face, the lazy sleepy demon had returned. The demon crouched in front of Shinobu and spoke earnestly. "Little girl, your speed is impressive, and your movements are agile. Although your strength is lacking, the impact of your wrist thrusts is remarkable. If you're willing, I have some techniques that would suit you well, you could learn them. Also, the poison you use is quite good. However, relying solely on wisteria toxin works fine against ordinary demons, but if you encounter a powerful one, unless the wisteria poison is concentrated enough, it won't be enough to kill them. This also includes some of my poison techniques, I hope they can help you." As she spoke, the demon handed Shinobu a rather worn notebook, leaving her momentarily stunned by her actions. Am I being taught how to kill demon by a demon? Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 173, Chapter 173. Crack. Crack. The blood-red armor covering Mato's body began to split with fissures before shattering into fragments. Thud. The previously standing Mato collapsed heavily, barely managing to stay upright by propping himself up with both hands. His arms and chest were covered in deep, gaping wounds, his flesh visibly squirming as it slowly regenerated. While Mato was in a sorry state, Shinichi wasn't faring much better either. A gaping hole had been torn through the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, revealing his mangled chest. Even the faint pulse of his heart could be glimpsed beneath the bloodied mess. Both of these demons, were utterly exhausted. Leaning on his Nichiren blade, Shinichi struggled to his feet, breathing heavily. However, his right eye had now returned to its peach-red hue and the earlier frenzy that had overtaken him had gradually subsided after the fierce battle with Mato. Of course, the most important thing was seeing Shinobu safe and unharmed in the distance. He had acted recklessly earlier. The sleepy demon silently appeared beside Mato, quietly helping him up. Mato grimaced and muttered under his breath. "It's all your damn fault, you idiot woman. Nothing good ever happens when I run into you. You should just go back to your hole and keep sleeping. Her face was obscured by hair and bandages. Mato couldn't see the sleepy demon's expression, but judging by the sudden tightening grip on his arm, she clearly didn't appreciate his words. Alright, Shinichi, that's enough for today. You've done well, kid. To improve this much in such a short time, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Mato gave Shinichi a thumbs up as he stood. Until next time, Shinichi. With that, Mato turned to leave, supported by the sleepy demon. Wait, Mato. Suddenly, Shinichi's voice called out to the two departing demons. Mato turned back to see Shinichi smiling faintly before saying softly, "Thank you, Mato." Mato paused, then chuckled hoarsely before turning away again. Ja-ne. See you. A cold wind swept through, and in the next moment, the two crimson figures flickered and vanished. Ha! Taking a few deep breaths, Shinichi clutched his slowly healing wound and dragged his Nichiren blade over to Shinobu. "Shinobu, are you okay?" he asked with concern. Shinobu's small face was twisted in hesitation, but seeing Shinichi's worried expression, she finally answered softly. "I'm fine, but... Shinichi-kun, those two, demons? Are they, your friends? Do you know them?" Shinichi sheathed his Nichiren blade and reached out to Shinobu before smiling. "Ah, that's a pretty long story. Want to hear it? I can tell you all about it." "Sure, Shinobu had just stood up to reply when a sharp pain shot through her ankle, making her wince and suck in a sharp breath. "What's wrong?" My ankle's twisted," Shinobu admitted sheepishly, her cheeks flushing slightly. On the snow-covered path, Shinichi walked slowly with a slight hunch in his posture because a petite figure was currently clinging to his back. Shinobu rested on Shinichi's back, her arms wrapped around his neck as she soaked in the warmth radiating from his body. "This is really comfortable." Looking at Shinichi now, his right eye was slightly reddened and his expression carried a faint ferocity. Clearly, he had entered a demonized state. That's right. In truth, Shinichi was currently in a subtle demonized state, maintaining his blood demon art. Blood demon art, mini raging blood. Shinichi jokingly gave his own condition a name. In reality, it was just a slight increase in his blood temperature, which in turn raised his body's surface heat, effectively turning him into a giant warmer. Judging by the way Shinobu nestled against his back with her eyes closed in contentment, the effect was quite good. After learning that Shinobu had injured her ankle, Shinichi naturally wouldn't let her continue walking. However, staying in the freezing wilderness wasn't an option either. The area was completely deserted, with no households to seek shelter in. Even if they sent a Kashagi crow to request backup from headquarters, it would take quite some time. Thus, despite Shinobu's own bashfulness and reluctance, Shinichi insisted on carrying her as they continued their journey. It was back then, after the fierce battle with Doma, that I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I saw Mato and Shokyu. As they traveled, Shinichi recounted the story of how he had first met Mato and the others. Of course, he didn't share everything. He didn't go into detail about Shinichi Moriki, the ancestor of the Moriki family, or the progenitor of demons from thousands of years ago. He mostly treated those experiences as stories to share with Shinobu. Shinobu, resting on Shinichi's back, listened to his tale, occasionally widening her eyes in surprise. So that's how it was. So, Mato-san and Shokyu-san could be friends of the Demon Slayer Corps. I never would have imagined. If my sister knew about this, she'd be absolutely astonished. Shinobu thought of her sister, Connie Coco, who had always wanted to prove that there were good demons who could become friends. However, most members of the Demon Slayer Corps, including Shinobu in the past, didn't understand or support Connie's views, believing that the flower Hashira's wish was nothing more than wishful thinking. At this thought, Shinobu couldn't help but press her cheek against Shinichi's shoulder, playfully musing. "Sorry, sister, I didn't mean to hide Shinichi-kun's identity from you. It's just that the master also said this is Shinichi-kun's own little secret. I can only tell you when Shinichi-kun himself is willing to share it." After chatting for a while longer, Shinobu recalled the demon she had just fought, the sleepy demon, and felt that she too was an incredibly formidable figure. She asked Shinichi about her. However, Shinichi didn't know much about the sleepy demon either. This was his first time encountering her, and before this, Mato and Shokyu had never mentioned her. Is that so? Shinobu felt a little disappointed, but then she remembered the notebook the sleepy demon had given her. Should she take a look at it? Time passed unknowingly, and eventually, Shinichi's storytelling came to a halt. Hearing the steady sound of breathing beside him, Shinichi glanced sideways and saw Shinobu's small head resting on his shoulder, her eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Even the hands that had been clinging to his neck had loosened slightly. Shinichi smiled faintly and gently lowered himself a little to let Shinobu settle more comfortably against him. Though his movements were careful, Shinobu still let out a soft murmur. Fortunately, she didn't wake up. Instead, she instinctively nuzzled her cheek against Shinichi's neck. The faint coolness of her touch against his neck cleared Shinichi's mind. For the first time, he felt a strange yet profound urge to protect this world. The sensation was truly peculiar. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 174, Chapter 174. Bang! A crisp sound echoed through the dimly lit room. Under the faint yellow glow of the lamp, the interior of the room was barely visible. On the smooth tatami floor lay the corpse of a man who had died with his eyes wide open. The poor victim had half his neck torn away, and crimson blood had stained nearly half the room. Kneeling beside the body was a towering figure. Its ashen-gray body, disheveled black hair, crimson eyes, razor-sharp black claws and terrifying fangs were horrifying enough. But what was most unsettling were the drums, literal drums, growing from its bare upper body, shoulders, abdomen, back, and even thighs. Drums embedded in its flesh. This was unmistakably a demon, its crimson eyes bearing a single blue iris. Within the blue iris of its right eye, the characters, lower 6, were clearly inscribed. This was no ordinary demon, it was one of the 12 Kazuki, the lower rank 6, Kigai. Yet now, this fearsome and grotesque lower rank 6 cowered like a frightened chick, kneeling on the ground, its massive frame trembling visibly with terror. What could possibly inspire such fear in Kigai? The answer stood before it, a tall figure clad in a pristine white suit. Beneath the brim of a hat, a pair of emotionless crimson eyes gazed down at Kigai. The progenitor of all demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. Kigai. The moment Muzan's cold voice rang out, Kigai immediately shrank into himself, pressing his entire body against the floor in a display of utter submission. Is this the extent of your abilities? As one of the 12 Kazuki, is this all you can manage when it comes to devouring humans? Muzan's voice dripped with displeasure. Hearing this, Kigai frantically lifted his head, stammering in panic. No, Muzan-sama. That's not it. I can do better. Please, believe in me. Grant me more of your blood. I'll consume even more humans. I'll grow stronger. Muzan-sama. Far from appeasing Muzan, Kigai's plea only enraged him further. Veins bulged across his face as he snarled, enough. Useless trash. The lower ranks are all worthless. Rokuro, Kamino, Yubium, Wakuraba. Within just a few years, the lower ranks have been completely replaced. What is even the point of your existence? SSSKRRT. Kigai clutched his eye and let out a blood-curdling scream. The mark of lower 6 in his right eye was now slashed through by 2 deep gashes, carved by Muzan himself. Pathetic waste. Get out of the lower ranks. With a final disgusted glance at Kigai writhing in his own blood, Muzan turned and strode out of the room. Under the cold moonlight, Muzan walked with his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent. Suddenly, a blur of movement flickered behind him. Muzan paused, his crimson eyes flicking sideways. There, kneeling on one knee behind him, was the upper rank 3, Akeza, clad in a pink short coat. Muzan-sama, I have failed, Akeza announced. Boom. Splat. Akeza's golden pupils contracted slightly as the ground beside him, along with his left arm, exploded into dust. A deep fissure split the earth at his feet, and dark red blood gushed from the stump of his severed limb. Although such injuries would heal in the blink of an eye for Akeza, sensing the fury of Muzan, he simply lowered his head in silence, enduring the wrath without a word. After a long while, Muzan finally spoke. Akeza, when did the upper ranks become so useless? You're upper rank 3, and you couldn't even kill a single human? Tell me, how did you fail? Akeza held nothing back, recounting every detail of his encounter truthfully. Muzan, who had been in a state of rage, gradually eased his fury upon hearing that Akeza had not only faced the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps but also encountered another extraordinarily powerful demon. Veins bulged on Muzan's forehead as he turned, his crimson eyes scrutinizing Akeza's expression as if confirming something. You're saying a demon with strength comparable to yours interfered with your attempt to kill the water Hashira. Akaza, yes, Muzan-sama. Muzan said nothing, only suddenly raising his hand, whoosh. A sharp, whip-like tendril shot out from his sleeve, lashing towards Akaza like a venomous serpent. Akaza made no move to dodge, allowing the barbed whip to pierce his skull. Soon, Muzan's expression twisted into something monstrous, his fangs elongating as he snarled a name Akaza had never heard before. Shokyu. A filthy rat lurking in the shadows, a despicable coward. Muzan growled furiously, his scarlet eyes burning with unrestrained rage as they fell upon the kneeling Akaza. Yet Akaza remained his most reliable subordinate. Compared to the other incompetent upper ranks, Muzan greatly valued Akaza's loyalty and efficiency, even if his refusal to kill women and children didn't quite align with the nature of a demon. Still, Muzan was willing to overlook this flaw. Leave. In the end, Muzan only barked the order at Akaza. Once Akaza had vanished from sight, Muzan still couldn't suppress his fury. With a sweep of his arm, the earth split open, gouged with countless deep fissures. After venting slightly, Muzan clenched his teeth and snapped his fingers. Clang! A crisp strum of a biwa echoed in response, and the long-haired female demon Nikame, holding her biwa, instantly appeared beside Muzan. Tell Kokushibo to hunt down the rats hiding in the dark and crush them. Also, inform the remaining lower ranks that I am deeply dissatisfied with their performance. If they continue to be this worthless, the lower ranks will no longer be necessary. Nikame bowed her head slightly. As you command, Muzan-sama. Her slender fingers plucked the biwa strings, and in the next moment, she vanished. Muzan lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes fixed on the full moon hanging high in the night sky. Some foreign old men had once told him that the moon's light came from the sun. But why, then, couldn't a perfect being like him stand beneath the true sunlight? After months of separation, Shinichi and Shinobu returned together to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. To Shinichi, coming back to headquarters was like returning to his second home. Everything around him felt so familiar and welcoming. However, as soon as Shinichi returned to headquarters, he received a piece of news that left him utterly dumbfounded. Pfft! A mouthful of wisteria tea sprayed out in shock as Shinichi stared in disbelief at the person before him. What did you say? Those brats, Yuichiro and Muchiro, became Hashira. Note: current plot status: lower moons, lower 1, vacant, lower 2, Hero, soon to die, lower 3, Inmyo, lower 4, Mukago, lower 5, Rui, lower 6, vacant. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 175, Chapter 175. Master. Inside the butterfly mansion, Yuichiro Tokaito, clad in a green haori, excitedly ran towards Shinichi while carrying Maru and I in his arms. Don't call me master, Yuichiro. You've really grown up now, becoming a Hashira in such a short time, Shinichi said, sitting on the steps with a mix of pride and complex emotions in his eyes as he looked at Yuichiro. Yuichiro's smile froze, clearly showing question marks popping above his head. Meanwhile, Maru and I, who had been lying obediently in Yuichiro's arms, suddenly jumped down and ran straight to Shinichi. The little dog circled around Shinichi, sniffing him intently. Suddenly, Maru and I lifted his head, his round eyes widening in disbelief as he howled. Awooh! Master has another dog behind my back. Shinichi, who had been about to pat Maru and I's head, froze. He then remembered that he had indeed interacted with Taro, the little Shiba Inu belonging to the hunter girl Ye, not long ago. Maru and I, your nose is really sharp. Shinichi awkwardly scratched his head as he was caught red-handed. Yuichiro tilted his head, watching his master and Maru and I, sensing there was some juicy gossip to uncover. After a while, the fat Maru and I lay on Shinichi's lap, snoring contentedly as Shinichi massaged him. The dog's smug expression made Shinichi couldn't resist giving him a light tap on the head. What are you so proud of? You're a dog, not a cat. Yuichiro sat beside Shinichi. After hearing Shinichi's explanation earlier, he finally understood why Shinichi didn't want him to call him master anymore, because Yuichiro was about to be promoted to Hashira, making them peers among the Demon Slayer Corps' highest-ranking swordsmen. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, swordsmen of the same rank generally don't address each other with hierarchical titles like master or apprentice. At most, they might use honorifics. No, master, I can't accept that. You saved my life and my brother's life, taught us breathing techniques, and it's because of your influence that we could join the Demon Slayer Corps. No matter what, you'll always be my master," Yuichiro declared firmly, staring at Shinichi. Shinichi's hand, which had been stroking Maru and I, paused. He looked at Yuichiro and shook his head with a smile. "You stubborn kid, is that really necessary?" "I don't care. I'm going to keep calling you master. If that's not allowed, then I'll go to Oyakata-sama and refuse the Hashira promotion," Yuichiro said earnestly. This startled Shinichi. If Oyakata-sama heard about this, he wouldn't take it lightly. Given Oyakata-sama's frail health, Shinichi didn't want to trouble him with such trivial matters. Waving his hand, Shinichi said, all right, let's not talk about this for now. Where's your brother, Michiro?" That's right, Michiro was also about to be promoted. It was almost infuriating how terrifying talent could be. The Tokaido brothers had only held swords for a few months, yet they had skyrocketed from the lowest Mizunato rank all the way to Hashira. The demons in Shinichi's jurisdiction as the Forest Hashira and in the neighboring Water Hashira, Jiyu's territory had practically been wiped out by these two brothers. Michiro? He didn't come with me, but Jin sent me a letter. He should be returning to headquarters soon, right? Yuichiro said uncertainly. Jin was his younger brother Michiro's Kashagi crow. As for Yuichiro's Kashagi crow, well, you might be wondering what it's called. Did you think it was kin? Wrong. Yuichiro's crow is named Moku Moku. LOL. Alright, no more idle chatter you two. Our butterfly mansion is quite busy, since you have nothing better to do, why not have some cookies and stay to help move things around? A gentle voice sounded behind Shinichi and Yuichiro. When they turned around, they saw Shinobu in her Demon Slayer Corps uniform, holding a large tray piled high with honey cookies and a steaming pot of wisteria tea. "Thank you, Shinobu-san," Yuichiro said politely. He held deep respect for the insect Hashira who had saved his younger brother Michiro. After learning about Shinobu's history with his master, his admiration only grew. After all, in the near future, she might just become his master's wife. Picking up a cookie and taking a bite, Yuichiro couldn't help but grimace. Sneaking a glance around to make sure no one was watching, he quickly stuck out his tongue to let the overwhelmingly sweet taste dissipate in the air. When he turned back to look at Shinobu, sure enough, she was sitting behind them with a smile, her violet eyes filled with nothing but the image of his master. Yuichiro sighed inwardly, so what Takabana said was true. By the way, the Takabana Yuichiro mentioned was his frequent teammate during demon-slaying missions, Takabana Tsumugi, a girl who looked like a tomboy but was actually a Kanuranked swordsman. When they first met, Tsumugi had put on quite the senior act in front of Yuichiro. However, it was rather humbling when Yuichiro surpassed her rank to become such an Oto-ranked swordsman in less than half a month. This had deeply discouraged Tsumugi-senpai, who avoided speaking to Yuichiro for a while out of embarrassment. But after surviving multiple life-or-death situations together and being saved by Yuichiro several times, that awkwardness faded, and they became close friends. Aside from her sunny, unladylike personality, Tsumugi had another trait: she adored gossiping about all sorts of interesting tidbits within the Demon Slayer Corps, especially the amusing relationships between the Hashira. It was through Tsumugi that Yuichiro truly understood the peculiar dynamic between his master and the insect Hashira. Oh, and he also learned some little stories about the Flower Hashira and Wind Hashira. The Forest Hashira and Insect Hashira, the Wind Hashira and Flower Hashira, as Tsumugi put it. If I could see these four come together in my lifetime, I'd gladly let a demon chew me up the next second. When Tsumugi learned that Yuichiro was the Forest Hashira's disciple and his brother Michiro was the Insect Hashira's disciple, she nearly fainted from excitement. After recovering, she enthusiastically dragged Yuichiro into days of discussion, even chattering non-stop during missions. What were they discussing? Of course, how he, as a disciple, could play the perfect wingman for his master. Yuichiro hadn't taken it seriously at first. But now, seeing Shinobu's eyes filled with nothing but his master, he thought, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. It is said that the insect Hashira's dessert-making skills were originally excellent, but they mutated just to suit the Forest Hashira's tastes. Yuichiro, who has tasted the honey cookies, can confirm this is true. If Tsumugi were here, she would surely scream at this sight. Meanwhile, Shinichi, who was drinking tea and eating cookies, suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Turning around, he saw his disciple staring at him with a very strange look. "Brat, what's with that weird look? Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 176, Chapter 176. Tokyo. Flame breathing, 9th form, Rengoku. Boom. A roaring crimson dragon of flame surged forward, its maw wide open as it charged towards the grotesque demon before it. So fast. Raya. Covered in blood, Kyojuro Rengoku bellowed as he swung his crimson Nichiren blade with all his might. In a single strike, he severed the obsidian longsword wielded by the demon, whose body melded with the shadows. Though every organ and cell in his body screamed in agony, the unwavering determination in Kyojuro's eyes never faltered. His focus was solely on the demon's neck. His only goal was to sever it, no matter the cost. For the flame Hashira Haori fluttering behind him. Crack. Split. Even as the demon's grotesque head flew from its shoulders, Kyojuro remained in his slashing stance. Thud. The blackened head hit the ground, the thick shadows slowly receding to reveal a face frozen in disbelief. Within its gray-black right pupil, the characters, Lower 2, were clearly etched. Lower rank 2, Harrow, a pitiful creature who had forsaken the dignity of a swordsman. The last light his eyes beheld was the purest strike of flame breathing, unleashed by Kyojuro. Truly, beautiful. Such a flawless slash. Once upon a time, hadn't he too pursued such mastery of the blade? But when had he forgotten that pursuit? Harrow's thoughts drifted back to his days as a human. Back then, he had been a proud swordsman. But all that pride had vanished the moment he knelt before soldiers armed with guns. Flame breathing. After becoming a demon, Harrow had abandoned his katana and embraced the very firearms that had once brought him endless humiliation. Yet even then, he had been effortlessly defeated by a man who wielded flame breathing. Barely escaping with his life, Harrow had nursed his hatred for that man ever since. Even after ascending to lower rank 2, he had never forgotten that disgrace. He had longed to wield his newfound power for vengeance. But now, on the brink of death, Harrow's heart grew strangely calm. Perhaps, all along, he had merely been a petty, resentful fool. With one last glance at Kyojuro and the Nichiren blade that still seemed to burn with flames, Harrow murmured, "What a beautiful strike." Lower rank 2, annihilated. As Harrow crumbled into ashes, Kyojuro remained gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, his brow furrowed. Then, a gentle breeze swept past. Guh. A torrent of blood burst uncontrollably from his lips. Kyojuro's towering frame wavered, his strength leaving him. Were it not for the blade propping him up, he would have collapsed then and there. His body had reached its limit. Yet no trace of relief crossed Kyojuro's face. "No, I can't fall yet. The bombs in Tokyo still need to be disarmed. Everyone is still in danger," he muttered, swaying as he forced himself upright. But then a rather, well, how to put it, fiery figure came sprinting towards him. Her lovely hair, a blend of cherry pink and green, was braided into 2 charming pigtails. Concern was written all over her beautiful face, and her black Demon Slayer Corps uniform was striking, especially the area around her chest, a sight guaranteed to make any man's eyes widen. Mitsurai Kenroji, a disciple of Kyojuro, was an incredibly kind and beautiful young girl. Master, thank goodness. You're all right. Master, you defeated one of the 12 Kazuki. You can become the Flame Hashira now." Splash. The severely injured Kyojuro was suddenly embraced by Mitsurai, instantly feeling a suffocating pressure from her immense strength. "Waya!" Mitsurai clung to her master and began sobbing uncontrollably, not tears of sorrow, but of overwhelming concern, admiration, and sheer excitement. Kyojuro and Mitsurai weren't the only Demon Slayer Corps members on the mission in Tokyo. Including swordsmen of various ranks, over a dozen Corps members had been present, all fighting valiantly and fearlessly against lower rank 2, Harrow. The commotion gradually drew the attention of the other Demon Slayer Corps members. Their uniforms were more or less tattered, most bearing wounds, yet miraculously, not a single member had perished. Kyojuro had fully upheld the promise he made upon arriving in Tokyo, that no one would die here. Seeing Kyojuro, severely injured and nearly suffocated in Mitsurai's embrace, some Corps members panicked. Quick, pull that girl away. Kyojuro's going to be crushed to death. Put some strength into it. Damn it, what's with this girl? How is she so strong? Hey, let go already. Kyojuro needs medical attention right now. With everyone scrambling to help, they finally managed to rescue Kyojuro. But even in his dazed state, Kyojuro kept murmuring, the bombs aren't disarmed. A Corps member quickly reassured him, it's all right. It's over, we succeeded. The bomb threat is gone. Kyojuro, no, Flame Hashira-sama, you've done enough. Please rest now. As the sun gradually rose, dispelling the darkness, its first warm rays filtered through the surrounding skyscrapers, illuminating Kyojuro's face. His vision was soon filled with radiant light, and in his daze, he seemed to see his mother's gentle face. Mother, I didn't disgrace the Rengoku family. I kept my promise to you. Ah, you monster. Stay away from me. In a dimly lit alley, a one-eyed demon screamed in terror at the figure before him. It was hard to imagine a demon displaying such fear. The response was a swift, dark and razor-sharp blade flash. Slice. With a clean cut, the demon's horrified expression froze forever as its head thudded to the ground. The grotesque head rolled to a pair of feet wrapped in white leg wraps. Under the pale moonlight, a slender figure stood silently, gripping a uniquely shaped Nichiren blade. Clad in a black and white striped haori, with jet black hair and an aura of chilling coldness, the figure's mismatched eyes, one gold, one green, held no emotion. The lower half of his face was concealed by bandages, revealing no expression. Most striking was the small white snake coiled around his nose, its ruby-red eyes scanning the surroundings as its tiny head flicked its long tongue in and out. The 50th one. This number meets the standard to become a Hashira, doesn't it? But, is someone like me even worthy of becoming a Hashira? Will everyone agree? Iguro Obanai silently pondered. For some reason, the figures of the forest Hashira, Shinichi, the master, and Kyojuro suddenly surfaced in his mind. If it were them, they would surely support him becoming a Hashira. Canon approaching soon. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 177, Chapter 177. Mato, Lee, you're back. Before the wooden door, Shokyu smiled at the two figures before him. Mato, who crossed his arm, and Lee, who wrapped herself in a gray robe, both nodded in response. How was it? Seems like you both have stories to tell from this trip. I can see the dust of travel on you. Shokyu led them into the small courtyard, curiosity lacing his words as they walked. Mato curled his lips slightly and said indifferently, nothing much. Just sparred with Upper Moon 3 under Musen's command. Also ran into that kid Shinichi, pretty impressive, his progress is noticeable. As for Lee here, Shokyu, next time just let her sleep in her own pit. She's nothing but trouble. Lee lifted her eyelids and shot a lazy, dead fish glare at Mato but didn't argue. Truth be told, she was exhausted and just wanted to return to her pit. Noticing their little spat, Shokyu couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment, he cautioned both of them, be more careful in the future. Try to avoid contact with Musen's subordinates. If your whereabouts are exposed, it'll only bring trouble. Mato waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, got it. Shokyu, you're more nagging than a woman. Meanwhile, Lee walked straight past them without a backward glance, heading straight for her pit, den. Seeing this, Shokyu shook his head helplessly. Time passed quickly. Late one night several days later, Shokyu, dressed in a black suit, sat poised before a tea table, reading an ancient text. His gentle expression, so similar to Musen's face, was something Musen could never possess. Perhaps the window wasn't fully closed, a sudden cold breeze swept into the room, stirring Shokyu's black hair. His crimson eyes froze for an instant. Snap! Closing the book with a soft sound, Shokyu sighed and carefully placed it on the tea table. He glanced around the room with a hint of regret. So, the day has finally come. Whoosh! A sudden mist of blood enveloped Shokyu's body. The next moment, the mist dispersed with the wind and his figure vanished from the room. In the courtyard, a clear pond was adorned with exquisite sculptures and rock formations. Beside it stood a long bare peach tree. Whoosh! As the blood mist slowly coalesced near the tree, Shokyu reappeared in the courtyard. He looked up, his gaze complex, at the figure standing silently atop the sharply ridged roof. The figure wore a samurai robe from the Warring States period, its deep red hair appearing almost dark under the cold moonlight. 6 terrifying blood-red eyes marred what was once a handsome face. The characters in the 2 central eyes sent chills down his spine. Upper Moon 1, is it? Swish. Swish. Two figures appeared almost simultaneously behind Shokyu, Mato clad in crimson armor and Lee, her gray robe fluttering wildly. Both stared at Upper Moon 1 with unprecedented gravity. Shaoqi sighed once again, not looking at Upper Moon 1, but softly calling out, "Brother, it's been a long time." "Heh, Shokyu, you worthless trash, a stinking rat hiding in the sewers, do you even qualify to be called my brother?" A cold, cruel voice echoed from the sky, followed by a figure appearing silently beside Upper Moon 1. A white suit, cold crimson eyes, the same curly black hair, the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. What an arrogant bastard. Mato's forehead bulged with veins as he instinctively moved to teach this so-called progenitor a lesson, but Shokyu stopped him. Now, two strikingly similar faces stared at each other. Shokyu's expression was filled with nostalgia for their reunion and deep regret wash over him. In contrast, Muzan's face held only cold killing intent as he seethed in rage. "This trash dares to look at me with such lowly eyes." Kokushibo. At Muzan's command, Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, who had been standing silently in the background, moved. Crack. The ground beneath Mato's feet split instantly. Unable to hold back any longer, he sneered, "Muzan's underlings, each one weirder than the last. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with the pretentious act?" Boom. Under the watchful eyes of Muzan and Shokyu, a battle exclusive to the most powerful demons erupted. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Training Grounds. Two incredibly swift figures chased and clashed within the confined space. A bluish-green blur relentlessly pursued the purple figure, their collisions occasionally drawing gasps from the onlookers. Well, mostly from a certain girl with shoulder-length orange hair who was making a fuss. In contrast, Yuichiro, sitting beside her, was the picture of obedience, his Nichiren blade resting on his knees as he sat properly, watching his master and Shinobu's training session. Honestly, he was starting to regret bringing Takabana Tsumugi here to observe. "Ah, Yuichiro. Did you see that? Shinichi-sama is way too harsh. That was such a perfect opportunity. He could have shown off in front of Shinobu-sama, but he actually went through with the strike." Tsumugi grabbed Yuichiro's arm, shaking him while wailing. Yuichiro subtly freed his arm and sighed. "Tsumugi-senpai, they're training, not playing around. Training is about improving strength to fight demons. In battle, demons won't give you chances to show off." Tsumugi plopped down on the ground dejectedly. "Ugh, but this is torture. When will I ever get to see Shinichi-sama and Shinobu-sama get together? Yuichiro, just listen to me, let's plan an amazing, super romantic confession/proposal for Shinichi-sama." "Yuichiro, I refuse. You traitor. Yuichiro, you didn't say that before. You've betrayed the organization." "Organization? What organization?" Yuichiro was baffled. "Of course, it's the Demon Slayer Corps Forest Hashira and Insect Hashira and Wind Hashira and Flower Hashira Get-Together Observation Squad," Tsumugi declared proudly, hands on her hips. Yuichiro's forehead was practically steaming. What a ridiculously silly-ass name. He had decided that once he was promoted to Hashira, the first thing he'd do was transfer Tsumugi Takabana to the Kakushi Corps. Keeping such an unreliable girl among the frontline fighter was just too irresponsible. Meanwhile, clang. "Ah!" came a startled cry as Shinobu looked at her Nichiren blade, which had been knocked from her hand, with deep regret in her eyes. Shinichi, on the other hand, leisurely sheathed his Nichiren blade. Watching the slightly puffed-up Shinobu, he chuckled and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Not bad at all, Shinobu. You've improved a lot today, you're doing great. What do you think about the story of the strongest thunder-breathing user? He is the first disciple of Jigoro. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 178, Chapter 178. Time rewinds to 5 minutes earlier. The interaction between Shinobu and Shinichi is really cute. Just as the excited Tsumugi and the exasperated Yuichiro were watching, a very, very gentle voice suddenly sounded behind them. Looking back, they saw Connie Coco, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, giving them a sweet smile. "Nice to meet you, Yuichiro-kun and Takabana-san. Wildflower Hashira-sama." Tsumugi Takabana opened her mouth wide, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. It really was the Flower Hashira. It had been several months since she had last seen the Flower Hashira. Yuichiro shyly greeted Connie. Compared to Sister Shinobu, Yuichiro didn't have much interaction with Shinobu's older sister, limited to a few encounters at the butterfly estate. Before Tsumugi Takabana could respond, another figure appeared beside Connie, accompanied by a cold snort. It's just a flashy sparring match. That Moriki guy isn't using his full strength, otherwise, Coco wouldn't last 3 minutes under him. White hair, bloodshot eyes, the scars on his face and the short jacket with the character 4 kill printed on it all exuded a strong aura of bloodlust. His half-exposed chest was also covered with hideous scars. His Wind Hashira-sama is here too. Tsumugi Takabana drew in a sharp breath. Although she was excited about the appearance of the Wind Hashira and Flower Hashira, and she was very supportive of the two of them getting together, the terrifying killing intent emanating from the Wind Hashira was really hard to bear. Sanemi looked at Shinichi and Shinobu sparring on the field with a critical eye, occasionally frowning, his hand unconsciously reaching for the Nichiren sword at his waist. Compared to the lower moon one whom he had once slain, Sanemi hadn't encountered any worthy demons since becoming the Wind Hashira. Every mission was almost as easy as cutting vegetables. If that was all, it would have been fine, but the fact that his teammates repeatedly encountered lower moons and even upper moons particularly annoyed Sanemi. It's worth noting that Sanemi's hatred for demons was extremely strong. He constantly yearned to slay all demons, especially the powerful 12 Kazuki. However, the reality was that he had missed every battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the 12 Kazuki, which made the already hot-tempered Sanemi even more angrier. For the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, it might be difficult to choose which Hashira was the most approachable, but there was no need to choose which Hashira looked the most dangerous and frightening. Clang! As Shinichi deflected Shinobu's sword, the battle on the training ground came to an end. While Shinichi's head-patting gesture caused Tsumugi to excitedly cry out, Sanemi could no longer contain himself. Sanemi-kun. Connie instinctively cried out as she saw a blur rush past her, but she didn't manage to grab hold of Sanemi. On the other side, Shinobu, her face still flushed, turned her head with a puzzled expression. I thought I heard my sister's voice. Oh, it really is sister. Seeing her sister Connie, Shinobu happily waved at her, but at that moment she also saw Sanemi charging towards her and Shinichi. Shinichi sensed the strong fighting spirit emanating from Sanemi and smiled, pulling the somewhat dazed Shinobu behind him. Looks like Sanemi's hands are itching. Huh, what did you say, Shinichi-kun? Shinobu tilted her head and asked. Nothing. You and Connie haven't seen each other in a long time. Go have a good chat, Shinichi shrugged, sending Shinobu away before turning to face Sanemi. Sure enough, Sanemi smiled with a hint of excitement, one hand carrying his sheathed Nichiren sword, the other pointing at the Nichiren sword at Shinichi's waist. Moriki, you can't practice much with that little Coco girl. Let's have a go, you and me. Among the Hashira, I've long wanted to try your forest breathing. How about it, shall we spar? Shinichi looked up at the sun still lazily hanging in the sky and sighed helplessly. It's still early. Since you're interested, I can't refuse. Whoosh. The moment Shinichi finished speaking, the sheathed Nichiren sword violently swung towards his face. It was an exceptionally fierce strike, with the veins on Sanemi's arm bulging. As impatient as ever. Bang! With a crisp sound, Shinichi responded in an instant, successfully blocking Sanemi's strike with his own sheathed long Nichiren sword in an upward slash. This collision of scabbards seemed to press some kind of signal. In the next second, the two figures quickly turned into blurs. Green and dark green slashes constantly intersected and collided, and the momentum of the breath of wind and breath of forest seemed to whip up a hurricane in the training ground. Unlike the earlier sparring between Shinichi and Shinobu, the battle between Shinichi and Sanemi was exceptionally intense. Even though both of their Nichiren swords were sheathed, the power of each strike left terrifying marks on the thick ground of the training field. Breath of the forest, 6th form, resilient grass, hurricane strike. Breath of wind, 7th form, gale, sudden gusts. Whoosh, whoosh. The strong gusts of wind blowing towards her made Tsumugi Takabana unable to keep her eyes open. She covered her eyes. Is this really training? My eyes. Suddenly, in an instant, the hurricane in front of Tsumugi Takabana vanished into thin air. She slowly opened her slightly red and sore eyes. Is it over? But standing in front of Tsumugi Takabana was an extremely burly figure. With hands clasped together, although the haori over his monk's robe fluttered constantly in the hurricane, Gyomei Himejama's body stood in place like a mountain, completely unmoved. Nama Amida Butsu. Sanemai's growth is truly astonishing, and likewise, Shinichi's strength is extraordinary as always. Stone Hashira-sama. Tsumugi Takabana stared blankly at the figure in front of her. But it wasn't over yet. Another voice sounded from behind her. Although a battle of flying sand and rocks is quite flashy, the flying dust is really troublesome. It's dirted my gorgeous hair. Uzui Tengen walked over, complaining while patting the dust and some weeds off his hair. Sound Hashira-sama. Everyone's here, huh? In that case, I'll watch here too. A figure wearing a fox mask also walked into the training ground and sat down next to Tsumugi Takabana and Yuichiro. You two don't mind, do you? The voice was very gentle. Tsumugi Takabana quickly shook her head. No. Of course not, wave Hashira-sama, please sit. As she spoke, Tsumugi Takabana moved over a bit more. The eyes visible beneath the fox mask flashed with a hint of amusement. Thank you. My goodness, have all the Hashiras come here? Tsumugi Takabana murmured, her head spinning a bit. Since she joined the Demon Slayer Corps, she had never seen so many Hashira gathered at once. Except for the water Hashira, Gyuto-myoka, who was still recuperating at the Butterfly Mansion, it seemed that all the other Hashira had come to this small training ground. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 179, Chapter 179. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. All the Hashira gathered here, including the injured water Hashira Gyuto-myoka, with Kaneo help. Under the leadership of the Demon Slayer Corps' Master Kaguya Yubayashiki, 4 Demon Slayers were officially promoted to Hashira. Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Maple Hashira, Yuichiro Tokaito. Mist Hashira, Michiro Tokaito. Serpent Hashira, Obanai Iguro. For the first time in hundreds of years, the number of Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps exceeded 9. From now on, 9 Hashiras would no longer be the limit for the Demon Slayer Corps. The future of the Demon Slayer Corps is limitless. The newly promoted 4 Hashiras also boosted the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps members. The increasingly powerful Demon Slayer Corps dealt a devastating blow to those evil demons lurking in the darkness. However, at the same time, the evil demons were secretly accumulating strength for a counterattack. Clang! A crisp sound of a biwa rang out. The next second, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of a pair of dazzling rainbow-like pupils. Upper Moon 2, Doma, wearing a hat, tilted his head and then suddenly put on a surprised expression, saying gently, "Oh my, isn't this Kokushibo-sama? How did you find me here? Did Kokushibo-sama miss me?" Whoosh! 6 blood-red eyes emanating intense pressure emerged from the darkness. Despite being stared at by 6 extremely cold gazes, Doma wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he looked at the Upper Moon one before him with excitement. After a moment of silence, Kokushibo's cold voice slowly rang out. "A few enemies have escaped from Muzan-sama subordinates. Arrange your followers to search for them at all costs." Doma tilted his head in another direction, grabbing his own calves with both hands. "My followers? But wouldn't Nakame-san be more suitable for finding people? Besides, the Eternal Paradise cult was half disbanded after being disrupted last time." Completely ignoring Doma's words, Kokushibo disappeared from the spot after giving his instructions, leaving Doma alone staring blankly at the air in front of him. Kokushibo-sama is still so cold and heartless. Doma shrugged and then clapped his hands. Soon after, an old man wearing the Eternal Paradise cult's robe crawled into the dim room on his knees. "Great cult leader, do you need young girls again? I'll go arrange it right away." Before the old man could leave, Doma called out to him, "I need to find a few people, some very interesting people." What? The old cult member was a bit confused. Had the cult leader changed his taste? However, these weren't things for him to consider. All he needed to do was satisfy all the needs of the cult leader in the room and incidentally, keep his own life. Others might not know the cult leader's true identity, but he, who had been in the Eternal Paradise cult for 40 years, knew everything clearly. Mount Sajiri. "Look, Tanjiro, your sister Nezuko is so cute. If only my sister were still here, she was also very well behaved and sensible." A gray-haired boy about Tanjiro's age looked enviously at the bamboo box on Tanjiro's back. At this moment, a small head was resting on the edge of the bamboo box, curiously looking around, with a small bamboo tube in her mouth. This adorable scene attracted many young boys and girls to gather around. Everyone put down their wooden swords and gathered around, praising and teasing Nezuko. Since Nezuko had turned into a demon, her body had suddenly shrunk to the size of a 4-year-old child, and her mentality had also regressed a lot. However, the aggressiveness and bloodthirst of demons seemed to have disappeared from Nezuko. Judging from her appearance alone, no one would think Nezuko was a demon. The young boys and girls surrounding Tanjiro were a good example of this. This was Mount Sajiri, also the dojo where the former water Hashira Seikanji Urokodake trained his disciples. These young people, including Tanjiro, were all Seikanji Urokodake's disciples. Thanks to Jiyu Tomioka's letter, Tanjiro successfully became Seikanji Urokodake's disciple. Although Master Urokodake always wore a mysterious Tengu mask that looked a bit scary to Tanjiro, he was truly very kind to him and Nezuko. Nezuko's existence also truly shocked this former water Hashira. Could there really be such a demons in the world? Over the years, because 2 of his disciples had become a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, many swordsmen had come to learn the water-breathing technique under his tutelage. Seikanji Urokodake, who had dedicated nearly his entire life to slaying demons, naturally wouldn't refuse to contribute further to the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. After Sabato and Jiyu, Seikanji Urokodake had successively trained dozens of water-breathing swordsmen who joined the Demon Slayer Corps. However, even so, before meeting Tanjiro, Seikanji Urokodake didn't have any special feelings. He truly just treated cultivating swordsmen as his mission. Until Tanjiro appeared with his sister Nezuko. Nezuko's identity and the strong, optimistic spirit that Tanjiro carried deeply moved Urokodake. Although Tanjiro's talent for water breathing wasn't the most outstanding among Urokodake's current disciples, Urokodake vaguely felt that this kind-hearted boy would definitely surpass most people in the future. This might be some kind of intuition. Wait a moment. Everyone, this isn't good. Nezuko doesn't eat these things. Also, everyone shouldn't neglect your own training, or Master Urokodake will get angry. Seeing that an enthusiastic senpai was about to take out various snacks to feed Nezuko, Tanjiro quickly waved his hands to dissuade them. This was also a miraculous thing. Compared to the demon's habit of having to eat humans, although Nezuko had also turned into a demon, she showed no signs of wanting to eat people. In these few months, Tanjiro had also slowly discovered his sister's special condition. In other words, Nezuko only needed to sleep to replenish her energy. So most of the time, Nezuko just curled up sleeping in the bamboo box on Tanjiro's back. It was rare for Nezuko to be so active like tonight, which was why everyone who was training got so excited. As if to confirm Tanjiro's words, a figure wearing a blue shirt with water patterns and a red Tengu mask appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, more than a dozen boys and girls hurried back to their positions, grabbing their wooden swords and training individually. Urokodake looked around but didn't say anything. Then, he walked to Tanjiro's side. "Master." Tanjiro bowed very seriously to Urokodake, then raised his head with a smile and said, "Master, I've been doing as you said, swinging my sword 5,000 times every day now. It's just that yesterday I accidentally broke my wooden sword." As he spoke, Tanjiro took out a broken wooden sword and handed it to Urokodake. As Urokodake took the wooden sword, he also touched the thick calluses on Tanjiro's hands. A very hard-working child. "Well done, Tanjiro. Starting tomorrow, you can learn various sword forms of water breathing along with everyone else," Urokodake said. Tanjiro opened his mouth wide and said excitedly, "Really? That's great." Seeing her brother so happy, little Nezuko in the bamboo box on his back also stretched out her 2 small hands, raising them over her head and waving them back and forth. This heartwarming scene made even Urokodake pause for a moment. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 180, Chapter 180. Clang. A crisp sound of the biwa made Mikado instantly widen her blood-red eyes. Even though she was one of the legendary 12 demon moons and the lower rank 4 at that, it still couldn't change her truly timid personality. With ash-gray hair and fair skin, if one ignored the 2 small horns protruding from her forehead and the sharp fangs in her mouth, judging by appearance alone, the little demon girl Mikado was truly a unique cutie among the grotesque and terrifying evil demons. Paired with her thick red kimono and fluffy scarf, one couldn't tell at all how powerful she really was. An endless expanse of houses of varying heights, twisted skyscrapers and deformed roads stretching in all directions. Countless lanterns and candles emitting a dim yellow glow illuminated this bizarre space. The Infinity Castle. Why am I here again? Mikugo trembled as she surveyed her surroundings, suddenly realizing it was the Infinity Castle where Muzan had gathered them before. But it had only been 2 years since the last lower rank gathering, so why was she summoned to this place again? Before Mikugo could think further, 2 more figures quickly appeared beside her. One wore an exquisite tailcoat, with black hair impeccably styled and an expression that seemed deeply morbid. His mirror blue eyes were inscribed with the characters for lower 3, lower rank 3, in Mu. The other was a slightly shorter figure, wearing loose clothing patterned with blood-red spider webs. His skin was even fairer than Mikugo's, and beneath his pale hair was a childlike face, yet completely devoid of expression, cold and emotionless. In his blood-red eyes, the characters for lower 5 could be clearly seen, lower rank 5, Roe. Seeing the other lower ranks appear, the nervous Mikugo relaxed slightly, but soon became even more tense, because after Inmu and Roe, no other lower ranks appeared. No, it can't be, where are the other lower ranks? Wakaraba, Kyugai, Kamino. They couldn't all have. Mikugo thought in horror. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure instantly bore down from above the 3 lower ranks. Thud, thud, thud. Almost simultaneously, Inmu, Mikugo and Rui prostrate themselves on the ground. A pair of crimson eyes coldly surveyed the 3 from above. Lower ranks, only you 3 are left. As members of the 12 demon moons, you lower ranks have really made me proud, haven't you? Tell me, is there any reason for you to continue existing? Whoosh. An extreme sense of danger sounded in Mikugo's heart. Muzan-sama. It's Muzan-sama voice. Damn, damn, damn. What a terrifying voice. Muzan-sama seems angry. We're doomed, doomed, doomed. A cold snort escaped from Muzan's nostrils. He stood up from the exquisite leather sofa, casually smoothing out the wrinkles on his white suit, and looked at Mikugo with displeasure. He had heard her thoughts loud and clear. To think there was such a cowardly demon among the 12 demon moons. Muzan-sama, as you say, we lower ranks have brought shame to your magnificent self. This is our disgrace, and we are willing to accept any punishment from you. 2 spots of perverse blush appeared on Inmu's face as he gazed at Muzan with morbid adoration, arms spread wide like a fanatical devotee. Mikugo didn't dare raise her head at all, trembling as she said, Muzan-sama, please give us a chance. We will prove our worth. Rui showed no obvious reaction, but softly said, I'm sorry for disappointing you, Muzan-sama. Whoosh. In a flash, 3 grotesque giant tentacles suddenly shot out, grabbing the 3 lower rank demons like picking up chicks. Inmu and Rui were fine, but Mikugo on the other side let out a pig-like squeal of terror. My lord. Muzan-sama. Spare me. No. Silence. Muzan, unable to tolerate it any longer, instantly tightened his tentacle, crushing Mikugo's throat in an instant, preventing her from making any more sound. Squelch. Spikes pierced into the bodies of the lower ranks. Muzan's blood flowed through the spikes into their bodies, a terrifying immense power rapidly filling their bodies. With her neck crushed, Mikugo couldn't make a sound, only feeling the drastic changes in her body with horror. She felt like her body was about to explode. Thud thud thud. When the 3 lower ranks fell to the ground in a sorry state, the numbers in their eyes had also changed accordingly. Inmu's eyes now showed lower 1, Rui became lower 2, and the cowardly Mikugo's eyes now displayed the number lower 3. This is your last chance. I want to see the Demon Slayer Corps in a sea of blood. I want to see all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps annihilated. Muzan said coldly. At the same time, several crisp Biwa sounds suddenly rang out in the endless Infinity Castle. Soon, 3 more grotesque figures appeared before Muzan. Thud thud thud. Without a word, the 3 immediately knelt upon seeing Muzan. Muzan-sama. The lead demon had messy, matted hair, looking extremely unkempt, but his features were somewhat pretty boyish. He wore a white robe stained with various colors, looking extremely chaotic and eye-catching. In his hand, he held a bone-like paintbrush, and in his azure eyes were inscribed the characters, lower 4, lower rank 4, Kaigaku. The figure on the left was chilling to look at. His muscular upper body was covered in beast-like black fur, and his enormous frame was nearly 5 or 6 times the size of Mikugo. His monster face perfectly illustrated what it meant to be an evil demon. But the most horrifying part was his chest area, where a shrunken, ugly little demon's upper body was attached, yes, fused with flesh and blood, looking extremely creepy. In its wide-open red eyes were inscribed the characters, Lower 5, Lower Rank 5, Enigma. Compared to the first two, the third demon seemed rather unremarkable. He looked like a gray-skinned demon with pointed horns, wearing a faint smile, appearing harmless. Lower Rank 6, Kamuro. Muzan glanced at the three new lower ranks and said without turning his head, "The same goes for you." "Yes. Muzan-sama, compared to the previous lower ranks, we will not disappoint you. Also, I hope you will allow me to challenge lower rank 2 to a blood battle for position, to prove that I can be of greater value to you." Lower rank 4, Kaigaku said as he licked his lips, looking at Rui in the distance. Rui showed no reaction. Muzan looked at Kaigaku, but before he could say anything, another brutal voice spoke up. "Hee, that's right, my lord. I also want to challenge lower rank 3 to a blood battle for position." The grotesque and terrifying Enigma opened his bloody maw wide as he looked at the small and cute Mukago. The shriveled little demon on his chest also let out a bone-chilling scream, baring its teeth and claws. Seeing Enigma's terrifying and towering frame, Mukago cried. She really cried. Large tears welled up in her big eyes. So scary, could she voluntarily surrender? Seeing his two companions initiate blood battles for position, Kamuro kneeling to the side, showed no reaction. He just looked around at all the lower ranks, letting out a low, eerie laugh from his throat. He. Clang. A crisp biwa sound rang out along with Muzan's very well. Soon, the Infinity Castle seemed to come alive, with pavilions and buildings constantly twisting and transforming, quickly dividing into two battlefields. Rui, silent. Mukago, no. 3 of the new lower rank is OC, and this Kaigaku is not the one who made Zenitsu lock in. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 181, Chapter 181. Aoi, quickly bring the hemostatic cotton. And bandages. Never mind, just bring the whole big basin over here. Inside the butterfly mansion, a pale-faced Demon Slayer Corps member had already lost consciousness, lying on the operating table. On his chest, a bone-deep narrow wound was truly horrifying, with fresh blood still gushing out continuously. Beads of sweat appeared on Shinobu's forehead. Having removed her haori and donned a white coat, she looked very efficient, but the serious expression on her small face and the blood stains on her white coat indicated that the current situation was far from calm. When Aoi Kanzaki anxiously brought a large basin of medical supplies to Shinobu's side, Shinobu didn't even look as she directly reached out and took a large piece of hemostatic cotton, pressing it onto the wounded area of the patient. After finally stopping the bleeding and suturing the wound, checking that the patient's vital signs were still intact, Shinobu finally let out a sigh of relief. With Aoi's help, she took off her white coat and gloves, then sat down on a chair nearby to rest for a moment, her face full of exhaustion. Seeing how exhausted Shinobu looked, Aoi couldn't help but worry. She went to the side and poured a cup of steaming wisteria tea. "Shinobu-san, you haven't slept for almost 4 days. Please rest for a while. Going on like this will wear out your body." Shinobu took the teacup and showed a gentle smile. "Thank you, Aoi. Don't worry, I'm fine. Right now, the Demon Slayer Corps members are all fighting hard on the front lines. We in the rear must ensure their safety." Since the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had expanded, although the efficiency of demon hunting had greatly increased, the demons' counterattacks had also become more fierce. Almost all the Hashiras had been dispatched to various areas, hunting demons day and night without rest. Within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the Butterfly Mansion had become the busiest place. Many wounded were sent here every day, and because of this, the Flower Hashira Kani Koko and the Insect Hashira Shinobu Koko were working in shifts, treating the wounded day and night without rest. But recently, the number of demons in the Osaka area had increased dramatically. Oyakata-sama had no choice but to send the Kani to support, so now only Shinobu was holding up the Butterfly Mansion. If it weren't for the help of Aoi Kanzaki and Kumino, Shinobu might have become the first Hashira to be worn out. That's right, the Butterfly Mansion was now so busy that even Kumino, who had lost an arm, was running around non-stop. Half of the Kakushi were also basically helping the Butterfly Mansion running. I wonder how Nei-san and Shinichi-kun are doing now. Shinobu took a few sips of the wisteria tea, her heart filled with worries about her loved one's situation. Aoi didn't say much more. Although she was also very concerned about Shinobu, there were still many patients in the Butterfly Mansion who needed her care. It was Shinobu who had chosen her from within the Demon Slayer Corps to join the Butterfly Mansion. Otherwise, she, who feared combat, might have been dismissed from the Demon Slayer Corps long ago. After a few final words of caring advice, Aoi hurriedly went back to her busy work. Shinobu had just finished her hot tea and put down the cup when suddenly, she felt her hand being grabbed. Turning her head in confusion, Shinobu saw a very cute little face and a pair of big, watery eyes. "Oh, it's Kaneo. What's wrong? Do you have something to tell me?" Shinobu raised her hand and gently ruffled Kaneo Tsuyuri's hair. This child, rescued by her and her sister, was still so shy and a bit slow even today. As expected, Kaneo didn't speak, but she grabbed Shinobu's hand and started pulling her with some force, trying to make Shinobu leave. Kaneo, what are you doing?" Kaneo still didn't speak, her cheeks just turning slightly red as she continued to pull on Shinobu's arm, then pointed in a direction. The bedroom. Shinobu looked in the direction Kaneo was pointing, which was indeed towards the bedrooms where they usually rested at the back of the Butterfly Mansion. "I see." A flash of understanding and surprise passed through Shinobu's eyes. So Kaneo was worried about her. Realizing this, Shinobu's heart couldn't help but warm. "It's alright, Kaneo. Don't worry about me. I'm a Hashira, you know. Hashiras don't fall so easily. But thank you for your concern, Kaneo. If you can, could you pour a cup of hot tea for me?" Shinobu said softly, using a tone as if coaxing a child. A slightly confused expression appeared on Kaneo's little face, but in the end, she let go of Shinobu's hand and took the teacup Shinobu handed her to go pour some tea. Shinobu watched Kaneo's retreating figure, then sat back down in the chair. Perhaps she was truly too tired, as she slightly tilted her head, resting it against the back of the chair for a moment. But in just that moment, drowsiness came rushing in like a tide. Suddenly, Shinobu felt her eyelids become extremely heavy. Although she tried her best to resist, in the end, she dozily closed her eyes. Soon after, Kaneo returned with a steaming cup of flower tea, but seeing Shinobu fast asleep in the chair, she froze on the spot for a moment. A somewhat hurried blue-green figure walked into the Butterfly Mansion. The Haori on his body was slightly tattered, but Shinichi's expression was still as energetic as ever. The recent rampancy of demons had kept all the Hashiras busy. Even Jiyu Tomioka had just gotten out of his sickbed heading off to Hokkaido to support Uzui. The high-intensity demon hunting missions were taxing even for Shinichi, who's a demon, let alone others. However, although the demons were rampant, those that came out were just small fry. Not even one of the 12 Kazuki had appeared. Their strength, of course, couldn't threaten a Hashira like him, so while it was tiring, the results of their slaying were definitely not bad. For example, Shinichi had slain enough demons during this period to qualify for another Hashira promotion. Returning to headquarters, Shinichi's first stop was the Butterfly Mansion. He had heard that the Butterfly Mansion had been extremely busy lately and he wondered how Shinobu was doing. Soon, Shinichi found Shinobu in the operating room. However, when he saw Shinobu sleeping soundly leaning against a chair and Kaneo standing beside her holding a cup of cold tea with a blank expression, Shinichi was taken aback for a moment. People generally don't fall into a deep sleep while sitting or standing unless they're extremely exhausted. Clearly, Shinobu leaning against the chair now was absolutely worn out. As for Kaneo on the side, Shinichi knew a lot about this child too. Seeing her holding the teacup with a dazed look, Shinichi could pretty much guess what had happened. Without saying a word, Shinichi removed the 2 Nichiren blades from his waist and took off his dust-covered Haori. He stepped forward and gently embraced Shinobu in the chair. Almost effortlessly, Shinichi picked up Shinobu. She really was a light little thing. Shinichi sighed, then said softly to Kaneo, "Kaneo, do you know where your sister usually rests? Can you lead me there?" Kaneo tilted her head, then suddenly her eyes widened. She turned around, pointed in a direction and started walking. Shinichi followed behind her. Curled up in Shinichi's arms, Shinobu was truly exhausted. Even being carried by him didn't wake her up. Instead, her breathing became more even and she unconsciously snuggled deeper into Shinichi's embrace. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 182, Chapter 182. Forest Breathing, Ninth Form, Eternal Cycle. Under the infusion of abundant life force, the Demon Slayer Corps member who was pale-faced and barely breathing just moments ago suddenly regained some color in their cheeks. Aoi Kanzaki, standing next to Shinichi, watched this miraculous scene with her jaw nearly dropping. Is the forest breathing really this amazing? Are we sure this isn't some legendary magic? On the other side, Kumino, who had personally experienced the effects of forest breathing before, nodded in agreement. If everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps could master some forest breathing, the casualty rate would definitely improve significantly. Hearing this, Aoi Kanzaki looked at Kumino with some surprise. That makes sense, but the forest Hashira's forest breathing is extremely difficult to learn. I've heard that in all these years, besides the maple Hashira, no one else has been able to practice forest breathing, and I feel like the maple Hashira's forest breathing is different from the Shinichi-san. Shinichi pulled his Nichiren blade out of the ground and sheathed it. He had heard Kumino and Aoi Kanzaki's conversation. Forest breathing was indeed miraculous, but equally difficult to master. As Aoi Kanzaki said, Yuichiro's forest breathing wasn't exactly the same as his own. Like his brother Muichiro, Yuichiro's talent had also allowed him to break free from the constraints of forest breathing. In other words, Yuichiro had likely developed a breathing technique truly suited to himself from forest breathing during this time. But why was forest breathing so hard to master? According to the old man, the first step of recognizing and communicating with life force was too difficult. After all, asking a normal person to listen to the so-called voice of nature was quite absurd. However, to join the Demon Slayer Corps, every member must at least master one breathing technique. Would it be feasible to combine forest breathing with various other breathing styles? Shinichi pondered to himself. He had anticipated this idea long ago. Meanwhile, in Shinobu's usual bedroom at the Butterfly Mansion, on the thick tatami mats, Shinobu's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Soon, a pair of slightly confused violet eyes slowly opened. The sudden sight of the bedroom ceiling and the warm feeling around her body left Shinobu Koko bewildered. When she sluggishly sat up, she finally realized she was in her bedroom. Why am I here? Wait, did I just fall asleep? Looking at the thick blanket covering her and the pajamas she was wearing underneath, Shinobu Koko quickly crawled out of bed. On the small table beside her, her Demon Slayer Corps uniform and butterfly haori were neatly folded, with her Nichiren blade placed properly at the edge of the table. Did Nei-san come back? Shinobu wondered as she hurriedly changed into her uniform. Besides her sister Connie, she couldn't think of anyone else who would take such thoughtful care of her. After all, Kaneo was still an introverted child and Aoi was too busy to spare much time. We should find time to get more helpers for the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu thought as she finished putting on her uniform and haori. She rushed out of the bedroom without her Nichiren blade, her hair still loose, worried that her rest might have delayed treatment for the injured Demon Slayer Corps members. But when Shinobu arrived at the front of the Butterfly Mansion, the familiar figure she saw made her freeze. Shinichi. She was so surprised that the usual kun she always added to his name didn't even come out. Oh, it's Shinobu. You're awake. Did you rest well? I heard from Aoi that you hadn't slept properly for 4 days. I can handle the situation here. Do you want to go back to sleep for a while? Seeing that Shinobu had woken up, Shinichi spoke naturally with a caring tone. But Shinobu's brain was still in a state of shutdown. Her mind was full of questions. Who am I? Where am I? Why is Shinichi here? After a long while, Shinichi finally heard Shinobu speaking while stammering. Shinichi, I just, sleep, bedroom. Shinichi looked at Shinobu in confusion. How come after not seeing her for a while, Shinobu's speech had become so disjointed? But he roughly understood what Shinobu mean, so without thinking much, he simply said, Oh, you mean that? I carried you to the bedroom. Kaneo showed me the way. But Shinobu, I have to scold you a bit about this. The bedroom is a place for rest. Don't stuff it with so many medicinal herbs and other bottles and jars. Someone who knows it's a bedroom is fine, but others might think it's some kind of pharmacy. It was even hard to find a wardrobe. Shinobu didn't hear what Shinichi said after that. She only heard that it was Shinichi who carried her back to the bedroom, which meant that her pajamas. Whoosh! Almost at a visible speed, Shinobu's face immediately turned red. Noticing this, Aoi Kanzaki quickly asked with concern, "Shinobu-san, what's wrong? Do you have a fever?" Under everyone's gaze, Shinobu suddenly covered her face, turned around and ran away. "Shinichi, what's going on?" "Aoi Kanzaki, is Shinobu-san really unwell?" Kumino, grinning like he's enjoying the drama. Asakusa District, Tokyo. Thud. A rough door-slamming sound accompanied by a strong demonic aura startled the owner of this mansion invisible to ordinary people. A voice was heard shouting loudly, "Lady Tamayo. Quick, run. I'll hold these guys off." Soon, the demon Yushiro, who's wearing an apron and wielding 2 kitchen knives, saw a muscular demon carrying a shadowy figure on his back and another demon in tattered robes. Yushiro, baring his fangs and with a look of heroic sacrifice on his face, rushed down the stairs, swinging his kitchen knives fiercely at the muscular demon. The muscular demon didn't move. The tattered robed demon beside him flashed her body and with a swoosh, a blade of light flashed, and Yushiro's kitchen knives immediately broke. Before the shocked Yushiro could react, he felt a sudden dizziness, and when he came to his senses, he found himself pinned firmly to the ground, unable to move. "Damn it! Let me go!" Yushiro struggled frantically. "Wait, Yushiro! Don't be rash!" At this moment, Tamayo ran anxiously towards the stairs. However, due to the inconvenience of her kimono, by the time she tried to warn and stop Yushiro, it was already a bit late. So when Tamayo reached the ground floor, she saw Yushiro firmly pinned down by the tattered robed demon. Fortunately, nothing worse had happened. Just as Tamayo was sighing in relief, the blurry black shadow on the muscular demon's back suddenly spoke. Tamayo, long time, no see." That voice. "Is it Shokyu-san? How did you end up in this state?" Tamayo covered her mouth, looking at the black shadow on the muscular demon's back in shock. She recognized the muscular demon, but she didn't expect the black shadow on his back to be Shokyu. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 183, Chapter 183. Muzan's power is still incredibly strong. Although he doesn't have particularly outstanding combat techniques, we are unable to defeat him simply due to his terrifying regenerative abilities, Shokyu said with a bitter smile as he sat on the tatami mat. Half of his body had recovered, while the other half was still in an insubstantial black mist state. "Is that so?" Tamayo, sitting across from Shokyu, furrowed her brow. It wasn't that she doubted Shokyu's words. In fact, Tamayo knew far more about Muzan than this. After all, she had personally witnessed countless killings by Muzan, as well as seen him flee in a pathetic state after encountering that godlike man. Tamayo was certainly well aware of how tenacious Muzan's life force was. She even suspected that it would take quite a while to kill Muzan even if he were dragged out into the sunlight. Shokyu shook his head, but then added, "But it wasn't entirely fruitless." As he spoke, he extended his hand and raised a black claw. Soon, a drop of crimson blood coalesced at his fingertip. A familiar yet strange, intense demonic aura spread out. Tamayo looked at the drop of blood with some shock. "Is that?" Shokyu answered affirmatively, "Muzan's blood. Not the kind he infuses into other demons, but blood that genuinely comes from within Muzan's body." Meanwhile, in another room, Yushiro scowled as he tossed 2 bags of bloods in front of Mato and Lee. "Don't misunderstand, this bloods was obtained through normal means. Tamayo would often take Yushiro out to conduct free medical checkups or pay to acquire some blood from human civilians in ways that wouldn't harm their health. However, Mato and Lee remained unmoved by these 2 bags of bloods. "We don't need to drink blood. Thank you for your kindness." As the only 2 demons transformed by Shokyu, the second demon king after Muzan, Mato and Lee's characteristics were already different from other demons. They didn't need to devour humans like other demons, but instead, like Shokyu, could maintain their energy requirements by ingesting a special compound substance created by Shokyu himself. Shokyu also couldn't accept eating humans, so he sought to solve the problem of the demon cannibalistic nature immediately after becoming a demon. "Tch. Rude bastards." Yushiro grumbled, glaring at Mato before picking up the blood bags and leave the room. Lee, with half of her face hidden behind her long hair, also turned his head to look at Mato helplessly. There was no helping it, the encounter with Kokushibo seemed to have dealt quite a blow to Mato. Mato at full power and Lee when serious, the 2 of them working together were still suppressed by Kokushibo alone with a single sword. For a battle maniac like Mato, this was hard to accept. At this moment, although Mato's expression was calm, his inner thoughts were actually churning. Koku Shibo. Tamayo-san, I entrust this drop of blood to you. I hope you can make something out of it. Shokyu said solemnly as he handed the glass vial containing Musen's blood to Tamayo. Tamayo was stunned and hesitantly asked, "To me?" Shokyu replied with some resignation and melancholy, "Yes. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, this drop of blood probably won't have much better use in my hands. My 1,000 years of research became a joke after that night when I encountered Musen." As he spoke, Shokyu directly placed the glass vial in Tamayo's hand. "So, Tamayo-san, you are the one who can truly bring out the value of this drop of blood. Please, destroying Musen is the goal of all of us." "I understand. I will do my best. Thank you for your trust, Shokyu-san." Tamayo nodded seriously. Only then did a relieved smile appear on Shokyu's face, which closely resembled Musen's. "Damn it. Why? Curse it all. If I had known becoming one of the 12 Kazuki would be this dangerous, why did I try so hard back then? Kill the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? They're called Hashira for a reason. Even Rokuro and Kamina died. How could I possibly defeat those Hashiras?" In a dim wooden cabin, a shadow curled up in a ball muttered incessantly, her tone full of resentment. "Awuh!" Suddenly, a shrill howl came from outside the cabin. Swish! A pair of blood-red eyes immediately lit up inside the cabin, with the characters for lower 5 clearly visible in her pupils. "So noisy. Shut up." Crack! A sound like a watermelon splitting rang out and the outside of the cabin immediately fell silent. Looking outside the cabin, a headless demon's body fell to the ground with a thud, still twitching. The flesh on its neck was slowly writhing and regenerating. At the severed neck, thin vines could still be seen. Around the headless demon stood several other demons, standing like puppets. Their eyes were lifeless, expressions blank, bodies swaying slowly with the mountain breeze. The demons' bodies varied in size, but whether they were ferocious large demons or small ones that looked like weaklings, their necks were all wrapped with thin, long vines without exception. On the vines grew fruits that were tangled together. Creak! Suddenly, the cabin door was pushed open, and a petite figure walked out. The moment this figure appeared, the several demons with parasitic vines on their necks all knelt down without exception. Grayish-white hair, fair skin, 2 small horns protruding from the forehead, and a thick red kimono, it was none other than one of the 12 Kazuki, Mikugo. However, in the Infinity Castle, she had barely warmed up her newly acquired rank of Lower Moon 3 when she was forced into a life-or-death battle with Lower Moon 5, Enigma for a position swap. The result was obvious, the Lower 5 in her pupils said it all. If it weren't for Musen's intervention, she would probably have become Enigma's food by now. But precisely because of this, Musen was even more dissatisfied with her performance, stating outright that if she couldn't bring back the head of a Demon Slayer Corps Hashira within 2 years, she could go join Kamino and the others. Mikugo, who had walked out of the cabin, looked at the kneeling demons before her. These demons had all been parasitized by her blood demon art, in other words, they were now her puppets and slaves. But could she really kill a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps with just these ants? Mikugo raised her head, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. At this moment, Mikugo couldn't help but found herself praying to the gods. "God, please bless me. Let me lure in the weakest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Please bless me." At the same time, several figures traversing a road suddenly stopped in their tracks. A black-haired young man in the lead frowned and rubbed his nose. The boy behind him asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong?" "Shinichi, it's nothing, just felt like someone was talking about me." "Yuichiro, huh, could it be Shinobu-san?" "Shinichi, read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 184, Chapter 184. "The atmosphere here is so eerie, it gives me chills," remarked a Demon Slayer Corps member gripping his Nichiren blade amidst the mountain forest. "Indeed. This place reeks of malevolence, it's practically screaming for demons to appear. But with Forest Hashira and Maple Hashira leading us this time, even if we encounter an Upper Moon demon, we shouldn't have to fear it, right?" His comrade replied lightheartedly. "That's true. By the way, Izumo, after this mission, take me to try that eel rice place you mentioned last time. I've been craving it for ages." "No problem. Let me tell you, Yukamai's eel rice is absolutely divine. Especially their teriyaki sauce, just thinking about it makes me drool. Just as their conversation veered further off topic, an unsettling rustle suddenly emerged from a nearby bushes. Instantly, the two previously relaxed Demon Slayer Corps members tensed up. Something's there. Izumo, keep watch. I'll go first. If anything seems off, signal immediately. One Demon Slayer tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade and cautiously approached the rustling bushes, while the other remained on guard. Be careful. Swish. The bushes was sliced open with the Nichiren blade, revealing a young woman lying on the ground, drenched in blood, her eyes filled with despair as she stared at the sky. A woman. The Demon Slayer gaped at the figure. A woman appearing in the middle of this desolate forest was beyond strange. Judging by her attire, she seemed to be a hunter. But Demon Slayers weren't fools, caution remained paramount. His blade stayed drawn. Izumo. There's an injured woman here. A woman? No way. In these mountains, in the dead of night, how could there be a human? Katetsu, be careful, it might be a demon. Izumo shouted in warning. Katetsu carefully examined the hunter girl. Upon seeing the Demon Slayer, the despair in her eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Trembling, she raised a hand and gasped out, help me. There's a monster. Izumo. She really is human. Quick, throw me the first aid kit. She must have encountered a demon. What? She's actually human. Izumo was stunned but immediately retrieved the kit from his waist and rushed over. Meanwhile, deep within the vast forest, over a dozen Demon Slayer Corps members were spread out, searching for traces of demons. Shinichi and Yuichiro led separate teams into the heart of the woods. According to intelligence, one of the 12 demon moons was likely hiding in these mountains. Given the gravity of the situation, Yubayashiki Kaguya, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, had directly dispatched the nearest Hashira, Forest Hashira Shinichi Moriki and Maple Hashira Yuichiro Tokaito, to carry out the demon-slaying mission. Rustle. With a casual tug, Shinichi ripped down a thick vine coiled around a towering tree. His gaze lingered on the heart-shaped green fruits clinging to the vine, lost in thought. I recognize this. I've seen it before when gathering herbs with my grandfather in the mountains. It's called mukago, can be used as medicine to treat sore throats, but needs processing. Eating it raw is poisonous, said a Demon Slayer Corps member following Shinichi, identifying the fruit in his hand. Shinichi examined the fruit. So it's called mukago, huh? Crunch. With a casual squeeze, white juice seeped through his fingers. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed deeper into the distant mountain forest. Whoosh. His left eye gleamed emerald green, breath of the forest, eighth form, whispering forest eyes. Turbulent life forces and deathly auras twisted together in clear distortion. The mountains indeed hid demons, but none matched the level of the 12 demon moons. Yet these demonic presences showed signs of converging, a behavior that began only as the Demon Slayer Corps tightened their search perimeter, as if the demons were willingly allowing themselves to be encircled. If there really is a 12 demon moon here, should I call them cunning or foolish? What's their purpose in gathering these demons? Shinichi scoffed, flicking away the crushed remains of the fruit. Izo. Caw. Caw. A large Kashagi crow flapped its wings and landed steadily on Shinichi's shoulder. Gather everyone quickly and head towards the Maple Hashira. Also, inform Yuichiro, I'll meet him in the south, Shinichi ordered swiftly. Izo nodded. Understood, Caw. Once Izo left, Shinichi turned to the two bewildered Demon Slayer Corps members behind him. You heard me. Forest Hashira, sir, do you mean, we should also regroup with the Maple Hashira? One asked hesitantly. Correct. But what about you? I have my own plans. Go now, tonight's battle will be tough. Yes. After sending them off, Shinichi crouched and lightly patted the ground. Maru and I. Whoosh. A black bolt shot from the shadows, a muscular wolf form with gleaming fangs, its presence alone enough to intimidate anyone. After some time apart, Maru and I's aura had grown even fiercer. In his demonized state, his jet-black fur seemed tipped with flickering dark flames. A low growl rumbled from Maru and I's throat as Shinichi stroked his head, listening intently. So, roughly 17 demons. A wooden hut. Strange behavior. With that description, this 12 demon moon isn't simple. Could its blood demon art involve controlling other demons? Interesting. Satisfied with the intel, Shinichi gave Maru and I massive head an approving pat. Good work, Maru and I. Meanwhile, unaware that her location and abilities were largely exposed, Mukego was fully activating her blood demon art, manipulating over a dozen nearby demons. Though their strength was lackluster, if they could stall the Hashira even briefly, she'd have ample time to set her trap undisturbed. By then, even if she couldn't kill the Hashira, she could at least severely injure them. At the very least, even if she couldn't wound them badly, there would definitely be enough time to cover her escape. Mukego had great confidence in her fleeing skills. Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, I'm truly sorry. I don't want this either. I really don't want to fight you. But there's no choice. If you don't die, then I will. And I don't want to die yet, Mukego muttered while kneading two lumpy fruits in her hands. The fruits she held were none other than the very same Mukego that shared her name. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 185, Chapter 185. Is that so? I understand. Yuichiro stretched out his arm, grasping Shinichi's plan from Izo in the air, and immediately understood what Shinichi intended to do. Soon, the Demon Slayer Corps members who received the order began to quickly converge towards Yuichiro's direction. Meanwhile, Shinichi was rapidly charging towards the direction where the demons had gathered. His blue-green figure moved freely through the lush forest, while the demonized Maruenai likewise flashed like lightning around Shinichi's vicinity. Screech! The deerskin boots came to an abrupt halt on the ground covered with dead leaves, leaving two long marks while also picking up a fair amount of dirt. Shinichi pressed his hand on the Nichiren blade at his waist, looking at the eerie and abrupt wooden cabin before him. The surroundings were completely silent, with cold moonlight spilling onto the cabin and the surrounding clearing, adding to the horrifying atmosphere. The wooden cabin looked as if it had been abandoned for many years, covered in moss and cracks. Shinichi lifted his foot, approaching the cabin step by step. At the same time, beneath the ground, in the distant bushes, behind the walls of the abandoned cabin, pair after pair of bloodthirsty eyes opened and low growls began to brew in their throats. As he drew closer to the cabin, the murderous atmosphere in the air grew increasingly thick, almost visible to the naked eye. But Shinichi continued walking forward without changing his expression, until he was less than 10 meters away from the cabin. Crack! Boom! Accompanied by the crisp sound of splintering wood, a large, pitch-black massive figure burst out of the cabin, stirring up a surging gust that made Shinichi's hair and Haori flutter constantly. Whoosh! When that huge, elongated figure stopped moving, Shinichi could finally see clearly what it was in the moonlight. Thick, emerald-green vines twisted and intertwined with each other. Though they were plants, the undulating vines seemed to breathe like animals, emanating a chilling bloody scent. Countless vines tangled together, forming a terrifying vine giant snake. Atop the vine giant snake's head stood a petite figure, with thin vines emerging from behind it, connecting to the vine giant snake below. The two characters in its blood-red eyes were particularly conspicuous. Lower Moon 5. Let me count, 1, 2, 4, 6 have all been killed. It seems only 3 and 5 among the lower moons haven't been killed yet, right? Faced with the lower moon 5, Mukego, Shinichi not only remained calm but even had the leisure to count off the lower moon ranks that had been eliminated. Shut up, you despicable demon slayer. You've come here on your own, so don't expect any mercy. Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be a nobody. Are you a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Mukego didn't want to listen to Shinichi's chatter either. She only cared about whether Shinichi was a Hashira or not. If this strong-looking guy before her wasn't even a Hashira, how terrifying must the Demon Slayer Corps be? Oh, do you evil demons fear Hashiras too? If that's the case, why don't you just obediently stretch out your neck and let me give you a quick death? Forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinichi Moriki, at your service. Swish. As Shinichi finished speaking, his red and green Nichiren long sword pointed directly at Mukego's face. Shinichi's answer put Mukego at ease. A Hashira? Forest Hashira? Never heard of it. But as long as you're a Hashira, that's enough. Die. Mukego's expression hardened, baring her fangs. Her originally pretty and cute face instantly transformed into a ferocious demon. It was only at this moment that everyone realized, even though Mukego looked cute, she was essentially still a man-eating demon and one of the extremely powerful demons at that. Boom! With Mukego's angry shout, the vine giant snake beneath its feet immediately sprang into action. The massive vine tail, as thick as several people's embraces, came crashing down towards Shinichi. Hee hee. Shinichi chuckled lightly, his left foot slightly exerting force as he quickly dodged to the right. While easily avoiding the snake tail, he reversed his grip on the Nichiren blade with one hand, and a blue-green light instantly flashed along the blade. Forest breathing, first form, iron birch slash. Slash. Boom. A large mass of twisted vines was instantly cut off, and thick green fluid immediately splattered out. Mikugo's pupils contracted. This level of power. She decisively extended a red claw, viciously stabbing into the head of the vine giant snake beneath her feet. Blood demon art, swelling vine ascension. Crack. The severed part of the vine giant snake began to writhe rapidly, with vines suddenly swelling and quickly mutating. In no time, not only was the wound healed, but two deformed and terrifying claws had even grown out. There's a new form. Shinichi looked at the vine giant snake that was opening its mouth wide and silently roaring at him, a bit surprised. It seemed Lower Moon 5 had some tricks up her sleeve. Rumble. The vine giant snake charged towards Shinichi once again. Meanwhile, Yuichiro, who was leading more than a dozen Demon Slayer Corps members forward rapidly, suddenly stopped in his tracks. A blood-soaked Demon Slayer was supporting another who appeared to be severely injured, stumbling towards them. Ah, it's Izumo and Katetsu. Behind Yuichiro, a Corps member recognized the two, but their injured state clearly shocked the team members. Izumo, who was anxiously supporting his comrade, showed a mix of surprise and joy upon seeing Yuichiro and his group. He quickly raised one hand to wave at everyone and shouted, "Ma Maple Hashira! And everyone, thank goodness. Please save Katetsu, we were tricked by demons." Yuichiro looked at the two blood-soaked individuals, his eyebrows involuntarily furrowing. Something felt off, but before he could say anything, Corps members behind him had already rushed forward to help. We just met a female hunter on the mountain, thought she was a normal human, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be a shape-shifting demon. Katetsu was severely injured by her. Quick, save him first. Izumo weakly fell to his knees, explaining with effort. Two other demon slayers quickly caught the severely injured and unconscious Katetsu, while also taking out medical kits to help bandage Izumo's wounds. A shape-shifting demon? Were you bewitched? Are there such demons? The demon slayer helping to bandage Izumo's wounds asked curiously. Yes, exactly like a human, couldn't tell the difference at all, me and Katetsu were both fooled. Izumo said through gritted teeth due to the pain from his wounds. Then what about that demon? Izumo looked up, seeing it was the Maple Hashira, Yuichiro asking him, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. That demon, after severely injuring Katetsu, I fought with it and finally cut off its head. But, Maple Hashira, I don't think that demon died, because its body turned into gray mist and I saw characters in the demon's eyes. Yuichiro was slightly taken aback. Characters? Was it one of the 12 demon moons? Realizing something was wrong, Yuichiro quickly asked, what characters? Lower 6. Swish. A sudden change occurred. Izumo's originally brown eyes suddenly changed color, becoming vertical pupils with gray irises and golden, lower 6, characters inscribed in it. And a sharp, cold light flashed like lightning straight towards Yuichiro's face. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 186, Chapter 186. Maple Hashira. The sudden turn of events stunned the Demon Slayer Corps members around Yuichiro. However, they never expected that their comrade Izumo, who had been fine just moments ago, would suddenly attack. The sharp Nichiren blade flashed like lightning towards Yuichiro's face. The surrounding Demon Slayer Corps members only had time to cry out in surprise. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Although there was a moment of surprise on Yuichiro's face, he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, a thin red Nichiren blade had precisely blocked Izumo's Nichiren blade. Yuichiro gripped the handle with one hand. The tsuba of the red Nichiren blade was in the shape of a beautiful maple leaf. Compared to Yuichiro's calm eyes, the eye of Izumo, with lower 6 engraved in it, was now full of astonishment. As expected of a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, he could react even at such close range. He he he. An eerie laugh emerged from Izumo's throat. By now, the other members had also reacted. They all saw the lower 6 in Izumo's eyes and quickly drew their Nichiren blades, swiftly surrounding him. It's a demon. Damn it. What have you done to Izumo? A Demon Slayer member angrily questioned, but the only response was an eerie laughter and sudden attack. Water breathing, first form, surface slash. Splash. The water blue slash that quickly rose from the Nichiren blade in his hand attacked directly towards the Demon Slayer core members. Half of Izumo's face was now slowly covered with a layer of gray substance, like half a human skin. Danger. Dodge. The Demon Slayer core members weren't stupid. Of course, they wouldn't foolishly take this attack head-on. However, without exception, no one made a move to attack. Perhaps it was because the demons still had the familiar appearance of their comrade, or perhaps it was because of the familiar breathing technique the demon used. In any case, at that moment, no one thought to attack the demon. And this demon wasn't really intending to fight the Demon Slayer core to the death. After forcing everyone back with the attack, it was about to flee at high speed. Just as the demon was about to step out of the encirclement, a light, nimble voice suddenly sounded in its ear. Maple breathing, second form, light dance slash. Swish. The slender, fire-red slashes connected into dazzling red lines, moving at an unbelievable speed, even leaving faint afterimages in the air. Thud. The fleeing Izumo suddenly stumbled and then fell face-first to the ground. Yuichiro turned around, still lightly gripping the red Nichiren blade. From the perspective of the Demon Slayer core members, the Maple Hashira had been behind them just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of the demon. Maple breathing? I've never heard of this breathing style. Wasn't the Maple Hashira practicing forest breathing before? A Demon Slayer member noticed the sword form Yuichiro had just used. What's strange about that? Every Hashiras is unparalleled in the world. Creating a new breathing style is almost too simple for them. Isn't it the same for the insect Hashira and the newly promoted snake Hashira? Another Demon Slayer member explained matter-of-factly. Setting aside the matter of breathing styles for now, Yuichiro's attention was focused on Izumo, or rather, the lower rank 6 possessing him. Sure enough, the demon whose legs and sword-wielding arm had been cut off, stood up again. However, his form was unsteady. Half of his body had now completely transformed. Gray legs and a gray arm were regenerating and growing from the severed parts. As for his face, half of it was still Izumo's face, now with eyes closed as if unconscious. The other half had turned into a demon's face with gray skin and pointed horns. The golden eyes with lower 6 engraved in them glowed with an eerie light. Lower rank 6, Kamuro. He, truly worthy of being a Hashira of the Demon Slayer core, sufficiently vigilant. It seems impossible to kill you and gain merit with Muzan-sama. The completely different, eerie voice laughed and said. Where's the real Izumo? Yuichiro asked directly, without wasting words. When they first met, he hadn't recognized the demon either. Even now, he could still sense a human presence from Kamuro. What a pity. It's rare to have a chance to play with the Demon Slayer core's breathing techniques. What a shame. Oh right, Mikugo on the mountain is very cute and her rank is higher than mine. Why don't I step aside and let you go find Mikugo? Let me borrow this body for a few more days. Kamuro said with a grin. Yuichiro's expression completely calm. He tightened his grip on the red Nichiren blade. No one saw how he moved, but dozens of brilliant red slashes, as bright as fire, instantly enveloped Fake. Maple breathing, fourth form, autumn fire dance. The bursting red slashes momentarily made people feel as if they were seeing maple leaves dancing in autumn, both colorful and giving a unique sense of beauty. However, for Kamuro these attacks were not only beautiful but also deadly. Without much thought, Kamuro also picked up the Nichiren blade from the ground, its blade rippling with blue waves. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. The fluttering maple leaves met with layers of waves. But the seemingly surging water waves only resisted for a brief moment before being torn apart by the maple leaves. Cracks appeared all over the water-blue Nichiren blade. In the shocked gaze of the Demon Slayer core members who had just rushed up to help, Kamuro's attack was directly nullified by Maple Hashira. Swish swish swish. Kamuro was almost defenseless as Yuichiro shattered half of its demon body. Roar. The demon half of Kamuro, now covered in countless cracks, suddenly roared and came alive like a lump of cement, trying to escape from Izumo's body. For the final strike, Yuichiro stepped forward. The red Nichiren blade was sheathed in a flash of lightning and drawn to slash in an instant. Maple breathing, third form, one leaf autumn. A flash of red light, crack. Yuichiro's figure passed through Izumo. A large mass of writhing, gray, strange substance was cut from his body with an unwilling roar, continuing to twist and struggle on the ground. Izumo had returned to his original form, a corpse that had long lost his life. Everything that had just happened occurred in just a few seconds. By the time the Demon Slayer Corps members arrived, it was all over. Izumo. The members grieved for their fallen comrade, while also hating the cunning and terrifying nature of demons, able to disguise themselves as their comrades. At the same time, they marveled at the Maple Hashira's swift and decisive action, killing lower rank 6 in an instant. But the person involved didn't think so. Looking at the twisting Komuro on the ground, Yuichiro felt that things might not be so simple. Ow. Ow. Demon Slayer Corps, until we meet again, he. After stuttering out these words, Komuro turning into a lifeless, mushy mess. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, a woman who had been lying like a corpse in the bushes suddenly opened her eyes. It was the female hunter that Izumo and Katetsu had saved earlier. However, one of her eyes had suddenly turned golden, with a vertical pupil engraved with lower 6 in it. He. The eerie, low laughter echoed once again in the deep mountains. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 187, Chapter 187. Boom. Crack. The fragile wooden cabin, along with the forceful strike of the vine giant snake, was directly smashed into pieces, with half of it turning into splinters. As the wood chips flew, the hidden demon was also exposed. Since she was exposed, Mukiko simply stopped pretending. Her expression turned fierce as she made a grabbing motion in the air with her right hand. Instantly, behind the shattered cabin, in the dark corners of the forest and from underground, one bloodthirsty and ferocious demon after another roared out. Over a dozen demons lunged straight at Shinichi, but faced with this sudden scene, Shinichi wasn't surprised at all. He had long known these demons were gathering. With a powerful kick off the ground, Shinichi leaped up, dodging another strike from the vine giant snake. As he quickly descended in mid-air, Shinichi adjusted his posture, holding his sword with both hands. His heterochromatic eyes instantly locked onto the demons below. Forest breathing, third form, thorn stab. Whoosh! The flash of the blade that appeared in an instant was like harmful thorns suddenly bursting out from within the hidden forest. Squelch! Squelch! In a flash, the heads of several demons were pierced through. The moment he landed, several demon heads immediately flew into the sky. Disdainfully flicking the blood off his Nichiren blade, Shinichi looked towards the fierce-faced Mukiko. Is that all? Whoosh! A ghostly wolf howl suddenly rang out. A demon that had just crawled out of the ground was struck by a black lightning bolt and immediately flew backward uncontrollably. Crack! Crack! An eerie tearing sound followed, and it was only then that one could see clearly that what had crashed into the demon earlier was a black wolf. What's going on? Where did this wolf demon come from? Why is it helping the demon slayer? Mukiko was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. However, now wasn't the time to worry about that wolf demon. Fully annihilating the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps was her goal. Shinichi's agility and the terrifying power of his sword techniques far exceeded Mukiko's expectations, also making her heart tremble. Is this the strength of a Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps? How could they be so powerful? Wasn't it said that for thousands of years, the Demon Slayer Corps had always been crushed under their feet? Forget it. I don't care about this or that, I'll fight you to the death. Blood demon art, blood frenzy dance. She clapped her hands together forcefully with a loud shout. Then, under Mukiko's mental control, more demons emerged from their hidden places in the darkness. The vines growing on each demon's neck began to subtly secrete some venom. Instantly, the demons in contact with the venom became even more bloodthirsty and ferocious in their gaze, completely losing their rationality. They charged towards Shinichi almost without any strategy, neither dodging nor avoiding him. The vine giant snake under Mukiko's feet also grew several times thicker, rushing towards Shinichi like an overwhelming force along with the horde of demons. Is this all you've got? Are you for real? If all the lower moons are like this, then Muzan is truly foolish, raising so many useless creatures like you is a waste of time. Shinichi said mockingly. One hand took over from both hands gripping the Nichiren blade, while the free hand drew the Nichiren short sword from his waist. Crossing the two blades, he slightly stepped back with his right foot. Boom! A surging life force mixed with a beast-like ferocious aura erupted violently. Forest breathing, 13th form, Nidan Ichiryu, wolf soul. Countless strands of blue-green life force began to envelop Shinichi's body, and in an instant, they condensed into a huge blue-green wolf with its mouth open in a roar. The whistling sound of the rising air currents seemed like an enraged wolf's howl. Go all out. Tear him to pieces. Mukego shouted loudly with a twisted face. Awah! The blue-green giant wolf lowered its head, seemingly letting out a howl, then suddenly stomped the ground and fiercely crashed into the demon horde. For a moment, countless demon roars sounded around Shinichi as numerous sharp claws and fangs tearing towards him, but his Nichiren dual swords blocked all attacks and shattered everything before him. Squelch! Squelch! Rip! One ferocious demon head after another was severed and torn apart. These weak demons controlled by Mukego couldn't even slow down Shinichi's advance. Mukego's face turned green. The vine giant snake swung its huge tail, taking advantage of Shinichi's focus on slaughtering the cannon fodder demons, and smashed down towards him with a thunderous force, completely disregarding the several fellow demons within its attack range. Bang! With a huge crash, the vine giant snake's tail smashed heavily into the ground. This time, because of the interference from other demons who had lost their minds, Shinichi couldn't dodge in time and was hit along with several other demons by the vine giant snake's attack. It really works. Mukego's eyes lit up. With such a powerful and heavy strike, even if you're a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, you should be severely injured if not dead, right? Unfortunately, Mukego's hopes were shattered in an instant. A blue-green light shone from beneath the vine giant snake's tail, then suddenly erupted. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the giant tail of the vine snake directly burst open, countless juices and fragments flying everywhere. Shinichi, also drenched in the juices, emerged holding his dual swords with an annoyed expression. You bastard, do you know how hard it is to wash the Demon Slayer Corps uniform? I'll definitely slaughter you. Shinichi's forehead bulged with veins. You. Mukego wanted to say a few more words, but at this moment, shouts of killing also came from behind her. Charge! Slay the demons! Fight alongside the forest Hashira! Everyone, charge! Surround them! Don't let them escape! More than a dozen Demon Slayer Corps members, gripping their Nichiren blades, with determined gazes, charged towards Mukego and the demons she controlled. In other words, she was now surrounded. But what shocked Mukego the most wasn't this, but the youth wearing maple leaf decorations behind those dozen or so Demon Slayer Corps members. Yuichiro calmly gazed at the lower moon 5 on top of the vine giant snake. That lower moon 6 didn't lie. There really was another lower moon on the mountain. It wasn't in vain that he had changed plans and brought the squad members to support his master. Well, although it seemed like support wasn't really necessary. At this moment, more than a dozen brave Demon Slayer Corps members had already engaged in battle with the demons, which allowed Shinichi to relax a bit. He finally had time to specifically and properly deal with that little demon. However, when Shinichi saw Yuichiro's figure, a hint of complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Shinichi was the first person Yuichiro told about his self-created breathing technique. This youth, considerate of his master, actively sought Shinichi's opinion, because he also knew that there were too few users of forest breathing. If he abandoned forest breathing, it would mean the inheritance of forest breathing would be severed once again. Although regretful, Shinichi still encouraged Yuichiro to innovate freely. The breathing technique that suits oneself best is the best breathing technique. While inheritance is important, the original intention of inheritance is to be able to slay demons. Blindly sticking to tradition would only waste one's talent. Moreover, Yuichiro's maple breathing could be said to have derived from forest breathing. How could this not be considered another form of inheritance? Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 188, Chapter 188. Damn it. I knew the Hashira wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Mukego's face was so bitter it looked like juice could be squeezed out of it. One Hashira had already given her a hard time and now in just a moment, another Hashira with a group of demon slayers had arrived. The bunch of cannon fodder demons she had painstakingly gathered were almost all killed. Although they were cannon fodder demons, Mukego had put a lot of effort into controlling them, but they only lasted this long. Mukego's heart had completely lost her initial confidence. Now, her mind was filled with only one thought: escape. She must escape. The Demon Slayer Corps was too terrifying. She didn't want to die yet. Although she might be killed by Muzan-sama later, if she didn't run now, she would die here. Having made up her mind, Mikugo's attacks became increasingly frenzied. The giant vine snake under her feet also seemed to have lost all reason, not caring whether what stood in front of it was a demon or a demon slayer, simply crushing everything in its path. Faced with Mikugo in her frenzied state, the demon slayers had no choice but to evade. For a moment, several demons didn't die by the demon slayer's blades, but were instead crushed into pieces by the giant vine snake. Blood demon art, parasitic blood vines. Boom! The frantically advancing giant vine snake exploded as it approached Shinichi, bursting into hundreds or thousands of extremely thin, blood-sucking vines. The blood-sucking vines with sharp teeth lunged at Shinichi from all directions. Facing this attack, Shinichi didn't take it lightly. His Nichiren blade instantly whipped up a violent hurricane. Forest breathing, 6th form, resilient grass hurricane strike. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless blood-sucking vines were swept up into the air by the hurricane. At the same time, flashes of blue-green light flickered within the hurricane. The terrifying slashes shattered these blood-sucking vines in a moment. But there were still some stray blood-sucking vines that escaped Shinichi's hurricane and turned to attack the other demon slayers. The sight of the blood-sucking vines with their mouths full of countless sharp teeth sent chills down the spines of the demon slayers. They all used their full strength to destroy these vines. Ah, not good. This thing has wrapped around me. However, some demon slayers were unfortunately caught off guard. One was suddenly bitten on the nose by a blood-sucking vine. Almost instantly, that demon slayer's face turned pale, and he directly lost consciousness. Hiss! The blood-sucking vine let out a chilling, high-pitched demon cry. Its dense sharp teeth gleamed coldly as it raised its head, about to burrow into the unconscious demon slayer's neck. Maple breathing, 3rd form, one-leaf autumn. A thin red line flashed by, and half of the blood-sucking vine's body immediately split into two. Yuichiro gripped his red Nichiren blade tightly with both hands, his light blue eyes rapidly moving, constantly locking onto the positions of the remaining blood-sucking vines. Visible heat seeped from the corners of Yuichiro's mouth. He took a slight step back, the muscles in his calves tensing in an instant. Maple breathing, 4th form, autumn fire dance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, flashes of fiery red afterimages swept across the eyes of every demon slayer. One blood-sucking vine after another was severed. In an instant, all the stragglers were destroyed. At the same time, as Shinichi swung his Nichiren blade, the violently raised hurricane slowly dissipated, and countless fragments of blood-sucking vines and foul-smelling blood fell to the ground. But it was at this moment that a sharp-eyed demon slayer spotted a figure suddenly appearing between Shinichi and Yuichiro. Forest Hashira, Maple Hashira. Be careful. Die, Hashiras of the Demon Slayer Corps. Mikugo's face was fierce, her red claws extending several centimeters, her fangs was grotesquely exposed. With a cruel expression on her face, she roared in an unusually low voice. Mikugo had successfully concealed her presence using the cover of countless blood-sucking vines. Her body was hidden among the fragments and blood of the countless blood-sucking vines that had just been destroyed. She was taking this opportunity to launch a fierce sneak attack. Her target was clear, Shinichi. She wanted to try to kill this Hashira. However, Shinichi and Yuichiro's reactions would greatly surprise Mikugo. Shinichi and Yuichiro moved almost simultaneously. Blue-green and red blade lights flashed from in front of and behind Mikugo at the same time. Forest breathing, 7th form, soaring wood dragon slash. Maple breathing, 5th form, maple sparrow flash. Boom! A blue-green giant dragon and a fiery red sparrow simultaneously took form, each letting out silent dragon roars and sparrow chirps. The overwhelming aura that swept up made Mikugo and the surrounding observing demon slayers unable to open their eyes. Such a shocking and exciting scene was right before their eyes. The demon slayers were deeply impressed by the strength displayed by the two Hashiras. I never want to fight a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps again. But Mikugo only had time to complain this much in her heart. The next second, the blue-green giant dragon and the fiery red sparrow engulfed her body. Her neck was smoothly cut open from front and back by the two Nichiren blades. The head with two small pointed horns flew towards the sky. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as Shinichi's Nichiren blade collided with Yuichiro's Nichiren blade. Along with this sound came the thud sounds of Mukago's head falling to the ground. The battle was over. So strong. The demon slayers swallowed, looking at the scene before them with both admiration and some disappointment. They admired the forest Hashira and maple Hashira's strength, which left them in awe. The regret was that they, as ordinary demon slayers, had hardly helped at all, which left the team members somewhat felt bad. Some had even begun to think that having Hashira to slay demons was enough and that they, as ordinary members, seemed to have no real purpose. But now was not the time to think about such things. After all, slaying a lower moon demon was something worth cheering about, wasn't it? The demon slayers' cheers didn't affect Shinichi and Yuichiro. Yuichiro watched as Mukago's head turned to ashes with reluctance, but for some reason, he always felt something was off. So he looked at Shinichi with an inquiring gaze. Shinichi sheathed his Nichiren blade and also noticed Yuichiro's gaze. What a clever disciple. This one isn't dead. Yuichiro's eyes widened, indeed. But, Master, why? Shinichi chuckled lightly, turning to look towards the distant mountains. Sometimes slaying demons is not the best solution. We must always seek opportunities to take the initiative, preferably to directly find that bastard Muzin's lair. Ah, Master, do you mean? Rustle. The dense undergrowth was roughly pushed aside. With black fur burning with flames that looked like a ghost, Maruenai's red eyes flickered with an eerie light. His slender claws paced slightly, and soon Maruenai locked onto a direction. Then his body quickly turned into a black lightning bolt. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 189, Chapter 189. On Misty Mountain. Crack, crack. A faint scraping sound arose from underground. In the depths of the desolate mountain forest, the earth swelled slightly into a small mound that continued to writhe. Bang! Suddenly, a curled vine burst through the mound and grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching over a meter tall in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a grayish fruit began to form on the vine. An eerie heartbeat sound emanated from within the fruit, as if something was growing inside. Before long, a large dark shadow silently appeared next to the fruit from the darkness, quickly writhing and slowly taking human form. Grayish-white skin, horns on the head, golden left eye inscribed with lower 6, lower rank 6. Komuro smiled as he watched the fruit continue to ripen. Crack. Under Komuro's gaze, a long fissure split open in the gray fruit. A blood-red claw suddenly extended through the crack, followed by another. The two claws gripped the fissure and pulled forcefully. Crack. Komuro watched as the fruit was torn open and a petite figure stumbled out from inside. Completely naked, dripping with viscous fluid covering their body, white hair clinging tightly to the face, red eyes still faintly showing traces of fear, but the characters lower 5 were still strikingly visible within its eyes. If any demon slayer who had accompanied Shinichi and Yuichiro saw this scene, they would be utterly astonished. Lower rank 5 Mukago was actually not dead. They had seen with their own eyes Mukago's head being cut off by the two Hashira. This was actually Mukago's hidden technique. The cowardly demon had long since prepared an escape route. A vine hundreds of meters long buried deep underground was her means of survival. The Mukago that had fought Shinichi and the others earlier could only be considered her fruit in a sense. Mukago's true root was hidden in the underground vine. She was cautious enough to suppress her aura and only dared to emerge from the ground after Shinichi and the others had completely left. Cough cough cough. Damn those Hashira, demons. Mukago had just started cursing when she opened her eyes and saw a figure smiling at her, scaring her quite a bit. Mukago instinctively covered her naked body, looking at Komuro with uncertainty. Lower 6. Why are you here? Seeing Mukago's reactions, Komuro was amused. They were both demons, what was there to hide? Once you become a demon, who cares about those trivial differences between men and women? He, why can't I be here? By the way, your battle just now was quite unique. I think Muzan-sama would be very interested in it, Komuro said with a grin. Hearing this, Mukago's expression changed drastically. What are you trying to do? Are you threatening me? Not far away, every move of the two lower-ranked demons was observed by a pair of blood-red eyes. A low growling sound continuously echoed in the dark undergrowth. Behind Misty Mountain. Tanjiro, you really did it. The sweet and cute-looking Makomo widened her beautiful eyes, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the boulder as tall as a person in front of her. A clean sword mark ran through the entire boulder, the cut surface so smooth it was hard to believe it had been sliced by the ordinary-looking 15-year-old boy before her. Tanjiro panted, his forehead covered in sweat, his hands still trembling. Despite this, he still gripped his Nichiren blade tightly. It wasn't until he heard his senpai's surprised voice that Tanjiro realized he had actually cut through the boulder. He had finally completed Master Urokodake's test. He could now participate in the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection. Great! I did it! Tanjiro had just started to cheer when his body was suddenly overwhelmed by endless fatigue. He collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, but his hands still didn't let go of the Nichiren blade. Oh no, Tanjiro, be careful. Makomo quickly supported Tanjiro, her eyes filled with concern as well as admiration and appreciation for her junior. She had personally witnessed Tanjiro's growth over this period of time. Makomo, who had returned from the Demon Slayer Corps to visit Urokodake, stayed for a while at her master's request to help teach her juniors. It was during this time that Makomo got to know Tanjiro, this kind and pure-hearted boy. Of course, she also met the cute and special Nezuko. At first, Makomo was also very surprised by Nezuko's identity, but after days of interaction, she let go of her misgivings. At the same time, among all the disciples, Tanjiro's hard work and diligence left a deep impression on Makomo. Just now, Makomo, who had come to the back of the mountain by chance, saw Tanjiro training diligently by himself. Until now, on Misty Mountain, the only people Makomo had seen who could split a boulder apart were Urokodake and Sabito. But today, Tanjiro became another one. Tanjiro, you're really amazing, Makomo said sincerely as she helped Tanjiro up. Tanjiro was also excited because Master Urokodake had told him that when he could split the boulder, it meant he had reached the standard to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection. In other words, he could join the Demon Slayer Corps. I must join the Demon Slayer Corps, I must turn Nezuko back into a human. This sentence had been repeated countless times in Tanjiro's heart. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of eyes under the Tengu mask had seen everything. Looking at the split boulder, Urokodake's heart also flashed with a moment of bewilderment. This child had actually done it. The boulder-splitting test was actually more of a well-intentioned lie from Urokodake. In fact, many swordsmen who had already joined the Demon Slayer Corps might not be able to split a boulder in one strike. When Urokodake initially set this test for Tanjiro, he didn't really expect Tanjiro to complete it. He just wanted the child to practice his sword skills more. When the time was right, Urokodake would tell Tanjiro he had reached the standard. But unexpectedly, in less than half a year, Tanjiro had actually done it. Just as Tanjiro had said, he could now participate in the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection. But Urokodake hesitated. Was Tanjiro really ready now to join the Demon Slayer Corps, especially with his sister Nezuko? Regarding Tanjiro's constant talk about turning his sister back into a human, Urokodake actually knew very well that it was almost impossible. A demon is a demon. In thousands of years, there had never been a demon that could turn back into a human. But Urokodake had never mentioned this to Tanjiro. Perhaps he was unwilling to shatter the hope of this kind-hearted child. P.S. Canon soon. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 190, Chapter 190. He, Mukado-chan, you almost made a big mistake just now. To think you were tailed by someone. If Muzan-sama finds out. The fake golden eyes looked at Mukado up and down, while the latter's face looked quite unpleasant, her clenched fists also indicating that Mukado's inner state was far from calm. Awwa. The chubby Maruenai lay somewhat listlessly on Shinichi's leg, his little black eyes full of undisguised disappointment. Hey, it's alright Maruenai, you did great. A failure doesn't mean anything. Shinichi comforted while rubbing Maruenai's head. Evidently, Shinichi's earlier plan to have Maruenai tail Mukado had failed. However, although regrettable, Shinichi wouldn't feel too disappointed. If Muzan was really that easy to find, the battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons wouldn't have lasted for thousands of years. Whoosh! A blade of wind grazed past Shinichi, leaving a very obvious mark on the wall behind him. Shinichi looked up, watching two blurred figures constantly clashing and fighting in the training ground. Flashes of azure blue and fiery red sword light appeared from time to time, showcasing various sharp and dazzling sword techniques. As he watched, Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes revealed considerable admiration and praise, both for his disciple Yuichiro and for Muchiro who was sparring with Yuichiro. The talent of these two brothers was truly outstanding. It was already remarkable that Yuichiro could derive maple breathing from the extremely difficult to master forest breathing. As for Muchiro, the mist breathing he practiced was a derivative of wind breathing. The gifted Muchiro not only mastered mist breathing to perfection, but even created entirely new mist breathing sword forms. At this moment, the sparring between Yuichiro and Muchiro was extremely intense. Even though they were only using ordinary wooden swords, the aura they stirred up still drew attention. Yuichiro's maple breathing contained the unique life force of forest breathing, which made his techniques not rigid, but rather flexible with an unpredictable feel. The fiery red sword light was dazzling while also containing sufficient power. Muchiro's mist breathing, on the other hand, had less of wind breathing's violent and fierce dominance and more of an ethereal and elusive grace. Combined with Muchiro's loose-fitting robes, it made it difficult to predict his movements. Often, Muchiro's attacks would appear unexpectedly. In any case, the sparring match between Yuichiro and Muchiro was very enjoyable to watch. Shinichi very much enjoyed watching the two brothers spar. Both of them are very excellent young men. Such a loud and spirited voice, Shinichi knew without turning around that it was Kyojuro. Since inheriting the title of Flame Hashira, Kyojuro had been carrying out missions almost every day, as if to make up for his father Shinjiro's previous negligence. With Kyojuro's very upright personality, he had become the most popular Hashira among Demon Slayer Corps members. This wasn't to say that other Hashiras weren't popular, just that compared to other Hashiras with special personalities, the cheerful Flame Hashira was easier to get along with. Some might say that Connie was also very gentle, which was indeed true. However, compared to the Flower Hashira's gentleness, the Flame Hashira's natural big brother vibes that cared for and led you was more reassuring. Shinichi also liked Kyojuro's straightforwardness, but sometimes, Kyojuro could be a bit troublesome. For example, at this moment, Shinichi had called out to him several times, but Kyojuro still showed no reaction as he was staring intently at the sparring match in the training ground. Kyojuro, Kyojuro, Kyojuro. Shinichi had no choice but to gradually increase the volume of his voice, while also secretly cursing the flute demon that had burst Kyojuro's eardrums. If that bastard was still alive, Shinichi would definitely cut it into a mincemeat on Kyojuro's behalf. Kyojuro. The sudden shout startled Maruenai, who was lying on Shinichi's leg. Annoyed, Maruenai jumped off Shinichi's leg, barked a couple of times, then ran off towards the wall of the training ground. With a leap, he jumped out and headed towards the Kakushi's cafeteria. Although Maruenai was startled away, at least Kyojuro finally heard Shinichi's voice. His orange-red eyes turned like an owl's to stare at Shinichi. Ah, it's Shinichi Aniki. That's right, Kyojuro still remembered how Shinichi had fooled him when they first met. Although they were both Hashira, Kyojuro would still straightforwardly call Shinichi Aniki. After chatting loudly for a while, Kyojuro suddenly remembered the main point. Oh right, Aniki, there's something I want to ask of you. What is it? Earlier, Oyakata-sama asked me to be in charge of the next Demon Slayer Corps final selection, but recently demon activity has been rampant in my jurisdiction in Tokyo. I heard that your jurisdiction is relatively peaceful, so I wanted to ask if you could help oversee the final selection. Kyojuro explained. Is that so? Shinichi pondered silently. It wasn't surprising that Oyakata-sama had arranged for Kyojuro to be in charge of the final selection. In fact, Shinichi could probably guess Oyakata-sama's thoughts. Kyojuro had been carrying out missions with high intensity for a long time, and Oyakata-sama might be using the opportunity of the final selection to let Kyojuro rest for a few days. After stating his guess, Kyojuro was stunned for a moment, but then laughed heartily and said, "So that's how it is. I'm really grateful to Oyakata-sama. However, I still hope to carry out more missions. Slaying more demons is the most meaningful thing for me. As for rest, I'm not a hothead, I'll rest properly. So Aniki, I hope you can understand me." Understanding Kyojuro's determination, Shinichi didn't say much more and naturally agreed to Kyojuro's request. As the two were talking, the battle on the training ground was also coming to an end. Bang! With a crisp sound, Muchiro's wrist got hit and the wooden sword in his hand flew out of control. Swish! Swish! The two figures stopped simultaneously. Muchiro rubbed his slightly reddened wrist and looked at his brother Yuichiro with admiration. "Brother, you're stronger than me now. I'm no match for you." Upon hearing this, Yuichiro's face turned unpleasant, with several black lines appearing on his forehead. Suddenly, Yuichiro angrily threw down his wooden sword and stomped over to Michiro. Gritting his teeth, he extended his index finger and poked Michiro's forehead. "You idiot! Who asked you to go easy on me? I told you to go all out. You're really making me angry." Yuichiro's face was flushed red, but Michiro put on a pitiful and helpless expression. "But I didn't hold back. I really used all my strength." Seeing this scene, Shinichi was amused. He knew the inside story. There was a reason for Yuichiro's anger. Not counting this time, Yuichiro and Michiro had sparred 9 times and Yuichiro had lost all 9 times. It's hard to judge. So this time, did Michiro hold back or did Yuichiro get stronger? Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 191, Chapter 191. Master, can I really go participate in the final selection? Tanjiro asked excitedly yet nervously as he sat at the small wooden table in the tiny but tidy wooden cabin. Across from Tanjiro, Seikanji Urokadaki's carving knife paused briefly upon hearing those words. After a few seconds, he set down the half-finished fox warding mask and looked up, facing the young boy before him. The blue eyes behind the Tengu mask seemed able to pierce through one's heart, but Tanjiro met his gaze calmly. Before Urokadaki could respond, the sound of hurried but light footsteps suddenly came from outside the cabin. Soon after, a cute little head biting a bamboo muzzle peeped in from the doorway, large cherry-red eyes curiously watching the master and disciple inside. "Nezuko, you're awake," Tanjiro said happily upon seeing his sister. Hearing her brother call her name, Nezuko quickly ran to Tanjiro's side and hugged him with her short arms. Seeing the heartwarming scene between the siblings, Urokadaki's pupils trembled slightly. Finally, he slowly spoke, "Tanjiro, since you're ready, then go. I believe you will succeed." As he spoke, Urokadaki stood up and took an exquisitely carved fox mask from the cabinet beside the cabin, solemnly handing it to Tanjiro. Tanjiro quickly pulled the clingy Nezuko away gently, then straightened up and accepted the fox mask with both hands. During his 2 years on MT Sajiri, he had learned early on what this fox mask meant from his senpai's introductions and his own observations. "Go, Tanjiro. Nezuko will stay here on MT Sajiri for now. We'll wait here together for news of your successful return," Urokadaki said, patting Tanjiro's shoulder lightly. "Master, Nezuko, I will definitely succeed," Tanjiro said excitedly. 2 days later, Urokadaki and several other disciples saw Tanjiro and 3 other disciples off at the mountain path leading out of MT Sajiri as they set out for MT Fujikazan to participate in the final selection. The disciples beside him couldn't help but comment. "Tanjiro-kun has improved so quickly, even though his talent is about the same as ours." Well, although his talent is similar, we really can't compare to Tanjiro's effort. There's no denying that. He trains until late at night almost every day and is the first to get up and train in the morning. If Tanjiro couldn't surpass us with that kind of dedication, it would be truly unfair. Tanjiro, Fuyaki, Kei, Jaibe, good luck. Urokadaki heard his disciples cheering for Tanjiro and the others. As he watched their retreating figures, he too silently encouraged his disciples. At the same time, he thought of Sabito and Jiyu. When they had participated in the final selection back then, he had prayed for them just like this. The shouting of the crowd woke up Nezuko, who had been curled up sleeping in the bamboo basket. Upon waking, Nezuko immediately followed her brother's scent, running out of the wooden cabin. But to Nezuko's confusion, her brother's scent was somehow getting fainter and fainter. Suddenly, a figure blocked Nezuko's path. Nezuko raised her little head, tilting it in confusion. Urokadaki crouched down and spoke in a gentle voice his disciples had never heard before. "Nezuko, are you looking for Tanjiro? Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Come, let's go back." Although Nezuko was a bit confused, she recognized Urokadaki and knew he was very kind to her brother and herself. In Tanjiro's words, Master Urokadaki had a trustworthy scent. So Nezuko obediently reached out to hold Urokadaki's finger and walked back to the cabin. However, before returning to the cabin, Nezuko looked back in one direction, the direction Tanjiro had left MT Sajiri. As Tanjiro, wearing the fox mask, stepped out of MT Sajiri, he also turned back to look at the mountain one more time. "Nezuko, wait for me. Your brother will definitely come back and absolutely turn you back into a human." Oi, Tanjiro, what are you looking at? Let's go. His senpai Fuyuki's voice brought Tanjiro back to reality. Tanjiro quickly turned around and hurried to catch up with his 3 senpais. Coming. Traveling with fellow disciples was certainly easier than going alone. At least on the road, Tanjiro and his 3 senpais were chatting and laughing. Since they were going to participate in the final selection, the topics of conversation naturally revolved around the Demon Slayer Corps and demon hunting. As they talked, they eventually discussed the current Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Mentioning this, the disciples from MT Sajiri couldn't help but show a hint of pride on their faces. After all, 2 of the current Hashira were their senpais. Speaking of this, which Hashira do you think is the strongest? Tanjiro's senpai, Kei, suddenly interjected. Another senpai, Jaibe, said, that's really hard to say. I think all the Hashira are very powerful. If I had to choose, I think the wave Hashira, Sabito senpai, is probably a bit stronger. I heard from Makomo senpai before that the water Hashira, Jiu senpai often loses to Sabito senpai in sparring matches. Fuyuki shook his head and continued, we can't say that for sure. Not to mention the previous Hashira, even now there are several newly appointed Hashira. Unless all the Hashira spar and compete with each other, there's no way to compare them. Listening to his senpai's discussion, Tanjiro fell silent. He thought of his home and remembered the battle between his senpai Jiu and that powerful demon in front of his house. Tanjiro might not be able to say which Hashira was the strongest, but he had a deep understanding of how strong that demon was that day. Jiu had been suppressed for almost the entire fight. After nearly 2 years of training, Tanjiro was no longer the naive charcoal-selling boy he once was. He knew very well that the Hashira were already almost the strongest fighting force in the Demon Slayer Corps, but this still didn't mean that the Hashira could defeat all demons. Among the demons, there were also many extremely powerful ones. Just like the story Master Urokodaki had told everyone that day, the story of the 12 demon moons. Thinking of this, Tanjiro's heart also felt a bit heavy. However, he quickly regained his composure. No matter how difficult the future might be, he would never give up. He must defeat the demons and definitely turn his sister back into a human so she could return to a normal life. Moreover, he was never alone on this difficult path. Master Urokodaki, his senpais, Jiu, Sabito and many more Demon Slayer Corps members, everyone was striving forward together. So Tanjiro was not afraid. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 192 Chapter 192. Is this Fujikazen Mountain? It's just like Makomo senpai said, it's really covered in wisteria flowers. How beautiful. As Tanjiro and his senpais walked along the path, looking at the blooming wisteria flowers on both sides, an expression of awe appeared on his face. Demons hate wisteria flowers the most. For us, these wisteria flowers covering the mountain are beautiful, but for those demons, it's like an inescapable prison, Fuyuki remarked with awe. As the 4 brothers approached Fujikazen Mountain, they all put on their fox masks. The similar fox masks combined with the Nichiren blades at their waists made them look particularly imposing. Along the way, they gradually encountered other swordsmen who had also come to participate in the final selection. Gradually, as if in response to each other, they slowly formed a group of over 10 people. However, for some reason, although they unconsciously formed a group, there was hardly any conversation between the many swordsmen. Almost everyone was walking their own path. Tanjiro wanted to get acquainted with these swordsmen, but his senpai Tsujihira held him back and explained quietly. Everyone's probably feeling tense right now. After all, the final selection is very difficult and there could be life-threatening dangers. So, Tanjiro, save your energy and focus on preparing for the final selection. These people don't want to waste time making friends. Hearing his senpai words, Tanjiro was very puzzled. But, Tsujihira senpai, wouldn't it be better if we could all unite? I heard from Makomo senpai that teamwork between members is very important in the Demon Slayer Corps. Tsujihira sighed, saying it's easier said than done. How can we cooperate when we don't even know each other? It's too difficult. And so, before sunset, the swordsmen participating in the final selection gradually arrived at the exam site at the foot of Fujikazen Mountain. Shinichi, wearing a blue-green haori and carrying 2 swords at his waist, had already been waiting here for a long time. Having hosted many final selections, he was already well-versed in the process. However, the current final selection still surprised Shinichi. In the past, he had prepared many special dorayaki for the final selection. These life-saving items were eventually cancelled, not only because they relied too much on Shinichi alone, but also because after eating these dorayaki, the side effects were too severe. The damage to bodily functions was too great. So far, except for Sabito, almost all other swordsmen who had eaten the dorayaki were unable to wield a sword again. Some might think this is fine, better than losing one's life, but this way, the meaning of the final selection was almost halved. Plus, many originally promising swordsmen were unexpectedly eliminated for eating too many dorayaki to be safe, which wasn't good either. Most importantly, after more than 10 Hashiras combed through Fujikazan Mountain like shaving and grooming, the entire mountain inside and out was basically cleared out, with no more powerful demons left. This basically ensured that accidents like the one with the hand demon wouldn't happen again. So, Shinichi's dorayaki were removed from the final selection. His heterochromatic eyes rolled around a bit boredly as Shinichi saw two small figures standing quietly at the entrance. They wore almost identical kimono decorations, had the same hairstyle and the same delicate little faces. If it weren't for their different hair colors and sash decorations, Shinichi probably wouldn't be able to tell apart Yabayashiki Kiriya and Yabayashiki Kanata. Those swordsmen coming to participate in the selection probably couldn't imagine that these two adorable porcelain doll-like children were not only the children of the Demon Slayer Corps' leader, but one of them was even the master's eldest son. Thinking of this, Shinichi couldn't help but smile knowingly. But then, he saw another quiet and pretty figure in the corner. Purple robes, an equally delicate face, black hair tied back in a simple ponytail with a pink-green butterfly ribbon. A very cute and beautiful girl. But as soon as Shinichi saw those calm purple eyes, he immediately felt his teeth ache. He never imagined that Kaneo, that quiet little girl from the Butterfly Mansion, would appear at the final selection. She looked like such a gentle girl, how could she know the flower breathing? Shinichi hadn't expected this, and in fact, none of the Koko sisters at the Butterfly Mansion had expected it either. Even now, Shinobu probably didn't know that Kaneo had snuck out of the Butterfly Mansion. However, Shinichi had sent Izo to inform Shinobu. Although somewhat confused, Shinichi respected Kaneo's choice, because he had just spoken with her. This child was indeed shy, but when talking about participating in the final selection, the determination in Kaneo's eyes surprised Shinichi greatly, and he ultimately acquiesced to Kaneo's actions. Speaking of Kaneo, at the edge of the open field near the grass, there was another person who greatly interested Shinichi. Golden hair, yellow Haori, holding a Nichiren blade with both hands, a good-looking young swordsman. But what attracted Shinichi's attention wasn't this, but the young man's shoulders that couldn't stop shaking, the gloom on his face and his lips that kept trembling and muttering. Hey, this guy clearly looks scared, doesn't he? Shinichi said with a smile, folding his arms. Although he couldn't hear clearly what the young man was muttering, from his appearance, he was clearly shaking from fear. Look, even his toes were pointing towards the exit, as if he was about to run away at any moment. The most interesting thing wasn't even this. Although this blonde-haired young man looked terribly scared, from the moment Shinichi noticed him, he hadn't moved a single step, persisting in standing in place. This was strange. He was clearly scared to death, so why didn't he retreat? Not even one step back. While Shinichi was still pondering this, suddenly a surprised shout came from behind him. Shinichi-senpai. The familiar voice made Shinichi instinctively turn around. Seeing the owner of the voice, Shinichi was equally surprised. Oh, it's Tanjiro. Your outfit, you've come to participate in the final selection too? So soon? I remember it's only been a year or two since Jiu introduced Urokadaka-san to you, right? Shinichi was truly surprised to see Tanjiro holding a fox mask. Apart from the joy of reuniting with an old acquaintance, he was more surprised that Tanjiro had come to participate in the final selection. Because, regarding Tanjiro's talent, he had discussed it with Jiu before, and they both felt that although Tanjiro's will was very firm, it would take at least 3 or 4 years of training for him to grow up. Who would have thought that in just 2 years, Shinichi would encounter Tanjiro at the final selection? Tanjiro's reaction to seeing Shinichi was pure joy, because no matter what, Shinichi help to him and his family had always been great. Especially when Shinichi saved his sister Nezuko at that time. Otherwise, Tanjiro might have already lost the will to live by now. Behind Tanjiro, his fellow disciples were also very surprised. They were surprised that Tanjiro actually knew this Demon Slayer Corps member, and judging by the name, it seemed to be the legendary forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinichi Moriki. My goodness, Tanjiro, you've really been keeping secrets. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 193, Chapter 193. The final selection officially begins. Everyone, good luck. As Kiriya and Hinaki Yabayashiki announced the start of the final selection in unison, dozens of young swordsmen roused their spirits and strode towards the entrance of Mount Fujikazan. Meanwhile, Shinichi stood beside the two Yabayashiki children, watching the swordsmen's retreating figures together, especially those of Tanjiro and Kaneo. However, he would not interfere with the final selection and could only wish them good luck. After the last person disappeared from view, Shinichi let his mind wander. At this moment, Kiriya and Hinaki Yabayashiki, who had been maintaining forced smiles, also relaxed. Come to think of it, this was the first time the two children had represented the Demon Slayer Corps as hosts in front of so many swordsmen. It would be a lie to say they weren't nervous, but their performance today was nearly perfect. The relaxed Kiriya Yabayashiki smiled and tugged at Shinichi's clothes, asking how his performance was. His sister Hinaki Yabayashiki was more shy, but her expectant gaze also fell on Shinichi. The relationship between these two children and Shinichi was very harmonious. If another Hashira were here, it might have been a different scene altogether. Their mother, Amini Yabayashiki, had instructed them many times to maintain politeness and not lose the image of the Demon Slayer Corps, along with a whole basket of rules. Shinichi felt overwhelmed and truly felt sorry for these two children. Fortunately, this time it was Shinichi accompanying Kiriya and Hinaki to host the final selection. Because he often visited the Yabayashiki mansion to help suppress the master's curse using forest breathing, Shinichi had a very good relationship with the Yabayashiki children. Whenever they met, as long as there was an opportunity, Shinichi would bring plenty of snacks and small gifts to share with the children. Due to the curse, the Yabayashiki children's health was much worse than that of ordinary children. They basically stayed in the mansion all day and had little contact with the outside world. So they very much enjoyed spending time with Shinichi, who not only brought many snacks and gifts but also told them interesting stories about the outside world. This was much more interesting than learning about the dry world from books, which is why Kiriya and Hinaki Yabayashiki relaxed and chatted happily in front of Shinichi now. Shinichi smiled at this and then gave them considerable affirmation and praise. Caw. Izo's voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Shinichi's heart stirred slightly, and he extended his arm. Sure enough, the next second, the large Kashagi crow with glossy black feathers landed steadily on his arm. Taking the folded envelope from Izo's foot, it was a letter from Shinobu. It seemed Shinobu had learned about Kaneo coming to participate in the final selection. After rewarding Izo with a handful of sunflower seeds from the silver mirror at his waist, Shinichi finally had a free hand to open the envelope. Kiriya Yabayashiki poked his sister's arm, then smiled and secretly pointed at Shinichi. Hinaki Yabayashiki looked up in confusion, only to see Shinichi's face full of gentle smiles as he looked at the envelope. Wow, I know, it must be from Shinobu-senpai. Keep your voice down. These two tiny children sure knew how to read the situation. Meanwhile, deep in Mount Fujikazan, the examinees who had entered the mountain as a large group had all scattered. In this vast deep mountain, the dozens of swordsmen were as small as a handful of seeds scattered in a desert. Tanjiro was no exception. Due to different speeds, he soon lost sight of his senpais. Before long, there were no human figures around him, only eerie tree shadows in the gloomy darkness. Gripping his sword, Tanjiro remained vigilant of his surroundings while contemplating the final selection in his mind. They needed to survive in Mount Fujikazan for 7 days. During the 7 days, the daytime was easy to get through, just find an open area with sunlight. The night was the most dangerous time. To be safe, Tanjiro decided to use the daytime to rest and keep moving at night to avoid encountering large groups of demons. However, the demons in the depths of Mount Fujikazan, who had been hungry for a long time, wouldn't stupidly hide in one place. Demons with bloodshot eyes would actively attack once they sensed the presence of humans. Soon, Tanjiro's nose twitched slightly, and he halted his steps, instantly drawing the Nichiren blade from his waist. Sure enough, a demon with bared fangs and claws rushed out from behind a tree, roaring as it pounced towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro's expression turned solemn as he immediately pointed the tip of his sword, ready to face the enemy. Clang! The demon's claws and fangs clashed with the Nichiren blade, producing a teeth-grinding friction sound. Tanjiro gripped the sword with both hands, firmly pinning the demon against a large tree. Looking at the demon with bulging veins, Tanjiro's mind suddenly flashed to Nezuko's image. As the thought struck, Tanjiro, disregarding that the demon's claws were only inches from him, anxiously asked, "Demon-san, do you know how to turn demons back into humans?" Hey, this kid was quite polite, but the demon with bloodshot eyes only expressed one thing, eat. After roaring for a while, the demon only howled and roared like a beast, showing no signs of rationality. Tanjiro asked twice more before realizing it was futile. Sighing, he instantly applied force to his hands. Slash! The demon's head was instantly severed. The headless body stopped struggling and fell to the ground, slowly turning to ashes. This was just the beginning. There was disappointment in Tanjiro's gaze, but even more so was unwavering determination. Another large wave of fierce auras entered his nostrils, more demons. Tanjiro took a deep breath, gripping his Nichiren blade even tighter. Then he suddenly accelerated, charging towards the deeper parts of Mount Fushikazan. Since one demon didn't know, he would go to where there were more demons to see. He had to try anyway. At a certain demon gathering place in Mount Fushikazan, one demon, "Hey, have you heard? There's a red-haired kid wearing a fox mask in the mountain, gone berserk, chopping every demon he sees. The key is that he's always polite when slashing demons, even calling them demon-san." Another demon, "That's right, that kid is going around asking how to turn demons back into humans. Isn't that nonsense? If we could turn back into humans, would I be stuck in this hellhole?" Yet another demon, "Exactly, if I could become human, I'd definitely let the brothers have some fun first. We've been hungry for so long." A demon, "That's nice." One more demon, red-haired kid, calling every demon demon-san, 1/1 demon head, "Damn, gotta run far away." Another demon, "There's also a yellow-haired kid. Damn, he pissed himself when he saw demons and even fainted." But before we could enjoy him, suddenly there was a loud crash like thunder, and more than a dozen demon heads flew off. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been done for too. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a small shadow opened its yellow eyes and rasped, "Fox mask. Can't find a good demon slayer FIC to translate, so I decide to write my own, but I need ideas. I'm thinking of making the MC descendant of Miyamoto Musashi. He will be trained by Jigoro and develop a breathing style called Breath of the Void. As for the pairing etc., what's your opinion? Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 194, Chapter 194. My name is Teoni. You may not believe it, but I'm the oldest demon in all of Fujishiki Mountain. People call me the legendary long-lived Demon King. I've fought against 4 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hee, not to brag, but none of them could kill me. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Now, to handsome guys and beautiful ladies reading this, give me some applause for encouragement. I can still live on. In the dim undergrowth of Fujishiki Mountain, a pair of narrowed yellow eyes were quietly hidden, with a slowly writhing black body making only slight rustling sounds. As a veteran demon who had survived countless final selections and was still hanging on until now, Teoni had developed a unique method of survival and concealing his presence through numerous purges by the Demon Slayer Corps. Over the years, Teoni increasingly believed that gods must exist in this world, and that he must be a lucky one blessed by the gods. Otherwise, escaping death from the swords of so many Hashira, even the 12 Kazuki wouldn't believe it, but it was actually true. So, although Teoni's power and body had shrunk dozens of times now, he still had strong confidence. He believed that he would eventually escape from this hellish place. And those humans who had hurt and humiliated him before. Shinichi Moriki and those damned fox-masked brats. Sooner or later, one by one, he would crush their bones and chew up their flesh. Just wait. That day would come eventually. I am the lucky one blessed by the gods. Teoni's yellow eyes were filled with intense hatred. Just as Teoni was indulging in his fantasies, a commotion interrupted his thoughts. His yellow eyes quietly looked over to see 2 swordsmen appearing on the road not far away, vigilantly advancing with swords drawn. One of the young swordsmen with red hair had a fox mask hanging at his waist that made Teoni's eyes bulge with rage. That's right, the newcomer was none other than our Tanjiro. Beside Tanjiro was an unfamiliar young swordsman. Clearly, the two had encountered each other in Fujikazen Mountain and decided to travel together. Strange, there's a very odd scent in the air. Tanjiro suddenly crouched down, frowning as he sniffed. The swordsman beside Tanjiro immediately became tense. Having traveled with Tanjiro for quite a while, he was well aware of how keen Tanjiro's nose was. Basically, no demon within a 50-meter range could escape Tanjiro's nose. Is it another demon? Where? The swordsman quickly gripped his Nichiren blade with both hands, nervously looking around, his voice trembling slightly. He was clearly a swordsman with a weak mental strength, at least far inferior to the calm Tanjiro. Tanjiro said uncertainly, not necessarily. Anyway, I can only vaguely sense a tiny bit of malicious aura. If it were a demon, it shouldn't be this weak. If I had to say, it's more like the malice given off by a rabbit whose home has been invaded. A rabbit. Hearing this, both the swordsman beside Tanjiro and Tayoni hiding in the dark were stunned. But immediately after, uncontrollable rage exploded in Tayoni's heart. This damned brat. What was he saying? Was he saying that the great Tayoni was like a timid rabbit? The malice has intensified. It's changed from a rabbit to a fox. Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. Buzz. Tayoni's yellow eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot. Although he was enraged to the extreme, he wasn't foolish enough to rush out. His current strength was no longer what it used to be. He might be able to handle one brat, but two swordsmen would be beyond his capabilities, not to mention that red-haired brat. The polite red-haired brat, if he wasn't mistaken, was the one those demons had been discussing before. Being able to kill through so many demons, this brat's strength was probably not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, Tayoni quietly retreated deeper into the shadows. There would always be opportunities. Humans would always get tired. As long as that red-haired brat showed a weakness, it would be time for the great Tayoni to make his appearance. Tanjiro had a very strange feeling. Ever since he had sensed a faint malice somewhere earlier, that malice seemed to have locked onto him, following him all the way. Although very subtle, Tanjiro was certain this malice persisted. However, as Tanjiro had said before, this malice was too faint. He couldn't specifically judge whether this malice came from a demon or something else, nor could he pinpoint it. Tanjiro wasn't a fool. Since he couldn't find the one hiding in the dark, he might as well pretend not to notice and just walk on boldly. Who knows how much time had passed when several terrifying bloodthirsty roars sounded near Tanjiro and his companion. Then, several red-eyed demons, starved to the point of losing reason, bared their fangs and pounced towards the two. Tanjiro and the unnamed swordsman immediately prepared for battle. Tayoni, hiding in the dark, naturally saw this scene and couldn't help but feel wildly elated. Good. The opportunity has finally come. Without any hesitation, Tayoni condensed his form. Soon, a lump of flesh covered in shit-green baby arms appeared in the shadows. At the same time, water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. The azure light raised by the Nichiren blade seemed like a truly surging tide, blocking all the attacks of several demons in front, while the swift sword light didn't miss the chance to attack. With a flash of blood, the heads of two demons flew into the sky. This scene stunned the unfamiliar swordsman on the other side. Although he knew Tanjiro's strength was quite good, this was too exaggerated. They were all here to participate in the final selection, so how could this kid effortlessly handle 3 or 4 demons, while he himself struggled to deal with just one? Tanjiro and the unfamiliar swordsman were both wholeheartedly dealing with the demons before them. After several days, Tanjiro had also given up on asking these irrational demons how to return to being human. Good chance, brat. Your head is mine, the great Tayoni's, to take. Moriki, just you wait, these fox-masked brats will be your interest. Tayoni, seeing Tanjiro's almost unguarded back, had a fierce look in his eyes. Without any hesitation, his disgusting deformed body violently charged towards Tanjiro. However, zing, swoosh, splat, blood splattered, and a deformed large head suddenly flew into the sky. Tayoni only felt his vision blur, and suddenly everything in his sight began to spin, as if he had lost balance. What's going on? When the scenery before Tayoni's eyes stabilized and stopped moving, what he saw was Tanjiro's somewhat surprised face. What an ugly demon, why does it have so many arms on its body? Thud. The headless ugly body fell in front of Tayoni. Is this, my body? Taoni is the hand demon whose surviving thing Luongig only to be beheaded in a second by Tanjiro loudly crying face. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 195, Chapter 195. On the 8th day of the final selection, at dawn when the sun first rose, Shinichi, leaning against a large tree, opened his eyes. A hint of fatigue flashed in his heterochromatic eyes. As he moved his neck, making cracking sounds, he stood up and saw a team of Kakushi members carrying stretchers in the distance. Many of the stretchers covered with white sheets were stained with blood. Beneath the sheets were young swordsmen with pale faces or groaning in pain. Needless to say, they were the swordsmen who had failed the final selection. Some failed due to insufficient strength to defeat demons, while others were ambushed due to their carelessness. Regardless, it couldn't hide the fact of their failure. In the past final selections, failed swordsmen usually couldn't make it out of MT Fujikazen alive. But since Forest Hashira Shinichi took office, the Demon Slayer Corps' emphasis on the final selection safety increased by several levels. In subsequent final selections, many Kasugai Crows dispatched to patrol MT Fujikazen. Most crucially, Hashira were assigned to oversee the final selection each time. The Hashira's tasks included maintaining order during the final selection, as well as other considerations. Protecting the safety of participating swordsmen was also one of the tasks, although the master didn't strictly require this. After all, Hashira were also human and could get tired. Compared to other Hashira, Shinichi had more advantages. When he activated his demon transformation state, blending into MT Fujikazen's night mist was incredibly easy. Even so, Shinichi couldn't guarantee he could rescue all the failed swordsmen. He could only say that the path of demon slaying was always fraught with danger. As the sun fully rose from the horizon, it signaled the end of the final selection. Shinichi, the two children from the Yubayashiki family, and the Kakushi members who hadn't left all turned their gaze towards the exit of MT Fujikazen. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, the first figure stumbled out of MT Fujikazen. However, seeing this person's appearance, Shinichi was a bit surprised. Mainly, this boy's hairstyle was, well, how to put it, quite unique. The black hair on both sides was short and bare, with only a large tuft in the center of his head very lush and dense, trailing to the back of his head like a wolf's tail. Besides his hairstyle, the boy's appearance was also striking. A somewhat terrifying scar ran diagonally across his face, giving him a fierce look. If one ignored his cold expression and the veins on his forehead, he was quite a handsome young man in terms of looks. What caught Shinichi's attention most were the boy's eyes. The familiar small pupils, large whites of the eyes, and furrowed brows unconsciously reminded Shinichi of someone. Sanemi. That's right, this boy looked too much like Sanemi. Before Shinichi could think more, one after another, many figures walked out of MT Fujikazen. Two boys with fox masks at their waists supported each other as they exited MT Fujikazen, though their faces showed some grief. Kaneo, whom Shinobu was very concerned about, also quickly walked out. Her pink clothes were a bit dirty and her pretty face was covered in some mud, but her expression remained calm. The blonde boy Shinichi had noticed before the selection began also successfully passed the selection. However, judging by his unsteady steps and somewhat dazed expression, it seemed like he had passed the final selection in a confused state. If it weren't for his badly damaged clothes and the wounds on his face, Shinichi would have suspected this kid had slept through the 7 days to pass the final selection. A few more swordsmen walked out of MT Fujikazen one after another, and then there was no more movement at the exit. Shinichi frowned. He stared at the exit, but Tanjiro's figure still hadn't appeared. Could it be that Tanjiro had failed? Forest Hashira, sir, it's about time. Should we announce the end of the final selection? A swordsman who had passed the selection asked Shinichi after standing around for a while. Almost every one of them had injuries to varying degrees, and standing for so long was indeed draining their energy. Shinichi crossed his arms and kept staring at the exit. Who knows how much time passed, but intense disappointment and regret welled up from his heart. Sighing, Shinichi turned around and nodded to Kiriya Yubayashiki and Hinaki Yubayashiki. The two little ones immediately understood and almost simultaneously began to speak. Congratulations to everyone. Before they could finish, suddenly, a loud and urgent shout came from behind everyone. Wait a moment. Help me. Watanabe is in bad shape. He's been unconscious for half a day. Please save him. Shinichi whirled around to see Tanjiro at the exit, panting heavily while carrying an unconscious swordsman on his back, taking big strides towards everyone. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Many swordsmen looked at Tanjiro in shock. He was willing to carry a stranger who had been unconscious for half a day through the dangerous MT Fujikazan? This was two. The two boys with fox masks, who were also Tanjiro's senpais, were very excited to see Tanjiro. They called out his name, having thought Tanjiro had unfortunately died in MT Fujikazan. The Kakushi members also rushed forward, taking the swordsman named Watanabe from Tanjiro's back and immediately beginning emergency treatment. As the exhausted Tanjiro was about to sit down, his arm was supported by a great force. Looking up, Shinichi's very pleased expression appeared in Tanjiro's view. "Sure, Shinichi-senpai. Tanjiro, you're really something. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Shinichi helped Tanjiro up and patted his shoulder. At this moment, Tanjiro's two senpais also ran over. Amidst their excitement, they also told Tanjiro some painful news. Their senpai Fuyuki had sacrificed himself in MT Fujikazan to cover for them. Upon hearing this news, the joy and excitement on Tanjiro's face were immediately replaced by intense sorrow. Before officially joining the Demon Slayer Corps, these young swordsmen had already experienced the cruel separations that might often occur in the future. Shinichi didn't offer any consolation, just quietly watching from the side. This kind of pain needed to be overcome by themselves. When Kiriya Yabayashiki and Hinaki Yabayashiki officially announced the end of the final selection, only about a dozen swordsmen were standing in the field, far from the impressive sight of dozens of swordsmen standing here at the beginning. However, in the eyes of these dozen or so swordsmen who had passed the final selection, there was an added hint of maturity. Having officially faced demons, they could be said to have been reborn. From today on, they were officially Demon Slayer Corps members embarking on the path of demon hunting. Tanjiro looked at the crisp black Demon Slayer Corps uniform on Shinichi, his eyes full of determination. He might not know it, but, the story of the Demon Slayer Corps, from this moment on, had turned a new chapter. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 196, Chapter 196. Kaneo, how could you just leave without saying goodbye? Don't you know how worried we'd be? In the butterfly mansion, Shinobu stood with her hands on her hips, her brow furrowed and her expression was serious. It had been a long time since Shinichi had seen Shinobu with such a serious expression. Or rather, since he had rejoined the Demon Slayer Corps, apart from their reunion moment, Shinobu's expression had mostly been that gentle smile. However, this also proved from another angle that Shinobu truly cared about Kaneo. Kaneo lowered her head, pursing her lips without saying anything, but there was no hint of regret in her eyes. Shinichi, who was sitting nearby watching the scene, felt he should say something. After clearing his throat lightly, he opened his mouth. "Well, I think, actually Kaneo." Before Shinichi could continue, Shinobu turned her head, immediately directing her anger towards him. Her violet eyes narrowed and she pointed a finger that nearly poked Shinichi's chest. "And you. I had Izo notify you to stop Kaneo, but you idiot actually let her participate in the final selection. It's so dangerous. Kaneo hasn't even began her breathing training. What if something dangerous happened? You watched Kaneo grow up too, how could you bear to do this? Shinichi, you fool." The sudden accusation left Shinichi stunned. He wanted to explain, but under Shinobu's relentless advance, he had no choice but to step back until he stumbled back into his chair. "No, it's not. Well, Kaneo performed quite well since she can use flower breathing." "Shut up." Shinichi immediately closed his mouth, his eyes full of helplessness. He didn't dare say it was Kaneo's own choice, as that would only make Shinobu angrier. Just as Shinichi and Kaneo were feeling tormented, a gentle exclamation came from outside the door. "My, what's wrong with Shinobu? Why is she so angry?" Kani Koko and Sanemi Shinazugawa walked into the butterfly mansion together. After learning the details of the situation, Kani looked at Kaneo in surprise. However, she didn't get angry like Shinobu, but instead gently comforted Kaneo and asked why she did it. Encouraged by Kani, Kaneo finally mustered the courage to raise her head and timidly said to Shinobu, I want to help master and sister." Her voice was very small, but everyone heard it clearly. Although Shinobu was still angry, her brow relaxed a bit. Kani's eyes were full of pleasant surprise, while Sanemi off to the side curled his lip in disdain. Even if Kaneo wants to help, she doesn't necessarily have to participate in the final selection. She could help us just the same in the butterfly mansion, Shinobu sighed and said helplessly. But Kaneo blinked her innocent big eyes and said softly, Sister Aoi said I'm clumsy and doesn't want my help. Aoi Kanzaki, who's eavesdropping outside the door, suddenly panicked. What's going on? How did I get dragged into this? When did I ever say such a thing? This is unfair. Soon, with Connie's mediation, Shinobu finally calmed down. However, upon learning that Kaneo had learned flower breathing just by observing Connie's training, she was greatly shocked. Was this child's talent really so high? Connie was also very pleased and offered to further teach Kaneo the essence of flower breathing. Sanemi had been watching the group boredly because he was unable to join the conversation. He sat down next to Shinichi and clearly showed his dissatisfaction towards him. Moriki, this problem was caused by your lack of decisiveness. I don't believe you couldn't stop a little girl. Otherwise, you doesn't deserve to be a Hashira, aren't you? If it weren't for the fact that you're close to Connie, I'd really like to let you taste the power of my iron birch slash. Shinichi's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Kaneo has good talent. Since she has this intention, what's wrong with letting her make her own choice? Sanemi snorted, there's no need for this at all. What if something happens to her? Won't Connie and Shinobu be heartbroken? Besides, how much can that child help them now? It's enough if she doesn't cause trouble. What help do two Hashiras need? It's better for her to behave and not worry her sister. Shinichi frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt like Sanemi seemed to have been stimulated by something, as if. Looking at Sanemi's face, Shinichi suddenly remembered a face that suddenly flashed in his mind and unconsciously asked. Hey, Sanemi, do you have any siblings? Whoosh. Shinichi's words seemed to touch Sanemi's heart and a chill instantly enveloped Shinichi, with a cool feeling on his neck. What did you say? Shinichi looked at Sanemi, who seemed somewhat agitated, feeling a bit strange, but still honestly recounted what he had seen. In this final selection, there was a kid who looked quite like you, with scars on his face and a pretty violent temper. And Shinichi didn't continue, because that boy was somewhat special. Not only was his temper violent, but when he couldn't get a Nichiren blade and angrily rushed up to grab Kiriya Yubayashiki's hair, Shinichi had stopped him just in time. At that moment, Shinichi sensed something special about this boy. There was a kind of familiar aura on him that Shinichi felt was familiar, the aura of a demon. However, being able to walk openly under the sun meant that this boy was definitely not a demon, but that aura was unmistakable, definitely the aura of a demon. Thinking of this, Shinichi suddenly remembered some stories the old man had told him about various talented swordsmen who had appeared in the Demon Slayer Corps before. Among them were some special swordsmen who might have ordinary swordsmanship but possessed a unique talent. They could eat the flesh and blood of demons to temporarily gain some of the demon's abilities and physique, using the demon's power to hunt demons. It sounded similar to Shinichi, but they were still human. They were also called demon eaters. Shinichi was still pondering when Sanemi, sitting beside him, suddenly stood up, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his face as he looks extremely angry. Sanemi's condition also attracted the attention of others. Connie looked at the agitated Sanemi in surprise and asked with concern, Sanemi-kun, what's wrong? Sanemi didn't answer, but snorted coldly and muttered, that fool, what does he think he's doing? With that, he turned and hurriedly walked out of the butterfly mansion. Sanemi's behavior made Connie worried. After briefly explaining to Shinobu and Shinichi, she hurriedly went out to follow Sanemi. Shinobu was stunned for a moment, then comforted Kaneo and told her to rest for a while. Soon, only she and Shinichi were left in the room. Her previously serious expression softened and a gentle, warm and somewhat embarrassed smile reappeared on her face. Shinobu looked at Shinichi awkwardly. Shinichi-kun, actually just now, I didn't mean to scold you. I was just a bit excited. I'm sorry. Shinichi chuckled and said in a strange tone, shut up. It sounded very similar to a certain person's tone just now. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 197, Chapter 197. Okay boys and gals, I already upload my own Demon Slayer FIC, please go read it. Demon Slayer, Breath of the Void. Deep in the night, on a rarely traveled mountain path overgrown with weeds, the surrounding was eerily quiet. The only signs of life not only were the trees on both sides of the path, but also two figures walking on it. Their appearances were even more frightening than the desolate path itself. The figure behind had a cute face, with two small horns on her forehead and the sharp fangs in her mouth, while the figure in front, with gray skin and sharp horns, wore an evil, terrifying smile. These were lower rank 5 Mukego and lower rank 6 Kamaro. Hey, where exactly are we going? If you keep being so secretive, I won't continue following you. Mukego's voice was full of barely contained rage. Kamaro stopped and turned back, a sinister smile on his face. I've said it before, you can follow me if you wants to and leave anytime you don't. Of course, that's if you don't mind facing Muzan-sama wrath afterward. After speaking, Kamaro's golden eyes meaningfully looked Mukego up and down before he turned and continued walking. Mukego clenched her pale fist, veins bulging on her forehead as she bared her fangs. This bastard. He's way too arrogant. Despite being ranked above Kamaro, he spoke to her condescendingly, shattering her already low self-esteem. After raging helplessly for a while, Mukego gritted her teeth and followed Kamaro. She instinctively realized he was not simple and seemed to be working on some secret. She also had to admit that Kamaro's strength might be far beyond what he had shown. If he wanted to, the number engraved in Mukego's left eye would likely have to change. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, during the semi-annual Hashira meeting, Shinichi sat next to the sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui, with his arms crossed. He was observing the snake Hashira, Obanai Iguro, who sat on the other side. Obanai's expression was strange, his heterochromatic eyes kept glancing at a particular figure. Shinichi was quite familiar with Obanai. It was him and the previous flame Hashira, Shinjiro Rengoku, who had rescued Obanai from his family, who worshipped demons. Afterward, Obanai was taken in by Shinjiro and grew up alongside his eldest son, Kyojuro Rengoku. It was under their influence that Obanai chose to become a demon slayer. Just over a year ago, not long after Kyojuro was promoted to Flame Hashira, Obanai became the Serpent Hashira with his impressive battle record. His outstanding talent and self-created serpent-breathing style are known for their suffocating, python-like constriction that makes countless demons tremble with fear. Perhaps due to the trauma he suffered in childhood, Obanai's methods are brutal enough to be compared with Sanemai's, often leaving demons in a miserable state. Obanai's personality is like his serpent breathing, dark and cold. He is indifferent to most people, except for Shinichi and Kyojuro, and often lies low like Kabarameru, the little white snake coiled around his neck. But today, Obanai was acting strangely, and his attention was fixed on a new figure at the end of the Hashira lineup. Oyakata-sama officially announced that a new Hashira had joined their ranks. She had beautiful hair braided into two thick plaits of cherry blossom pink and green, large blue-green eyes, and exquisite features. The most eye-catching thing about her was her Demon Slayer Corps uniform. The black uniform seemed to not fit quite right, especially in the chest area, and the skirt was a bit too short, revealing a frighteningly long white legs. This eye-catching young girl was Mitsurai Kenroji, the new love Hashira. Kyojuro Rengoku's most outstanding disciple and the third female Hashira. The newly promoted Mitsurai seemed excited but also nervous, sitting behind her master as she kept fidgeting. This, combined with her huge breast, made seniors like Shinichi frequently glance sideways. Even Shinobu, who's sitting next to Shinichi, was somewhat jealous, secretly poking his waist hard. Shinichi, a true gentleman, noticed Mitsurai because Obanai was captivated by her. This surprised him. He thought Obanai had become as cold-blooded as his snake, so seeing him take an interest in a girl made him realize there must be a story there. He couldn't be too out of line during the formal meeting, especially with a butterfly secretly keeping an eye on him. Shinichi frowned at the pain in his waist, but Shinobu still looked pouty. With no choice, he turned to Tengen on the other side. Our magnificent Tengen-sama was seriously listening to Oyakata-sama's speech when he suddenly felt his head lighten. The string of shiny jewels hanging from his headband had vanished. Tengen, read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 198, Chapter 198. Tokyo's Asakusa District. As the most prosperous area of Tokyo, even at night, the streets of Asakusa were bustling with traffic and brightly lit light. Crowds of people came and went endlessly, creating a lively atmosphere. The calls of various shops selling their wares intertwined in one's ears, but it didn't feel noisy. The rare new car could be seen everywhere here. The prosperous scene would definitely mesmerize country folk seeing it for the first time. Sure enough, at the corner of the street stood a conspicuous pair of siblings, a red-haired boy with his mouth agape and a dazed girl. The boy carried a large wooden box on his back and wore a green and black patterned haori. A black sword hung at his waist as he held the hand of a cute girl wearing a pink kimono with a bamboo tube in her mouth. Perhaps because of their rural aura that clashed with Asakusa vibes, or maybe because of the boy's eye-catching sword, this unusual pair of siblings attracted curious glances from many passers-by. Tanjiro finally snapped out of his shock and, noticing the stares of those around him, quickly pulled his sister Nezuko towards a less crowded area. Indeed, Tanjiro had come to Asakusa to carry out a reconnaissance mission for the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro was now a qualified member of the Corps. Not long ago, he had successfully completed a demon hunting mission with his sister Nezuko, slaying a swamp demon that preyed on young girls. As a result, he had been promoted from Mizunoto to Mizuno rank. However, Tanjiro never expected that Tokyo's Asakusa district, the location of this mission, would be so modern. The honest country boy Tanjiro was truly shocked. After finally pulling Nezuko to a quieter street, the aroma of udon noodles from a nearby food stall immediately aroused Tanjiro's hunger. Glancing at the drowsy Nezuko, Tanjiro decided to fill their stomachs before carrying out the mission. "Boss, please give me one serving of yam paste udon. Coming right up. Please wait a moment." However, if Tanjiro thought he could peacefully enjoy this bowl of yam paste udon, he was likely mistaken. On the outskirts of Asakusa, in an alley invisible to ordinary people, stood an exquisite villa. This was the residence of Tamayo, the first female demon who dared to rebel against Muzan. Inside the villa, Shinichi sat casually on the floor, biting off half a dorayaki in one go. He raised an eyebrow and asked the quiet figure sitting opposite him, "Lee, have Shokyu and Mato left again? What are those two up to?" Across from Shinichi, the sleepy demon wrapped in a large gray robe, shrugged slightly and replied in a muffled voice, "How would I know? They've been gone for over a month anyway. They just left me here to protect Lady Tamayo. As for what they're doing, I didn't ask. But they're not children anymore, so they surely won't run off recklessly." Hearing Lee's answer, Shinichi chuckled, then stuffed the remaining half of the dorayaki into his mouth. With his cheeks bulging, he continued to ask somewhat unclearly, "Then, what about Lady Tamayo, and Yashiro?" I don't know either. They're probably out doing free medical treatments. Lady Tamayo often does that, providing free medical care to humans and buying some blood along the way. Aren't you kinda useless here? Didn't Shokyu tell you to protect Lady Tamayo? Is this how you protect her?" As they were talking, suddenly Shinichi's eyes moved slightly, a flash of green light passing through his left eye. Soon, the familiar auras of Tamayo and Yashiro appeared in Shinichi's perception. But to Shinichi's surprise, he sensed an unfamiliar demon aura entering the villa with them. Moreover, it was extremely unstable, as if it were a newly born demon. Whoosh! Lee immediately stood up. Clearly, she had also sensed this aura. Without saying another word, the two quickly rushed downstairs. A moment later, "What? Muzan has appeared in Tokyo." Shinichi's pupils contracted and he instinctively gripped the Nichiren blade at his waist as he was about to rush out. But Tamayo stopped him with her hand. "Shinichi-san, please don't be rash. A long time has passed. Muzan, realizing he's been exposed, certainly won't stay in Tokyo. He fears death the most. By now, he's probably long gone. It's unlikely that you can catch up to him." Crack. Shinichi's clenched fist made a cracking sound. Although reluctant, Shinichi knew Tamayo's words made sense. He turned to look at the man lying on the bed, pale-faced with eyes tightly shut, but elongated fangs already protruding from his lips. 3 distinct claw marks on the back of his neck still emitted an extremely evil aura, Muzan's aura. By the way, it was a young Demon Slayer Corps member who first discovered Muzan's whereabouts. That child was very different, especially the Hanafuda earrings he wore. "I remember them very clearly," Tamayo said seriously to Shinichi. Shinichi was slightly taken aback. "Hanafuda earrings? Red hair? Wait, isn't that Tanjiro's appearance?" But the name Tamayo mentioned next shocked Shinichi even more. "Yoriaki Tsujikuni? Is Tanjiro somehow related to Yoriaki Tsujikuni?" Meanwhile, in a dark alley somewhere in Tokyo, crack, a chilling sound of bones and flesh breaking rang out. A tall man in an elegant black suit stood with his back to the alley entrance. In the faint moonlight, one could see a flash of disgust across the man's demonic face, his crimson vertical pupils contracting slightly. The progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, was in a bad mood. Not because of the ignorant humans who had been reduced to several piles of debris in the alley, but because his identity had been discovered today by an unknown little brat from the Demon Slayer Corps. What angered and disgusted Muzan even more were the Hanafuda earrings that brat wore. They were exactly the same as that man's Hanafuda earrings. Damn it. Just thinking about Yoriaki Tsujikuni made Muzan's body tremble uncontrollably, feeling cold as if he want to split apart. This was a terror and fear that penetrated to his soul. To fear a human swordsman to such an extent, even hundreds of years later, to be terrified to this degree just by glimpsing the earrings left behind by that person, how could the proud Muzan accept this? So, at this moment, Muzan was enraged to the extreme. Snap! Muzan snapped his fingers crisply. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next second, two figures appeared as if teleporting and knelt behind Muzan, not daring to raise their heads. Bring back the head of that Demon Slayer Corps member with the Hanafuda earrings. Muzan's cold voice sounded in the ears of the two demons. Sensing their lord's anger, the two demons didn't dare to lift their heads. Yes, sir. After the two demons disappeared, Muzan slightly raised his head, glancing at the top of the alley where a burly figure was also quietly kneeling. Did you hear the order? You go too. Make sure to bring back that Demon Slayer's head. As you command, Muzan-sama. Ga. If you boys like harem and lemon, I release a new One Piece FIC. One Piece, capturing beauties makes me stronger. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 199, Chapter 199. This gentleman's demonization is irreversible. We can only keep him confined in the basement for now. In the dim basement, Tamayo's eyes were full of apology and regret. Inside the iron door of the basement, the man who had been innocently harmed and demonized by Muzan now had crimson eyes and exposed fangs. His arms, with bulging veins, gripped the iron door and shook it constantly, his mouth emitting irrational roars. Shinichi looked at the fully demonized man, unconsciously clenching his fist, his anger towards Muzan growing even stronger. Following Tamayo upstairs to another treatment room, a woman lay sleeping on a pristine white bed. According to Tamayo, she was the wife of that man, bitten by her demonized husband. Since he was a newly demonized human, his fangs and saliva were still relatively normal. Although dangerous, it was ultimately treatable. This lady is now basically out of danger, Tamayo said softly, tucking in the woman's blanket. Shinichi nodded, about to say something when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the room. Hey, look carefully. The room is so brightly lit now, you must be able to see clearly. Look, Nezuko is so beautiful, how could you say she's ugly? Hey, turn around and look. Shut up. You're so noisy. Listen here, brat, when you meet Lady Tamayo, you better show 360 degrees bow of respect, you hear me? Otherwise, I absolutely won't let you off. Wait, don't go. Just look at Nezuko for a second. Inside the room, Tamayo and Shinichi listened to the commotion outside as they were both stunned while exchanging a glance. The voices outside were clearly Tanjiro and Yashiro, but Tanjiro's words surprised Shinichi. Had Tanjiro brought Nezuko with him? But what about Nezuko's identity? Soon after, Yashiro pushed open the door. His face, originally full of displeasure and a look of deep resentment, almost instantly changed to a gentle and respectful expression as he stepped into the room. Lady Tamayo, I've brought that human swordsman. At the same time, another figure wearing a haori hurriedly entered the room. A head of deep red hair and a scar on the forehead were eye-catching, not to mention the cute girl the boy was holding hands with. Wait, I said you, Tanjiro rushed into the room, but the two figures standing there made him freeze on the spot. Blinking in disbelief, Tanjiro first looked at Tamayo, then turned to look at Shinichi, who wore a slight smile. His eyes kept darting back and forth between the two. You doctor, demon, Shinichi-senpai? How, why? Tanjiro stammered, the kind Tanjiro unable to process what was happening here. Shinichi-senpai, the forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, why was he here standing with a demon? Yashiro was very dissatisfied with Tanjiro's foolish behavior and muttered, Idiot, be respectful. Tanjiro ignored Yashiro. Although this demon lady had helped him before and said she was different from other demons, Tanjiro had initially harbored a bit of wariness towards Tamayo. But Shinichi's presence truly left Tanjiro confused. On the other side, Nezuko tilted her head to look at her brother, then her cherry-red eyes began to examine Tamayo and Shinichi. Somehow, Nezuko's form suddenly shrank before everyone's eyes, from the size of a 12 or 13-year-old girl to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. After breaking free from Tanjiro's hand, little Nezuko took small steps, arms outstretched and run towards Shinichi and Tamayo. Long time no see, Tanjiro, and Nezuko too. Shinichi smiled and greeted Tanjiro. By this time, Nezuko had run to Shinichi's side, circling his legs several times, raising her little head to look at Shinichi. After a while, Nezuko actually jumped straight into Tamayo's arms. This sudden scene startled Tamayo for a moment, but looking at the adorable Nezuko biting her bamboo muzzle, Tamayo's heart instantly softened. She smiled and hugged Nezuko. "Alright, Tanjiro, I know you're a bit confused now. Sit down, we can explain slowly. Yushiro, could you please pour a cup of tea for Tanjiro?" Shinichi said. Hearing Shinichi's words, Yushiro raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shinichi with an almost imperceptible snort from his nose. Yushiro Tamayo, who was hugging Nezuko and experiencing a burst of maternal love, just called out softly. Yushiro's face instantly turned red and he seemed to be electrified, rushing out of the room, leaving only a "please wait, coming right away. It's really, really so nice to hear her voice. Lady Tamayo is so gentle. It sounds so good." The excited and happy Yushiro hurriedly went to brew tea while muttering non-stop. He even started to find Nezuko cute. A girl who can make Lady Tamayo happy couldn't possibly be ugly. At Shinichi's gesture, Tanjiro put down the wooden box he was carrying on his back and obediently sat on the tatami, then listened as Tamayo and Shinichi whole story. "So that's how it is. Tamayo-san is really amazing," Tanjiro said with admiration while holding his teacup. He also apologized to Tamayo with regret for his initial wariness. "It's alright, Tanjiro-kun. Compared to other demon slayers, you were able to remain restrained and didn't immediately draw your sword just because we're demons. That alone is very impressive," Tamayo said gently. Upon hearing that Tamayo and Yushiro had not only escaped Kibutsuji Musen's curse, but even used their own bodies for experiments to overcome the condition that demons must eat humans, hope immediately surged in Tanjiro's heart. "Tamayo-san, may I ask, do you have a way to turn demons back into humans?" Looking at Tanjiro's full of hope eyes and then at the cute Nezuko lying on her lap, Tamayo's face couldn't help but show a regretful expression. "Well. This trail, yes, it's definitely here. Found you, little brat wearing Hanafuda earrings." A figure crouched on the ground, under short black hair were a pair of tightly closed eyes, a string of prayer beads around their neck while wearing a common monk's attire. "Oh, found it? Yahaba, are you sure? There's a dead end ahead though." Beside the monk-dressed demon was another young female demon in a kimono, her left hand bouncing a ball up and down. The demon named Yahaba stood up, licking his lips. "Susamaru, I never make mistakes." Whoosh! In Yahaba's outstretched palm, two hideous eyes suddenly opened. "If you boys like harem and lemon, I release a new One Piece fic. One Piece, capturing beauties makes me stronger. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 200, Chapter 200. I'm sorry, but I still can't find a way to turn demons back into humans," Tamayo said regretfully as she stroked Nezuko's hair. Although he had mentally prepared himself, hearing this answer still caused Tanjiro's gaze to dim for a moment. But immediately after, Tamayo's next words rekindled his hope. "However, it's not impossible. If we could obtain a large amount of blood from Musen or the 12 Kazuki whose power is close to Musen's, then the chances of successfully developing a humanization drug would be much higher. In fact, with the help of my friends, my research has already made great progress." As she spoke, Tamayo smiled at Shinichi. Shinichi shrugged, but this small gesture made Yushiro, who was standing to the side, very uncomfortable. How could you respond so casually with just a shrug to Lady Tamayo's gentle smile? You should show the utmost enthusiasm. But Tanjiro's eyes widened as he murmured, "The blood of the 12 Kazuki." Tamayo nodded, "Yes, the 12 Kazuki and preferably the upper moons who are ranked higher. Not only are they stronger, but the concentration of Musen's blood in their bodies is also higher." Tamayo's words instantly reminded Tanjiro of the encounter at his home's doorstep a year ago, that powerful demon covered in stripes all over its body, the one that nearly killed Jiyu. He must have been an upper moon. Thinking back now, the demon's overwhelming strength still made Tanjiro's heart race. Let alone him, even the demon slayer Corps' Hashira would struggle to gain the upper hand against an upper moon. But seeing Nezuko obediently lying on Tamayo's lap, Tanjiro's previously hesitant gaze immediately became determined, and his tone became resolute. I understand. Tamayo-san, I will do my utmost to collect the blood of the 12 demon moons. Please keep working hard too. If we can create a drug that turns demons back into humans, it will save so many lives. Hearing Tanjiro's words, not only Tamayo but even Shinichi on the side was slightly moved. This kid really has ambition. Only Yushiro looked at Tanjiro with disdain as usual. Tanjiro's nose twitched slightly as he raised his head. Actually, I've been wanting to ask, why is that demon lady on the ceiling staring at us? Tanjiro scratched his head in confusion, pointing at the ceiling. The previously idle sleepy demon turned her head in surprise, her gray eyes looking at Tanjiro. Why is this low-rank demon's layer senses are so sharp? It should be noted that Sleepy Demon's ability to conceal her presence was even more powerful than Yushiro's blood demon art. If she wanted, even a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't be able to detect her presence within 10 meters in a short time. Although Sleepy Demon hadn't seriously concealed her presence, this kid shouldn't have. Since she had already been exposed, the Sleepy Demon simply leaped down from the ceiling. Her droopy eyelids looked at Tanjiro as she said calmly, "Interesting. Young man, you have good talent. Are you interested in learning assassination techniques?" Tanjiro, Shinichi irritably interrupted the demon. Assassination techniques? How could such dark skills be suitable for a bright and kind kid like Tanjiro? His own shinobu had learned assassination and poison techniques from her, and now her temperament was becoming increasingly strange. Every time Shinichi saw shinobu angry, his back would involuntarily tingle, always feeling like his body might be injected with some weird toxins. The innocent shinobu who used to only play with wisteria poison was better. As Shinichi was lost in thought, suddenly, the sleepy demon and his expressions changed simultaneously. They both turned their heads, and at the same time, Yushiro, who had been sitting with a displeased look, suddenly stood up and anxiously lunged towards Tamayo. "Lady Tamayo, be careful." Whoosh! A piercing shriek suddenly came from outside the house, followed by a loud crash. Boom! Crack! A huge hole was abruptly smashed in the wooden wall. But it didn't stop there. The whistling sound grew even more loud and a blurry shadow violently hurtled towards everyone present. "We've been discovered." The thought had barely formed in Shinichi's mind, but his muscle memory reacted faster. With almost no unnecessary movements, not even drawing his sword, he merely raised his arm slightly. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and then Shinichi saw the shadow firmly grasped in his hand. In the lamplight, he could make out its appearance. A colorful handball. Rewinding 30 seconds earlier, two figures broke through Yushiro's blood demon art and invaded the courtyard of Tamayo's residence. Susumaru grinned cruelly, constantly bouncing a colorful handball in her hand. "So this is where you're hiding, you little mice." Standing beside Susumaru, Yahaba's face showed a displeased expression as he moved away slightly in disgust. "Susumaru, can't you bounce that handball more gently? You're kicking up dust onto my clothes. It's filthy. Damn clean freak." Susumaru ignored him. "Tch, there's no dust at all. Without force, how can the handball have any power?" "Hey, I'm saying, that person thinks so highly of us. As members of the 12 demon moons, we can't disappoint them." Yahaba nodded. That was true. "Then, let's properly finish them off for that person. But it's really strange, how could Demon Slayer Corps members be mixed with demons? And what's the deal with the demons inside?" By now, Susumaru had already raised 2 handballs high, veins bulging on the back of her hands, her smile becoming increasingly ferocious. "Who cares about all that? Let's just kill them all. Ha ha ha, go!" Boom! As soon as the words left her mouth, one handball was violently hurled like a cannonball, with such force that it even created a faint sonic boom in the air. Yahaba also grinned, raising his arm. 2 grotesque eyeballs on his palms suddenly opened wide. In the air, invisible to normal people, formless power gathered together, forming invisible arrows that quietly attached themselves to the handball Susumaru had thrown. In an instant, Susumaru's handball became even more terrifying in power and speed, truly like a cannonball as it smashed directly into the wall of Tamayo's residence. Shinichi caught the handball, his brow slightly furrowed because the ball was actually struggling, as if some force was controlling it. However, with just this amount of strength, the handball trying to break free from Shinichi's grasp was like an ant trying to shake a big tree. Bang! Applying a bit of force with his hand, the wriggling handball was directly crushed into pieces by Shinichi. Meanwhile, outside the room. What? The ferocious grin on Susumaru's face froze. She was bewildered. One of her handballs had actually been shattered. What was going on? She had clearly used a lot of force just now. Could it be that someone from the Demon Slayer Corps had sliced it apart? Looks like there's someone with some skill inside. That makes me even more excited. Susumaru grinned viciously, hurling the handball already prepared in her left hand. At the same time, two more handballs formed in her hands. Boom, boom. With two thunderous sounds, three handballs shot towards the residence. Yahaba's expression was a bit strange because in his perception, the auras inside this room seemed a bit odd. Why does it feel like there are more than 4 people? 2 humans? No, what's going on? Susumaru, also known as the Temari Demon, Temari Oni, was one of the 2 primary antagonists in the Asakusa arc of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, along with Yahaba. She was a demon who was tricked into believing she was a member of the 12 Kazuki. Yahaba, also known as the Arrow Demon, Gajarushi Oni, was one of the 2 primary antagonists in the Asakusa arc of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, along with Susumaru. He was a demon who was tricked into believing he was a member of the 12 Kazuki. If you boys like harem and lemon, I release a new One Piece FIC. One Piece, capturing beauties makes me stronger.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.